must be checked. We will check once, twice, maybe 3 times. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Happy Thursday, everybody. We're here. Some said we weren't going to show up today, but here we are. I'm there. Good to see everybody. Happy Thursday. I got a debate ready tonight. Should be good. Or a nightmare. Not really sure. The more I go on Raging Tomato, the more I realize that this is a patriarchal hellhole. But I'm happy to go on there and see if we can convert some of these lost boys that are there watching. Hat is beige. Yeah, we'll say beige. You know what? The Gary's VHS hat that was on earlier, and then I spilled my coffee on my hoodie, and didn't match this hoodie, and now I've got more coffee, and so we're good to go. Happy Thursday, happy Thursday, everybody. Good to have you. Got Nick Fuentes up on my screen. I forgot that was up there. We'll just watch it. It's actually funny.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck.
I haven't seen this yet, so if he says anything, I can't always count on Nick Fuentes not to say something he shouldn't say, but here's Nick Fuentes.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. You are, and honestly... and if you watch my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam.
Oh.
When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were. When we look back in history, we will see Trump as a scam artist who served as a vehicle for this rather than the other way around. We were not the vehicle for Trump. Trump was the vehicle for all of us.
What? No. No, Nick Fuentes, it couldn't be. That couldn't be it. There's just no way that Trump is scamming. There's no fucking way that Donald Trump would be scamming people like that. Do you guys? I know you guys don't believe that. I forgot to pull up the apps here. Tonight's debate will be at 9:15 Pacific Eastern time, which is 6:15 Pacific, and then if you're in the middle, it's whatever it is where you're at. Tonight's prompt will be. I forgot exactly what the prompt is. It's about Medicare for all. Let's see, what is the prompt? The prompt is Medicare for all is the best possible solution to stabilize healthcare and give power back to the American people. And I am a little bit concerned about this topic, because I'm concerned that when I say Medicare for all, they're going to say define Medicare, and then I'll define that, and then they'll say define for, and then all, and then the best, and then possible, and then solution, and then stabilize. So I'm thinking about, I've thought about in my opening statement, legitimately just defining each of those words as I mean them so that we can actually have the debate about Medicare. The thing is that I think is going to happen is I think that they are going to not want to have this discussion. I think that they're going to want to do anything but talk about Medicare for all. I also think it's going to be a confusing topic for them because there's no way to demonize women with this. And there's no way to I don't know what I guess their moral opposition to this is going to be taxes, which is going to be a weird thing because you can't vote for anybody and also be opposed to taxes and then say that's why I'm not voting for, or that's why I voted for them because I'm opposed to taxes. So I have no idea what the opposition to this is going to be. Maybe it's that people don't deserve to live. Maybe it's God's will that people die when they die and we shouldn't have medicine at all. I don't know. We'll see. Let's set a tone generosity or guilt. Either way, hit the goal. Thank you, Jen. Reminder from Jen. I wasn't even going to do this today. I was going to prepare for the debate all night or all day. And then Jen texted me and she said, "You will do a show today, you little bitch." And I was like, oh, okay. So that's why I'm here today. Jen threatened me and now and I got to jump in the VC. I should have. It's a good time to say that, and that's the only reason we're here today. So I'm going to do my best, but I'm just here under threat of physical violence by Jen. So I just wanted you guys to know that. If you want to help me out, DM me and we'll see if you can get me out of this. Katrina said, "Good luck tonight. You are truly blessing." Thank you, appreciate that. Somebody sent something last night that was James sent it last night. He said he said, "Sorry, I work nights," so he's watching it later, and said Grizzlies Fats band called it. Sorry, I forgot about the Grizzly Fats last night. All right, let's jump right into it. But just a reminder, it helps a great deal if you guys can donate to our cause. That's how we keep the lights on. And there's a gift goal in the top left corner, no matter where you're watching. And then there's the pay apps, the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. That's the way that you can do it. Or you can do a super chat. If you're saying like where does this money go? The best way to do it is by sending it through one of the payment apps, because at most they'll take a small percentage for taxes, but YouTube will take a little bit more than that. I'm debating an entire panel tonight. So the way that it's going to work tonight, the first hour is going to be Sarah. I don't know, like interviewing me. I don't think she's debating. I think her job is to go through my plan and ask questions, and then after that, then it'll be an open panel. So the first hour is going to be me explaining the greatest healthcare plan ever devised, and them trying to figure out a way to structure an argument against it. And then the next however many hours is mostly going to be, I assume it's just going to get like descend into Christian nationalism chaos, but I'll do my best to keep it on topic. Pink says, "I'll miss the show today, but here's my tithing." Thank you, Pink. And Parent said, "Hey, Napoleon Dynamite, we saw your high school picture yesterday." This donation is to see Jen's high school photo. Jen, are you here? You wanna if Jen wants to drop high school pictures in Discord, I'll gladly show them. I think I've seen you Jen actually went to high school with my brother-in-law. And so I don't remember if Jen showed me pictures from the yearbook or if he did. I can't remember. I know I've seen Jen as a young one. And Jen has receipts, so she probably has like entire photo albums of every single human being she went to high school with. So that may happen. What is Sarah's position? I don't know. I had an interesting back and forth with Sarah yesterday on Twitter. Like, she's legitimately. I'll just show it to you. It was weird. I kind of backed out of it because I didn't really want to have the conversation, for being honest. But she had retweeted something Andrew said, which I don't know if Andrew's greatest trait is self-reflection or correctly identifying his appeal. But he tweeted out, "I am often asked why I avoid a female fan base," as if that the women aren't showing up for Andrew because he avoids them. "Must be because I'm an incel, yeah? It's actually simple. Women generally have no sense of humor, are super annoying, and cause problems for fun because it's their love language. There's tons of nail channels for you to watch." So it just goes like straight up sexist. And then Sarah's like, "Okay, although you may avoid the female audience, I actually think Andrew cares more about women than most women do. And I'd actually willingly debate anyone on that. And I am willing to bet your female audience will be increasing significantly this year based on my reasoning." I thought that was weird. And I said, "This sounds an awful lot like the women defending Joseph Smith and polygamy." She said, "Not even close." I said, "That's what they said about him. They actually cared so much about women and their protection that he married them. They still say it. The men want all the rights so they can protect you, and they are shielding you from responsibilities so they actually care about you more. That's the argument." And she said, "A good father would have protected his daughter from that, and this is why define harm is good." I said, "The fathers of adult women who allowed them to marry Joseph Smith should have protected them." It sounds an awful lot like an argument that women are incapable of not being duped. And she said, "Women are incredibly capable of being duped. We're typically emotionally driven. All it takes is the right wording, and we're yours, or convinced we have no other options. I still 100% ask my father and brothers for guidance, especially in major decisions, and they remove emotion from the factor altogether and have 100% of my best interest in mind." I said, "All people are incredibly capable of being duped and being emotional. You watch men crash out emotionally every day, and you have to rein them in on your show. This type of deference is how every cult grows. Joseph Smith, David Miscavige, David Koresh, Keith Raniere, Jim Jones, Charles Manson, etc. They all had women deferring to them, and then they abused the women. Oftentimes, the women and men defended them through the abuse. He said, if all men recognize that women and children are the most vulnerable and need to be protected at all costs, we wouldn't have a bunch of whiny bitch men running around acting like babies. That sounds an awful lot to me like she is describing the audience of the Raging Tomato. Just a bunch of whiny bitch men running around acting like babies. Of course, they fight for women's rights because it means they don't have to step up to the plate, and it removes men's duties to society. Just let the women take care of themselves and the children. They'll be fine, right? I don't know. It was weird. So it's giving off Pearl vibes to me. It does. Sarah's been nothing but kind to me. I've had a good time on that channel. I hope to continue to have a good time on that channel, but that's some trad wife dumb shit if I've ever heard it. That is just very dumb. Why did I mute Jen? Oh, is Jen muted? I muted Jen because I was talking shit. Hold on. I got to change the headphones. Here we are. All right, Jen, I'm here now.
No, yeah. You didn't intentionally mute me. That was
I didn't.
accident.
If I would have tried to intentionally mute you, chances are I would have shut down the stream on accident instead.
True.
You know what happens? Here's actually what happens. These headphones are wireless, but if I have them using wireless function while we're live, there's like a delay between the video and the audio, and so it doesn't match up. So I have to wire them in, but when I'm preparing, they're not hardwired in, and so then when I switch to hardwired, Discord goes back to default, which I can't change. So that's actually what happens.
Got it. No, yeah, I sent some of my high school pictures. I don't know if I was really in the yearbook. I mean, maybe besides a regular picture. But when we had discussion, I don't know if everyone knows this, and this, when I told Jay this, and this might surprise you guys too. I was a cheerleader in high school.
Hey, do a cheer for us. Give us your favorite one. Come on.
No.
Come on.
I don't have one.
You know them. You
let me
can
think of
do
one.
wrestle, twist them like a pretzel. That's a good one.
You didn't cheer for wrestling.
They did at my school. They had wrestling cheerleaders, and that's what they said. Wrestle, twist them like a pretzel.
Well, when I cheered, we didn't have wrestling. It was for basketball, football.
I was trying to think of some of the basketball cheers that they did that were crazy.
There was one cheer that I liked. It was like LETSGO. Let's go, let's go.
Do it. Do it with some spirit.
No, that's not all you're gonna get. But I actually still remember the moves and everything. But I'm not gonna.
All right, you want to cam up?
Nope, absolutely not.
You're a coward. How much is it going to take for people the next time you're on Amanda's Live for you to cam up and do some cheers?
That would take an awful lot.
Take an awful lot.
A lot. I don't know. It would be a lot.
Okay.
I do, you guys. I do smile. It's a thing that I do. I know that surprises you.
Okay, sure.
But I do know how to smile. Usually it's after I've said something mean. But yes, I do know how to smile.
Smiles in the same way like Dr. Evil smiles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That brings me actual joy. So.
All right. Anything else you want to say?
No, not necessarily. I'm glad that my guilt trip worked, and you guys helped put a solid dent in that gift goal with us so far. So if we could just finish that off, that'd be fantastic.
Goldminer said, enjoying your show. Sully said, I call my bathroom Jim instead of John. It sounds better saying I go to the gym first thing in the morning. And Trudy for the safety fund. Jason said, great show. Did I read? Oh, that was from last night. Oops, never mind. Thanks for that again, Jason.
So in our chat, I put another Venmo that Eric said to get Jen off our backs or on our backs, not going to kink shame. To get Jen off our backs or on our backs, not going to kink shame. Okay,
we don't kink shame.
I mean, I do, but
do you want to kink shame that real quick?
I just shame in general.
Okay.
So. All right. We can get to it.
All right. Thank you. I don't know if we'll go the full time of the show today. I've got what I've got. And then I started preparing for the debate. So But I do want to show you something. Last night I hopped in the Discord, which I need to do more because the Discord is hilarious.
Trump.
And I asked a question, and I should have known that it would go like this. But I asked the question, what are some things that I might be missing? What are some areas, some stuff that I'm not covering? And most people just insulted me. But a few people put in some videos in Discord. So this was, who put this one? Attack in Discord. Through this video up, and I haven't watched any of this yet, so I hope this is appropriate. I haven't watched the things that I'm about to show, but here's obviously comedian Josh Johnson.
He's very good at creating a distraction, and he tries. He did his best. He said that he was gonna revoke Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. On any other day in American history, that would be a headline. Any other day, that'd be wild. And look, Rosie O'Donnell and Donald Trump have what I think is now like a 20-year feud going on, which is absolutely insane. The President of the United States has the ultimate and deepest beef. His arch nemesis is the actress from Harriet the Spy. That is mind-boggling. The leader of the free world is ready to have it out at any given moment with the voice actress from the main gorilla in the Disney movie Tarzan. The man with his fingers on the button for the nukes has a deep hatred in his heart, decades long, for Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award winner Rosie O'Donnell. This is an unacceptable timeline. That is crazy. I don't even know what Rosie O'Donnell did that day. Like, I don't know what even brought it up. But he says, you know, I'm thinking about revoking Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. If Ireland wants to keep her, they could have her. And any other day, this would be the story. He knows that. Who knows? Look, I'm of two minds about this thing because it is clearly a distraction, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I'm of two minds about this thing because, one, obviously, there's a world where he's just like saying stuff to say stuff to like swiftly like move the news cycle in another direction, and he may not do anything. But the fact, as a sitting president, that he would even muster up the corner of his thumbs to put that into a phone to go out to the world is so deeply insane. Because this thing that he's doing now is not just a step too far, it's the entire field too far. Rosie O'Donnell is an American citizen, a citizen. And so if he can do that, then truly, 100% without a doubt now, nobody is safe. What started this whole like immigration fear mob.
All right. Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Josh Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. And then Joanne sent this article, which we can go more in depth in this another day, but I do think that it at the very least it got my mind thinking. I think all right. This is from New York Mag. Why is Trump putting makeup on his very normal hand bruise? You can see it here. It's hard to see. If we zoom in there, you can see that there's like this color on his hand that is obviously foundation. While Donald Trump was going about his business on Tuesday attempting to shut down the Epstein hoax he perpetuated, he inadvertently revived an old conspiracy about himself. A C-SPAN cameraman zoomed in on the president's hand while he was speaking with reporters before heading to Pittsburgh on Tuesday, revealing a weird patch of poorly matched makeup caked on the back of his right hand. You can see it here. Trigger warning here on this picture. It's tough to look at. So that's what we're caking over there. Here's the clip of the C-SPAN video. I won't show you that. Trump had a large bruise on his hand in the same spot back in February, and according to the New Republic, it was spotted again in April and June. But when the Daily Beast asked Caroline Levitt if there's a medical reason for the fresh mark, she insisted once again that it's a normal, historic, and admirable handshaking injury. Wait, what? I didn't know this. I haven't read this. President Trump is a man of the people, and he meets more Americans and shakes their hands on a daily basis than any president in history. Shut the fuck up. This cannot be their excuse. His commitment is unwavering, and he proves that every single day. That's a man's man. He's got a handshaking injury, folks, and he doesn't want you to see the bruise, so he covers it up with makeup. Good question. How does he not have a better makeup artist? Because he's the makeup artist. Levitt provided the same explanation to several outlets back in February. Trump used it too when a Time interviewer asked about his hand bruise in December, saying it's from shaking hands with thousands of people. When? When is he shaking hands with thousands of people? This is, to be sure, a much cooler explanation than the president is a 79-year-old man, and sometimes old people get random bruises, scabs, and swollen ankles. And despite what you may read on social media, these injuries are not necessarily proof that Trump is simultaneously suffering from syphilis, congestive heart failure, and a variety of likely fatal ailments. But the official explanation is still weird, and that's even more true now that Trump is experimenting with a concealer like a 13-year-old after her first visit to Sephora. The hand makeup was clearly visible and still poorly blended in photos and video of Trump meeting with the Crown Prince of Bahrain on Wednesday. Oh, my God. He's going to leave it. That is crazy. Blend it. Listen, I don't know much about makeup, but blend it. What is this? Now look, if somebody's hand looked like that, I may not shake it. The cake nobody asked for. All right. Well, he's covering that up. He's also got very swollen ankles. I don't know what to do about that. I hadn't seen this. People spot some shit, but I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I have no idea. Those are thicles. It's not even cankles. That's those shoes. This poor set of shoes here. It's like, get me the fuck out of here. And he's got lifts on. Maybe he can't put his do the lifts anymore. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think he's in good health. I have like this weird, like in the Discord last night we were talking about it, and I think that the weird thing about Trump being potentially sick, and we're not saying that he is, but let's just say that he isn't going to make it through his 4 years, which, let's be honest, there were questions if Biden was going to make it. Trump's older than Biden was at the same time. There's questions if he's going to make it. And if he doesn't make it, there's like this scenario where J.D. Vance then takes over. He releases the Epstein list. Maybe it's got Trump on it, maybe it doesn't, but then J.D. Vance is viewed as a hero, and then he'll win in 2028. It's like that. I honestly think for the future of our country, that's probably worst case scenario. We need J.D. Vance to have to keep lying about Trump when he runs for president. We really need Trump to survive these 4 years. Otherwise, if Trump's gone, then everybody can just turn on him and pretend like, oh, I didn't know, but now I know. We need this guy to survive. Big story of the night last night was Shane Gillis hosted the ESPYs, and this joke's going around, and I want to show it. I don't know if this is going to, I'm sure Disney's going to copyright strike us for this, but this is a great joke Shane Gillis had yesterday during the ESPYs.
Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. All right. No, you don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that. Donald Trump won.
All right, that was a great joke. He had a lot of good jokes. I say he's an incredible. I love Shane Gillis. I stole this tweet, but last night's MVP goes out to the dude at ESPN who convinced the higher-ups that Shane Gillis would be a great ESPYs host. Best ESPYs host, I think, since Norm Macdonald. Here he is with another joke.
Joe Rogan actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason. It's an alien joke. What are you booed up there, dude? Shut up.
It was pretty solid. Solid monologue there by Shane. There's some good jokes that I was afraid to show. If we're just being honest, I'm not sure how well they'll go over, but I appreciate them. The Friendly Atheist, which is a person who I definitely knew about before today. This is their was it Substack blog? I don't know what this is. I came across this on Twitter yesterday. Chip and Joanna Gaines, which Chip is going full pioneer Mormon prophet with that hairdo. Apparently, Christian conservatives are very upset with Chip and Joanna Gaines because they had a same-sex couple on their TV show. They've got a new show called Back to the Frontier, which is just like, this is what happens. Anybody that's like, I'm 39, so I'm 40 soon, and in the last like year or so, I find myself sometimes with nothing to look at on the internet, and so I pull up. I don't know if you guys do this. I pull up Zillow, and then I just like zoom into places where there's like nothing, where there's no real city, and I try and find houses that I would live in where there's no other human beings around, or very few human beings around. And then I daydream about not having to talk to anybody. And I think that's probably what Chip and Joanna Gaines are going through right now, too. They're like, fuck this. Back to the frontier. We're going to do Little House on the Prairie, only this time it's going to be cute. But their reality show, which airs on, I guess they have their own network now, the Magnolia Network, features 3 families trying to rough it and live like they're back in the 1880s without any modern amenities like electricity or running water. But Jason Hanna and Joe Riggs, along with their twin boys, are among the contestants. And that has made people like Franklin Graham very upset, where he says, I hope this isn't true. But I read today that Chip and Joanna Gaines are featuring a gay couple in their new series. If it is true, it is very disappointing. While we are to love people, that's never a good... Don't start a sentence with, I know we're supposed to love people. I know we're supposed to be kind. While we are to love people, we should love them enough to tell them the truth of God's word. His word is absolute truth. God loves us, and his design for marriage is between one man and one woman, promoting something that God defines as sin is in itself sin. Yeah, so is becoming a fucking millionaire by running a church. That's also a sin, right? That's also a sin. But the American Family Association, anti-LGBTQ Christian hate group, called the casting choice sad and disappointing because the show promotes an unbiblical view of human sexuality, marriage, and family, a view no Christian should embrace. It's a fucking game show, folks. This isn't real life. Nobody's really living like this. Well, except for, I guess, the Mennonites. I guess they're living like that. RTP doesn't know what morals are. Yeah, I do. I know what morals are. I've read about them. I think they're fucking pointless.
The problem with RTP is he didn't invent this structure. He didn't invent an ethical structure based on a book from 3,000 years ago, and we did. And we don't think it's fair that he doesn't base his entire worldview on a bullshit book. And so we are going to criticize him because we chose to revolve our entire life around one fucking book. And it's not fair that RTP doesn't do that, because then we look crazy. And that's not fair. We need him to select a book to revolve his life around so that when we compare, we don't look like absolute fucking dipshits. But you do look like fucking dipshits, because I'm not going to play your silly little game. And if I did, I would choose Harry Potter, because it's way fucking better than the Bible. The lessons learned in Harry Potter are much better than the lessons learned in the Bible. They're far less confusing. If reading through the Bible the first time, you could come out of that with some real warped views. You'd be like, I guess I got to sacrifice my kid. I don't know. Guess I'm going to talk to bushes now. That's what my life has been missing out on. I don't talk to enough bushes. Fuck apples, man. You're not going to eat apples. You might start trying to talk to snakes. There'd be a lot of weird things. You might go up to like the lake. You see a nice little spot on the beach on the other side of the lake, and you don't have a boat.
Like, how am I going to get to that spot over there? So you go and you get a big stick, you slam it in the ground, and when the lake doesn't part, you're like, fuck, that didn't work. But then you drop it and it turns into snake, and you're like, oh no, now it's a snake. It's a dumb book. It's a silly book. And I'm sorry that you guys look silly when people don't want to play your silly little game, but your game is silly, and who the fuck cares? Nobody cares about your morals based. Like, it's not even that clear, by the way. Your book isn't even really clear at all on whether or not men and women should get married or men and men should get married. It's very unclear. If you read it, you just take somebody who's never, like, doesn't know anything about religion, hand them the Bible, and let them read through it and say, tell me the part that talks about gay marriage. They would finish the book and they would go, it's not in there. And you'd be like, read it again. And then you read it again, and they'd be like, yeah, it's still not in there. And like,
well, the key is you have to interpret it with a modern view, and you have to compare it to this part of the Bible and this part of the Bible. Then you have to factor in the fact that languages have changed and it's been translated a million times. So if you factor in the myriad of translations and all the people that were killed for their translation, and then you take the King James version, and then it's in there. Yeah, people, like, nobody wants to live that way. It's a dumb fucking way to live. If you like the book, like the book. If you want to learn lessons from the book, learn the lessons from the book. But the lessons that you guys take out of there are fucking insane. Like, it's cool to, like, drop slurs, be racist, be sexist, be like complete assholes in real life, as long as you're opposed to two men getting married. That's the important part. I read the fucking book. It's not the important part. They talked a lot about, like, how you should treat each other, a lot about that, very little about gay sex, but all you guys ever want to talk about is the gay sex, which I think is weird. I think it's weird that that's the part of the Bible you focused on. There's other sex in the Bible. There's people having sex with their friends' wives, and then they send their friend off to the front lines to be killed. And then that guy's a hero, by the way, in the book. The guy who sends his friend off to die so that he can have sex with his wife. That guy's a hero. The guy who his wife dies because she turned back and turned into a pillar of salt, and then he goes into the wilderness, and then his daughters get him drunk and take advantage of him so that he can impregnate them. That guy, also a hero in the book. So that's why it's a little confusing when you're like, my morals come from this book. That's confusing to me, because it seems like you're pretty selective with the morals there. Well, you didn't learn the lesson about that. The lesson about that is that if gay people are having sex, your wife will die and your children will get impregnated by you. But the lesson is gay people bad. That's the lesson you take from that. And I take from that I don't think that story's true. I have this sneaking suspicion that nobody ever is turned around to look at a city and turned into a pile of salt. I don't think that that's true. I think it would be hard for you to prove that part was true. It seems fake to me. My God is not abusive. Mankind can be abusive. You have a choice to believe or don't believe. But why do you care that I believe in God? I don't care if anybody believes in God. I hope that you do believe in God. But if we are having a debate about anything, and as proof, you use the Bible, then the Bible has to hold up to the same scrutiny that my sources do. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the problem that I have with religion, and especially, like, growing up religious. That was the problem. You can analyze everything. You can try and discredit any amount of information in the world. You can deny climate science. You can do anything you want. But if you have the audacity to point at the Bible and be like, okay, well, your source isn't that great either. They're like, how dare you? These are my beliefs. I feel them in my heart. You cannot discredit my beliefs. It's not fair. I just think it's silly. It's fine if you believe it. But if you're going to debate about it, then you have to accept that people are going to shit all over your sources. So don't bring it to a debate. You don't get to have, like, these special rules and these special exemptions for your book. Well, I rely. That's the problem with Andrew Wilson. If you've ever watched any of his debates where it gets to the end where he's not just defining words and he tells you, like, where do your morals come from? Does anybody know where Andrew's morals come from? What his answer is? Anybody in here know? I'll tell you. Divine inspiration. A made up guy. Someone you can't see. Just a dude. Some dude that he tells you exists that he can't prove exists. When you boil down his entire ideology, and you say, like, where do your morals actually come from? He'll tell you, he'll like, oh, it's from this and this. Okay, where did that come from? It came from this and this. Ultimately, where does it come from? Divine inspiration. Okay, like a made-up guy.
It's not a good source. You can believe it. You can live your life based around it, but it's a bad source. It's a really, really fucking bad source. Define bad. I think I did define bad. I defined bad. This is the craziest part about watching this fucking debate, and still, like, people are still constantly flooding my comments. Andrew Wilson stands. They're like, you can't even define harm. I did it. I counted 15 times. 15 times I defined harm. I also defined bad. I also defined good. I defined all of his words, but the problem is the definitions I gave him don't work for his argument. So he's like, I would like to come up with a different definition, please. Oh, that's your definition? What do you mean by that definition? I explained it 15 times. The problem that happened in that debate is that most of you who are fans of him are dumb. Dumb is the word for that. You don't know what the fuck you're listening to. You have no idea. Go back and watch it. Go back and watch how many times I define harm and good and bad. I did it multiple fucking times. He just didn't like those. But anyways, that guy's a bitch, and I'll see you guys over at Raging Tomato later tonight. I saw this video today. This has nothing to do with politics. It just made me laugh. I love Coldplay. This happened at a Coldplay concert. They threw up the kiss cam, and this happened.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, nailed it. That guy is the CEO of a tech company, and that's the HR, the head of HR, and he's married. I don't know about her. He is married, but if you just want to watch the kid.
Oh, look at these two. All right. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Uh-oh.
Just made me happy. That's right. All right. This is actually pretty fun. We'll get into politics now. The longer you read, the more insane this gets. This is Laura Loomer, that absolute fucking lunatic. I wouldn't quote Laura Loomer. I wouldn't talk about Laura Loomer, except for some reason she has sway. She said CBP Senior National Security Advisor, who oversees America's crumbling immigration digital vetting infrastructure, has anti-Trump, pro-open borders, and pro-DEI bias. Monty Hawkins, she pointed out, is a Senior National Security Advisor and Director of the National Vetting Center at CBP. Has held influential roles across multiple U.S. administrations, including as, multiple U.S. administrations. Just please remember that. Including as Senior Director for Trans-Border Security at the National Security Council, and the first director of the National Vetting Center under U.S. Customs and Border Protection, tasked with overseeing the vetting of individuals entering the United States and developing the physical and IT infrastructure to support these processes. Hawkins' tenure has been marked by significant challenges. From 2018 to 2022, he led the MVC established under the National Security Presidential Memorandum to streamline vetting processes for border security and immigration. Despite his credentials, the system under Hawkins' oversight have faced persistent challenges, raising concerns about their effectiveness and reliability. Additionally, a 2023 statement attributed to Hawkins in Vanity Fair describing a potential second Trump administration as a revenge machine. Yeah, fucking nailed it, by the way. Fucking nailed it. This is a revenge machine. Targeting career officials highlights how Hawkins has an anti-Trump bias. So, he goes into Vanity Fair, says a second Trump administration would be a revenge machine targeting career officials. And then what do? Laura Loomer takes this quote where he says, if Trump gets back in office, it's going to be a revenge machine, and they're going to target career officials, and then they target him. They fired him. She went through his LinkedIn. She said, there's a quick review of his social media account, says he has contempt and disdain for the Trump administration, often takes to his LinkedIn page to like the posts of Obama and Biden holdovers. I went to his LinkedIn. I looked at the stuff that she was covering. He's just liking stuff that's talking about like policies from the Obama and Biden administrations. That's it. Just like they're just doing that. And now he's fired. And she is out. She is on here and she's bragging. She actually says in another, I didn't post the other tweet. I think I went just down. She is bragging. Is it this one? Yeah. Monty Hawkins was just fired by the Trump administration yesterday following my expose of his subversive activities and anti-ICE social media content while he's working at CBP. She brags about actually getting people fired. There's plenty of chatter that that's also how James Comey's daughter just got fired, despite prosecuting Epstein. We have an absolute fucking lunatic on social media who is influencing the hiring and firing from this administration, and they seem to be doing it based solely on if somebody likes Donald Trump or not. I don't think that's a good way to run a country. It's a weird thing to see MAGA in the chat just be like, yeah, that's right. If you don't like Trump, get the fuck out. That's a cult, fellas. That's a cult. Benny said, I have divine inspiration from God that Christians got it wrong, especially Andrew Wilson. See how easy that is? Johnny said, I love these shitballs, said the dung beetle. Bill said, for clogged arteries. Gold Miner said, enjoying your show. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I have questions about anybody who, one, listens to Laura Loomer. But two, I have questions for anybody who sees that Laura Loomer has an influence on Trump, has a connection to Trump, can actually get his folks on the phone. Why do we have a lunatic like Laura Loomer feeding stories to this administration? And all that guy did, all he really did is just say, like, hey, if Trump comes back in office, he's going to get revenge on anybody who said bad things about him. And he was dead fucking right about that. Last night, we on CNN, they were discussing Epstein. And they were discussing, one, Trump's statement that we read yesterday, that if you are MAGA and you don't, and you're still asking about the Epstein list, shut the fuck up. You're weak. You guys need to know that. Trump thinks you're weak. If you question the things that he says, he thinks you're weak. And I disagree with that. I think that shows strength. So if there's any of you in here who are Trump supporters who think that are still pressing him on the Epstein list, I would like to say that I think you're strong. And I think you're valuable, and I think that you are welcome here. But Trump thinks you're a bitch. And so they brought on Tim Burchett, who does nothing but fondles Trump's taint, to ask him about Trump blasting the weaklings who believe this Epstein bullshit. And here's what they've come up with now.
Congressman, special counsel can also investigate a matter without prosecuting a matter and trying to uncover what details might actually be there. Why do you specifically want there to be an investigation? Do you believe that the DOJ is withholding information right now about the truth of Epstein?
I believe that a lot of the evidence has probably been destroyed. I mean, that's what we do in Washington, man. We delay. That's a great question. That's what I think an investigation would solve. I mean, you honestly think Lee Harvey Oswald shot President Kennedy? There was something else going on.
This is the MAGA way. This is what all of them do. They just ask questions. They never answer a fucking question. They don't have answers to questions. They just ask a lot of questions. I think a lot of people who deleted it. Who? Well, I don't know. But do you really think that the stories we're getting about JFK are true? It wasn't an answer. That was just another question. They don't have answers for any of this ever. Yeah, I have real questions about somebody like Tim Burchett. You got elected. Somehow you convinced people to elect you. And are you really going to spend your whole time in Congress just avoiding answers? Well, I'm never going to get an answer. Anything I don't like, I just claim it was a Democrat's fault. Tim Burchett is a sad existence.
On there, and it's been proven. We even had expert testimony on Capitol Hill and Representative Luna's committee that I serve on. The doctor in the ER specifically said wounds were coming from two different directions, and he had the maps and he showed the diagrams of everything, and yet no one wanted to cover it because why? Washington, that is Washington. You cover until you get out of office, and then somebody else doesn't know enough information and it continues to get covered up. I don't think we'll ever.
Yeah, that's what happened, you dumb bitch. Epstein was either self-unalived or murdered when Trump was in office. And then the videotape went missing while Trump was in office. And they just stopped talking about it. And then Biden came into office and he released the files that they have that were heavily redacted. And then Trump came back into office and he's covering them up again. The thing that he's claiming happens is what's happening right now. right in front of all of us. It's an absolute cover up. So I know people say like I think it's a fair argument to say like if Trump was on the files, Democrats would have released it. He is, and they did. He's in the files. They released it. His name is there. They did release it. We have that information. He's on call logs and he's on flight logs. They did release it. Who didn't release it, by the way? Trump. Trump didn't release that in his first term, and he didn't release it in his second term. They took what Biden had already released and put it in binders and wrote,
Most transparent administration in history.
and they put the shit Biden did in a binder and gave it to a bunch of dipshit conservative content creators. And even the dipshit conservative content creators were like, wait a minute, we already read this. We already had this information. That's what's happening. I don't know how Tim Burchett can't see this. I have no fucking idea how Tim Burchett can't see this. Mike, I saw your comment earlier about like, do I think Democrats did everything right for 8 years? First of all, they weren't in control for 8 years. Biden was in charge for 4 years, and for 2 of that, Republicans owned the House. But yeah, like I criticized them all the time. All the time. I criticize them specifically on foreign policy. I'm not a Democrat. But the question I have for you, Mike, is why when you're watching stories that don't have anything to do with the Democrats, why do you think, Mike, that while you were watching stories about this administration, did you pull out either your keyboard or your phone and type the message, let's talk about Democrats? Why do you think you did that, Mike? Is it possible that you're very uncomfortable with what you're seeing right now and you want to do anything but talk about what you're seeing right now? So you want to go back to Democrats right now? Is it possible that you want to discredit me by saying, oh, this guy would never say this if it wasn't Democrats, so I don't have to listen to it? What the fuck happened to all of you folks? What the fuck happened to Americans that like they can't just sit there and watch something without being, but what about? But what about? But what about? Just listen. Just watch it. If you disagree with one of my conclusions, great. But the question is like, why are you writing that? Why are you a person who's online right now watching stories that aren't about that administration and being like, tell us about that administration instead? That's kind of a bitch move, to be honest. And so it's a weird thing that you did there, Mike. And so now that I answered your question, Mike, in the chat, I'd like you to answer my question of why you wrote that. Why did you decide that that was the information we needed to cover instead, Mike? And be honest. I was honest with you. I'd like an honest answer, Mike, when you get to it. Here is more CNN. Oh wait, did I take these out of order? I thought I had one more from CNN. Where did my other CNN clip go? Oh, I remember. I moved it. Okay, it's on a different section. Here is Trump yesterday just being openly corrupt. Now, in Trump's first administration, he pressured states to redraw their lines, like their districts, and try and get them more Republican seats. The way that this works is every 10 years, the states will revisit their districts. And that's because like populations change. So every 10 years, I think it goes along with the census, they reevaluate if their districts are drawn correctly. So they did this 5 years ago. They did it 5 years ago, and then Trump didn't like it, so now he's like, we got to do it 5 years, or we got to do it again. And the redistricting in Texas that they did 5 years ago, that's still in court. That's challenged, and it's pretty fucking obvious that they are redistricting now, or gerrymandering. Another weird thing that the Republicans are currently doing is they are trying to undo the districting lines of Democratic districts, and they are blaming the Democrats for the gerrymandered districts. When were the Democrats in control in Texas? This is why it's easy for a MAGA person to run for office and lie to you, because you don't fucking listen. How is this possible? How are they using? They're using the justification the Democrats illegally created districts that where their demographics were going to be supported. When did they control the Congress in Texas? That hasn't. I don't know how they did it. How did they do it without a majority? Hey, fuck off, K. Adele. I cuss here. We cuss a lot. Bitch, shit, hell, damn, fart, all of them. You're gonna hear a lot of cursing here. So if you don't like that, you're gonna have to find a different place to be. Here's Trump though, just openly being corrupt, and he's telling you right now, redraw the lines so we can get 5 new seats.
Mr. President, at the event, which state besides Texas would you like Republicans to gerrymander? Say it again. Which state besides Texas would you like Republicans to redraw the congressional?
Well, there's about 4 of them. I'll let you figure that one out, but we have about 4 of them. In 3 cases, it's 1.
Howard Lutnick, I'm convinced, by the way, that Howard Lutnick doesn't know when something is funny. I am 100% convinced that he just guesses when to laugh. How the fuck is this a laugh here? I don't think he knows when things are funny. He's always laughing at Trump, but it's never when Trump sometimes says some funny stuff. This isn't one of them. Why is he laughing?
There's about 4 of them. I'll let you figure that one out, but we have about 4 of them. In 3 cases, it's 1.
Why is he laughing at that? Just like objectively, that's not funny. I don't think he knows. I don't think this guy has like any sort of sense of humor. It's just like, I saw Trump laugh. Or Trump smiled. He's like, I'll let you guys. He's like, ha, 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 ha. It's what Andrew does too. I pointed this out and Andrew didn't like it. But Andrew does this thing. Now that you watch him debate, those of you who are here from his audience, if you watch him debate regularly, he does this thing. When Andrew gets flustered, when he gets stuck and he thinks he has like a gotcha, he'll say whatever it is. He goes, ha, 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 ha. Every fucking time. It's like a 4-second laugh followed by a sip and then a drag on the cig. Every time. I watched him too much. He's like Howard Lutnick. That is a dead soul. He doesn't do like real laughter. It's just like an evil laugh when he feels a little bit cornered. Now that you guys watch him, you'll see you can't unsee it once you've seen it. Once you've seen this guy do the same shit every time, you'll be like, oh, he doesn't have an actual sense of humor. He just laughs at cruelty for 4 seconds, drink, smoke. It's not real laughter. That's what Howard Lutnick does too. But let's keep going here.
And in 1 case, it's 2 or 3. And Texas would be 5.
Are you concerned California will turn around and do the same thing?
Well,
with
we'll fight
Republicans?
them. You know, they're so corrupt in California, you never know what's going to happen. But
that's so fucking crazy. He's like, we're going to redraw all these districts in these states to get more seats. Well, what if California does the same thing? Well, they're so fucking corrupt. Wait, what? If California does the same thing that you're doing, it's corrupt. And the MAGA are like, yeah, that is corrupt. Fucking California. He's openly saying, I'm about to do some corrupt shit. I'm about to do some shit we shouldn't do. And if Democrats do it, then they're corrupt. That's how we wind up being so frustrated. This guy right here in the middle with the pink tie, he's a fucking dipshit. He is very fucking dumb. Very fucking dumb. But he has money, so you guys think he's smart. So he says shit like this, that if any of us said, we would get laughed off of wherever we were. If any of us were like, I'm going to go down and I'm going to go rob a convenience store, and they're like, oh, you're doing that? Well, what if other people start robbing convenience stores? Well, then they're criminals. They'd be like, that's stupid. What he just said is remarkably stupid. And we're just going to pretend that it's not, because he's a rich guy. He's hands down one of the dumbest politicians ever to be in any office. He's not dumber than Tim Burchett, but goddamn, he's close.
we've done pretty well in the courts in California, as you see. We're batting about 1,000, ultimately. We start off a little slow.
They also are not batting anywhere near 1,000 when it comes to court cases in California. They lose almost every time. They've lost almost every single court case that they brought against the state of California.
And then we get a lot of hits.
Mr. President, at the event.
He's not saying, that's not what he's saying. He's saying in general that everything Democrats do is corrupt. So you could just assume that what Democrats do is corrupt, even if it's the exact same thing that Republicans are doing. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Feliciano. Yeah. That's what you just said. That's stupidness. That's the MAGA line. Yeah, well, the difference between Trump and when somebody else does it is when Trump does it, it's the right thing to do. And when the Democrats do it, it's the wrong thing to do. That's why you think he's smart. Because I think, like, there's a lot of MAGA who are also dipshits. And they're like, yeah, that actually makes sense to me. That's exactly how my brain works. My brain works that everything I don't agree with is evil. And if I do it, it's fine. And if somebody else does it, it's evil. And that's how my brain works. So that's why Trump is smart. It doesn't go both ways. It absolutely doesn't go both ways. Literally, give me one fucking example of a Democratic politician saying, I'm about to do this. And when they say, what if Republicans do that? They go, well, when Republicans do it, it's corrupt. Give me one fucking example. Do we have one? I'll give you one. Do you want one? I'll give you one. You don't have one ready. I'll give you Gavin Newsom saying, fine. If Trump's going to cheat, we're going to cheat.
For independent redistricting, period, full stop. I mean, gerrymandering, and let's be fair, we've seen this weaponized by both parties for decades. But these guys, this is a whole nother level of weaponization coming from the right. And what Trump did today is the ultimate tell. They feel they're on the ropes. They feel they're behind. They feel they're vulnerable with the big, beautiful bill. They feel like the momentum is shifting away from them, and it's Speaker Jeffries, it's not Speaker Johnson. So on that basis, they got to rig the game. You got to change the game because you can't win by the existing rules. So he goes in and talks to these guys that should be focused on flood preparedness, should be focused on restoring NOAA and the weather investments that they need to make and the resiliency efforts, to talk about getting FEMA back on track and how little accountability with Kristi Noem and some of those early decisions that were made or not made. Instead, they're using that special session to weaponize for the next election. And that should scare the hell out of everybody, because these guys are playing by a different set of rules. And so from my perspective, if we're going to play fair in a world that is wholly unfair, we may have the higher moral ground, but the ground is shifting from underneath us. And I think we have to wake up to that reality. And I'm talking to members of my legislature, what are our alternatives? We can do a special session. I can call for one today if I chose to. We can then put something on the ballot, and I could call a special.
Well, look at the, it's crazy to watch MAGA. You guys are like, imagine siding with Newsom. He's saying the same fucking thing. You're siding with him. You guys you're dumber than I thought. I swear to God, every day I'm like, they can't be this fucking dumb. And then every day you show up and you're this fucking dumb. He is saying the same thing Trump did. You can't side with one and not side with the other. They're saying the same thing. The sky's blue. Yeah, I agree. Trump said the sky's blue. Newsom says the sky's blue. How the fuck could you side with Gavin Newsom? They're saying the same thing here. I'm showing you this video to help you because you're like, oh, Democrats do the same thing. And I'm like, you're right. Democrats are doing the same thing. And then I show you the video of them doing the same thing. And you're so fucking brain dead that you're like, oh, now it's a Democrat? I have to figure out a way to disagree with this. You agreed with Trump saying it, and you disagree with Newsom saying it. I don't know what to do with you folks. You're too fucking stupid. How do you live? How do you not just walk into walls? Do you know about traffic? When a car's coming, do you just walk out there? How the fuck do you live? I don't know how any of you are still alive. I'm showing you two people saying the same thing, and you're picking a side. Well, I'm not on this side. I don't like it the way he says it. The way Trump said it is right. The way he's saying it, that's wrong. You're too goddamn dumb to be alive. I don't know how you're doing it. I have no fucking clue how this information goes into your head and just like rattles through a couple cobwebs and it comes out like, oh, this makes sense. Yeah, what he's saying is shitty. What Trump is saying is true. They're saying the same fucking thing, guys. Can you be just like a little bit better? By the way, I missed this one from Haley earlier when Jen was up. I think this was about the cheers. Haley said, tacos, burritos, what's that coming out of your Speedo? Which I think is a great chant if you're a cheerleader at a swim meet. I think it's terrific.
Election. We can change the Constitution with the consent of the voters, and I think we would win that. I think people understand what's at stake in California. I think we'd come out in record numbers. I think it would be extraordinary success. That's a clean way of doing it. It'd be a very short window because you got to come back with the maps and you got to change all this and prepare for the ballots that are around the corner next year. Or you can look at other avenues, which we are exploring, which are pathways with the legislature to do urgency clauses with 2/3 of the legislature in both of our houses, to move forward with legislative redistricting in between the constitutional construct, which is every census the Independent Redistricting Commission does a new map, but it's silent about what happens in between. So it's a novel legal question, and it's being explored.
All right. Now that I've calmed down, I think I figured it out. I think what happened here is Trump spoke for 30 seconds. And that's about as much information as you guys can process. Trump said, we're gonna get new seats by redrawing the line. And you're like, oh yeah, I understand that. And Gavin Newsom used too many words. He explained how that works legislatively. He explained the process by which they would do that, which is exactly what Trump's talking about. But after 30 seconds, your minds explode. I can't take more information. And so you just start like insulting. I think now that we're settled down, I think that's what happened. There was too much explanation there. They started talking about how shit works. And you're like, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to know how things work. I just want to hear Trump say more Republicans. Yay! I think that's what happened. So I apologize. I will try and keep these clips for you, Mag, a little bit short. Maybe I could speed them up. It's still probably too many words, but I could try and like play them at 1.5 times speed so that your attention span can make it all the way through. But what happened there is Trump said, here's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to get us more seats. And Gavin Newsom said, I'm going to do the same thing. And then he explained how he was going to do it. And then you're like, I don't like it when people explain how they're going to do it. I just want them to say what they're going to do. And then I don't have to pay attention anymore. Because my people, they're talking about districts. They're talking about legislature. They're talking about 2/3 majority. Those words are too big for me. I can't keep going with this. Here's Luke Warford. Republicans, find a new stream for a little bit because we're going to explain some more shit. This is Luke Warford, who I looked up is running for like, I don't know, it was something with trains in Texas. Some sort of like, I don't remember what it was. He's running to like be the train overseer. I can't remember what it was. But here's him explaining what they're trying to do in Texas now.
We've gotten so used to Trump's craziness that even something this extreme starts to feel normal. But a mid-decade redistricting, that's not normal, it's dangerous. Last month, we started hearing rumors that Trump is calling on Texas Republicans to call a special legislative session to redraw our congressional maps. 5 years before the next census. To fully understand just how crazy that is, here's how redistricting is supposed to work. Every 10 years, we get new census data that tells us how many people live where. Then politicians redraw congressional district lines. They're supposed to ensure that every district has about the same number of people living there and reflects the communities in that district. But in Texas, where Republicans control the legislature, they draw unfair lines to help elect more Republicans. Redrawing maps mid-decade now means that Republicans are once again changing the rules in the middle of.
So one of the ways that one of the things that Republicans in Texas are saying now is they're taking districts that like have like a higher black population, and they're saying, oh, well, this wasn't fair. This district is obviously going to vote blue, so we need to change how this district is drawn. The reason those districts were drawn with like a higher black population is because Republicans said this district is going to vote blue. So let's put them all in one district. And that way they can only affect one district. So that's why you have these weird, like gerrymandered, like no shape you've ever seen before type districts in Texas, because the Republicans have been trying to like mitigate the population changes. And so when you have an area that's maybe not as diverse, you're gonna try and keep that area, if it's blue, isolated. You don't want any of that blue to creep into your red. You don't want to have any contested elections in these red districts. So it's fucking crazy that what they've already done is they've already taken a population that is not nearly as Republican as it would look like when you look at the total number of seats. They've already done that, and now they're saying we have to do it even more in order to stay in power. That's how unpopular Republicans are becoming. They legitimately, every 5 years, have to change the map so that they can try and stay in power there in Texas.
The game. Rigging the system to protect their power by jamming as many Democratic voters into as few districts as possible. The last time they tried this was in 2003, when over 60 Democrats fled the state to try to prevent what was happening. They stayed away for over a month because that's how serious a threat mid-decade redistricting is. And now Trump is pulling the same stunt demanding another mid-decade redistricting. They already screwed over Texas Democrats 5 years ago during the regular redistricting process, and those maps are in the courts today being fought over for gerrymandering. But now their policies are unpopular.
Yeah, Kyle, it happened in 2020. It was the right time to do it because you do it every 10 years. So you do the census every 10 years, and then you reevaluate based on census data if your districts are drawn in a favorable way. The idea is that each district ideally should have roughly the same amount of people in it. That way the representation is equal, right? So if you have, for example, if you have a lot of people move out of Dallas and they move to West Texas, and you have a significant change in population, you need to know about that. So that that your representation is fair. So every 10 years, they take the census data and they come together as a congressional body and they say, what changes are there changes we need to make? Is this fair? Do we need to redraw any of this districts to either bring in people or cut people out? But they're doing it after 5 years because they need it. We showed the data yesterday. Like it is close. Like control of the House is going to be close. Republicans have a slight edge with like generic ballot candidates. We'll see. They don't tend to put up generic ballot candidates in every place. That cost them in Arizona. But Republicans need to keep that buffer. Like Trump, what Trump is doing and what Trump has done in many instances is absolutely something that you can impeach a president for. Multiple times he has done things that you could absolutely impeach a president for. First and foremost is his crypto scam. Like he's openly taking bribes through a crypto scam. So he can't have the House fall in Democratic control. Otherwise, he's locked up in his third impeachment, which is going to happen. He's going to be impeached if Democrats gain control of the House. And if they somehow can gain control of the Senate, who knows? But Trump is trying to avoid that. So what do? They have to cheat. They have to change the rules in the middle of the game and try and move people around so that Trump can get 5 new seats and protect himself against being impeached.
And they're losing voters. And instead of shifting their policies to try to win back voters, they're trying to rewrite the rules of the game so that they can keep control of the United States House. That's not about representation or democracy. It's about control. It's about power. And when politicians rewrite the rules to try to serve themselves, it's our job to hold them accountable. Texans should decide our elections, not Donald Trump.
See, this is the thing, Michelle. Like, you guys are you're fucking brain dead, Michelle. I don't know what to tell you. You don't know what this fucking story is. California is not in the middle of a census, like 5 years after the census, redrawing their maps. Yes, states redraw maps every 10 years, every state, Democrat and Republican. And yes, Democrats gerrymander, and yes, Republicans gerrymander. This isn't the same, Michelle. It's not the same. This is in the middle. This is 5 years later. This is not the same. You have to show me California doing this exact thing for it to be the same. This is called bias. This is called cognitive dissonance. You are hearing things that are new to you, and it's your side that's doing it. And so rather than say, I wonder if this is different, or I wonder if this is new, without any data at all, it takes no data, Michelle, for you to draw the conclusion that the reason Republicans are doing this is because Democrats have done it. You have no idea if that's true, do you? That's called cognitive dissonance. This is cult behavior. This is high demand religion behavior. You hear something, it doesn't line with the person that you support, so you throw it the fuck away and you make up an excuse without knowing what the answer is. That's why it's super easy to control you guys. Super, super easy. All right. Let's go to here's Maria Salazar, GOP rep. They have resorted the handful of Republicans who have a conscience at all have resorted to publicly filleting Donald Trump and telling him how great he is and begging him with like a series of compliments to just do something that isn't inhumane.
President Trump.
This is a Republican, by the way. This is Mike Lawler behind, too. Also a Republican. 2 Republicans here.
Sir, the same God who saved you from death in Pennsylvania 1 year ago and who put you back in the Oval Office against all odds is the same God Almighty who millions and millions are begging to for some type of dignity, not amnesty. Sir, I believe that you could be for immigration what Lincoln was for slavery and Reagan was for communism. You are a businessman who understands our economy needs a reliable working force in areas where other Americans don't participate. You stopped Iran on its tracks. You stopped China from eating our lunch. You took the economic oxygen away from Maduro, and you signed the BBB the day that you said you were going to sign it. You have been called to do this, to fix this 40-year mess with just one signature, yours. Human dignity is one of the 7 pillars of American conservatism.
No, it's not. No,
President,
first of all, no, it's not. It's gone. We're not doing human dignity anymore. All of this glazing, all of it. You are so wonderful. Yeah, like you ever hear like a Christian prayer, like a born again Christian prayer? Dear God, we love you, God. You're the best God. You're the greatest God. No other God could be better than you. God, you just do all the great things, God. We love you so much. We're grateful, God. We're grateful for our trials, God, our tribulations, God. Yes, Lord Jesus, Lord, we're so thankful. That's how she's speaking. She listed off fucking 15 accomplishments just so that she can ask him for one simple humane thing.
the eye of history is upon us. Some of the most shameful moments in our past as a country relates to how we have treated immigrants who are not criminals. And we are in one of those moments. If we get this wrong, future generations will pay the price in shame. But if we get it right, the United States will continue to lead.
Jack, these are Republicans, you dumb dipshit.
Nobody cares what she says. She's just a demon Nazi propagandist. She's a Republican. This is a Republican. This is also a Republican. Sorry.
In liberty, and you will have been the commander-in-chief. It's in your hands, Mr. President. May the Lord guide you.
He watched that and said, shut the fuck up, Salazar. Shut up. We don't care. We don't care about any of this. We're not going to be kind. They want amnesty makes sense. Everybody knows amnesty makes sense. Everybody knows amnesty is the best option. It makes the most economic sense. It makes the most sense for business growth. It makes the most sense just like on a humane level. But we got all these fake fucking Christians in here. You guys are actually just Nazis, like hiding behind Christianity. Like, fuck those immigrants, man. They broke the law. Fuck them. Put them in cages. Send them back. Throw them in prison for life. We're Christians. No, you're fucking Nazis, and you know that you're Nazis. You're just hiding behind Christianity. You only like the parts of Christianity where you get to demonize people. Here's a story from a U.S. citizen who was detained by ICE. This is his story. This is, I'm trying to remember his name now. I think they'll say it here. I should have written it down. This is somebody who was just doing their job, working his security job, and it appears that his only crime was that he looked Hispanic. And so he was arrested by people who aren't allowed to arrest him. ICE is not allowed to arrest and detain United States citizens. That's silly. But they do it anyways, and Republicans don't care because the rights of American citizens don't matter as long as we're going after immigrants.
Will you first tell me just...
Charlie, go fuck yourself. Every time you guys tell me to stop swearing, I'm going to tell you to get fucked. Clary, peace, get fucked.
Just what it was like the moment when you realized what was happening at this farm. You work for a third-party contractor, you're security guard at this farm. And just describe, did you realize when all these folks roll up that was ICE?
My first thoughts were in shock. I was in disbelief that all this was happen. Honestly, I thought it wouldn't be a problem to go to work as long as I did nothing wrong, as long as I identified myself, who I was. And clearly it didn't matter if I was a citizen or if I was a veteran or if I identified who I was at all. It didn't matter to them.
Tell me about the moment when you're in your car amongst this chaos, when you actually get apprehended by ICE, and what you said to them.
When I was getting apprehended, then they were banging on my window to leave or to get out. There was multiple officers telling me to do different things. Some were telling me to keep reversing. Some were banging on my windshield to get out. And I was trying to tell them, like, I'm leaving. Like, I'll get out of here. Like, I don't want any problems. I'm trying to reverse. I can't breathe because of the tear gas in my car. I can't reverse. I can't continue to reverse while there's protesters behind me. And you guys are banging on my window and just surrounding my car. And they didn't care. They continued to bang. They ignored everything I said. And they broke my window and they dragged me out.
Did you tell them you're a citizen?
I did. That was the first thing I mentioned when I pulled up to where they were all lined up. I got out my car, and that was the first thing I let them know was I'm a citizen. I'm just trying to go to work. I'm just trying to get to work.
By the way, veteran, too. I forgot the part that not only a citizen, but a veteran. Look at all you little cucks. This is why you carry your ID. You want to live in a police state. This is why I say that you, those of you who are saying this are Nazis. A lot of you are. You want the government, big daddy government, to come in heavy-handed. You think that you want to live in a country where the police can just show up and be like, give me your ID now, and you have to give it to them? You want to live in that country? You want to live in a country where you're just allowed to be, like, they can detain you for just sitting in your fucking car? Yeah, well, they gotta get to illegal immigrants. We can trample on the rights of American citizens, American veterans, so that we can get after these illegal immigrants who are doing the awful crime of fucking working. They're just out there working. Oh, no! Not work! How will we survive? We better take away the rights of the citizens because all these evil immigrants are out here working in the fields. How will we survive them working in the fields? We must hand over our rights, bend over and give it to me harder, Daddy.
Did you tell them you were a veteran?
I did. I also let them know that I was a veteran and I wasn't doing anything wrong, that I'm just trying to get to work. I'm not trying to protest them. I'm not trying to fight them. I'm just a man trying to get to work.
It's ironic to watch Republicans like say respect the police. I'm sorry. Does respect mean just let people do whatever they want to you? Is that what respect means? So if I come like let's say I'm a police officer, can I just come up and slap you in the face? Is that respect? Is that what I do think that for some of you, like that's what respect is. Respect is submission. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Mommy. Tell me what to do, Daddy. Come on, Mommy. Tell me what to do. I'm submissive. Look at me. I'm ready. I think that's what most of you are. Like you just have like daddy issues. They have a uniform on. Submit to them. Do what they tell you to do. The police are the good guys. They won't ever do anything bad. Hand your rights away. It's okay. Everything will be just fine.
Work.
A bunch of cucks over here. Let me read some of these from Jen. Jamar said, I have a bruise on the other side of my hand from defiling myself. Alyssa says, it's aggressive, Jamar. A large part of the problem is that Christians have confused obedience with morality. Their own God is immoral under their own worldview, yet they ignore that part and point the finger at everybody else. Yeah. Anybody who acts like Jesus acted in the New Testament is going to be called a communist and a socialist and a democrat. Tim, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for the support, guys. Ty said, in your opinion, what happens after Trump? Where do they go? I think it kind of depends on how the Trump thing ends. If Trump just loses, or not loses, excuse me, just ends his term and then he leaves office, I think that he will still be very powerful. I think that you can't win the GOP nomination for president without Trump's endorsement. When he dies, it's going to be chaos. This is like every cult, when the leader, the unifying figure dies, it splinters. There's not a single one. There's not a single one that doesn't. You look at Mormonism. Like when Joseph Smith was murdered, his family created their own church. And Brigham Young said, no, I'm in charge. And he took people west. And then there were Oliver Cowdery was another member, leader of the church. He started his own church. Every time one of these like cults falls apart, there's this power vacuum, and a bunch of people kind of scramble to fill that void. And then it's confusing. Because the reality is, like, you guys don't have principles that you can unite around. There's not like a defined doctrine or like conservative doctrine, especially with Donald Trump, because there's nothing conservative about him. He's just a hateful pro-billionaire president. And so you guys like him for the hate, and you let him just like give all your money to billionaires. And so whoever comes in is going to have to be as popular as Trump. And they're going to have to be able to lie right to your face over and over and over again and never back down. Even when they're caught in a lie, they can't back down. That's a hard thing for normal human beings to do. Most human beings have like a line that they can't cross, or a line where it's obvious they can't cross, then they get uncomfortable, and eventually it becomes so apparent that they're lying that they kind of just like fall apart. Trump doesn't have that. Trump is still lying about shit to your face that you know he's lying about. You all know he fucked Stormy Daniels. Everybody knows it. Still lies about it. Everybody knows he lost in 2020. Still lies about it. He never stopped lying about Obama's birth certificate. This guy lies about everything. And there's things that you know he's lying about. You don't fucking care. I think the perfect example is tariffs. You all know who pays tariffs. And it's not foreign countries. And every time Donald Trump talks about tariffs, he says that China paid the tariffs, and they don't. But you don't care because he is a cult leader. And you can't even bring yourself to say, like, that's wrong. You just ignore it. You just pretend it doesn't happen. Most people can't do that. So you're going to have this power vacuum. You're going to have, and it's going to be confusing. Like, I know a lot of people think it's J.D. Vance next, and it might be J.D. Vance next. But J.D. Vance is literally bought and paid for by fucking Peter Thiel. And just Peter Thiel, who wants to end democracy and do like this weird like Christian nationalism. But I don't even understand how you guys would side with that, because Peter Thiel's gay. So I don't know how you're going to do Christian nationalism led by a gay guy, because you guys don't approve of that. So you're going to have a whole movement that's led by dark money from Peter Thiel. With J.D. Vance, I don't know. J.D. Vance will have a lot of money backing him. He'll have all the tech bros, all the, just literally the deep state will be backing J.D. Vance. It's going to be all the security contractors. It's going to be all the weapons manufacturers. It's going to be all the people who want to drag us into war every day. It's going to be all the people that want the United States to be a surveillance state, to watch every move. They're going to monitor your internet access. They're going to heavily regulate what you can and cannot say, what you can and cannot do. It'll be a police state. And the same people here that are like, I love freedom, I love America, you're just gonna bend over and you're gonna take it. And you're like, this is true freedom. True freedom is not having to have anybody around me who doesn't believe in my sky daddy. And the reality is, like, that's such bitch shit. That is just such bitch shit. You guys are the biggest bunch of fucking pussies. You just take it. Take it. I'm uncomfortable with people who are different than me, so I'm going to vote for people who put us into a police state. I want the government reading every text message I send. I want the government reading all my emails. I want the government tracking me. You guys went from COVID is putting trackers in you to please track me harder, daddy. Like, you don't even have to put it in me. I'll just voluntarily let you track me. We're selling all of our data. They've sold out everything. They've sold out every bit of data that you have. Everything that is private, they are selling out right now. And then they're buying whatever they don't have. They're just out there buying from security contractors so that they can follow your every move. Tread on me harder, daddy. Yeah, I mean, you guys are just bitches, man. What happened to you? What happened to you tough, freedom-loving patriots? When did you become such fucking bitches? Because Trump, that's it. You just got beaten into submission. Trump's like, do you do what I say? And you're like, well, maybe. And he's like, do it. And you're like, all right, I'll do it. And now you just all sound like dumbasses, like spouting off obvious lies over and over and over. This economic structure is really working for us. We're so happy about the tax breaks. You didn't get a tax break. You got a tax increase, but the rich people got a tax break, and you're out. We did it. We're going to save so much money. We're going to be so much more rich. Inflation starts going up. It's not going up. It's going down. On the day that inflation went up, Trump literally went out and tweeted, inflation is way down. And you guys are like, look, it's down. Just because he said it. That was it. He said it. He's wrong. There's no data to back that up. It went up. And he's like, it went down. And most of you are like, yeah, it must have went down then. Because Trump said it went down. Today they had a hearing on confirming Emile Beauvais or Bove. I thought it was Beauvais. I'm hearing Bove now all the time. This is one of Trump's choices to sit as a judge with a lifetime appointment in the federal courts. This is somebody who has said, fuck judges' orders. This is a Trump loyalist. This is somebody who has been supportive of the attackers on January 6th. He's a yes man, cuck boy, which is what you guys like. So naturally, you're all going to support him because he does what Daddy Trump says too. Here's Cory Booker simply explaining that the American people probably need to know the extent of Emile Beauvais' involvement in withholding the Epstein files. The one thing you need to know about Emile Beauvais is he's been working in the Justice Department. He's been working hand in hand with Pam Bondi to cover up the Epstein files, to make sure that you don't get the truth about the Epstein files. And now you're going to vote for him? Like, we love people who don't tell us the truth. Give them a position of power with a lifetime appointment, please.
I've wrote a letter directly to Emile Beauvais today about his role in withholding the Epstein files from the American people. This is a portion of the letter. Mr. Beauvais, you held a key decision-making role at the DOJ since the beginning of this administration. In light of the significant public interest in the Epstein files and the Trump DOJ and the FBI's shifting positions on transparency and public disclosure, records and information relating to your participation in this matter are relevant to the Senate Judiciary Committee's on.
Inflation is up by 0.3%. Are you crazy? I must be crazy. Because I swear to God, Trump told me it went down. I swear to God, he said it went down. So it must be me that's crazy.
Ongoing review of your nomination to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. Your involvement in the DOJ's review of the Epstein files is a matter of significant public importance given the contradictory statements by Attorney General Bondi concerning the existence of an Epstein, quote, client list and DOJ's stated commitment to transparency. Furthermore, it warrants scrutiny whether the DOJ intentionally withheld evidence related to the trafficking and sexual abuse of minors to protect certain individuals.
Yeah, this was interesting. So 2 hours after that, Alan Dershowitz, also credibly accused of being a sexual predator, the attorney for Jeffrey Epstein, sends out a letter like, I support this guy. Please put in the judge that is covering up my crimes. Please. He's so good at his job. Please put in the guy who's helping cover up my crimes. Bro, come on. You're better than this. I swear to God, you have to be better than this. You have to be better than this. They are lying to you, and you all fucking know they're lying about Epstein. You all know it. They're lying about, they either lied about what was there, or they're lying about it now. But either way, they're not showing you, so you can't figure it out. They won't even show you what they're covering up. They're just like, trust us. And you're like, okay, yeah, that sounds right. I think I should just trust you. All the people involved in Epstein, all the people that have been involved in covering up his crimes forever, they're in this fucking administration, and you're trying to give them lifetime appointments as a judge. They covered up the most prominent child abuser in this country, in probably the history of this country. They covered it up, and now they're being put in positions of power with lifetime appointments, and you're like, yeah, trust Trump, guys. Got to trust the process. He's doing this to protect children, obviously. All right. There's the letter from Dershowitz. You can read it. It's basically just like, he was a really good prosecutor. 900, that's right, 900 plus former Justice Department employees wrote a letter to members of Congress specifically saying Emile Beauvais has been a leader in this assault on justice. It says, we, the undersigned, proudly defended the rule of law as attorneys at the U.S. Department of Justice. We are all alarmed by DOJ's leadership's recent deviations from constitutional principles and institutional guardrails. We also share a grave concern over the senseless attacks on the dedicated career employees who are the backbone of the department. Emile Beauvais has been a leader in this assault. Despite that, he now stands before you as a nominee for a lifetime seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. That might be right. We're going to leave that as circus. We ask that before the Judiciary Committee votes on this nomination, you rigorously examine the actions Mr. Beauvais has taken at the DOJ and the effects they've had on the department's integrity, employees, and mission-critical work. It is intolerable to us that anyone who disgraces the Justice Department would be promoted to one of the highest courts in the land, as it should be intolerable to anyone committed to maintaining our ordered system of justice. Few actions could undermine the rule of law more than a senior executive branch official flouting another branch's authority. But that is exactly what Mr. Beauvais allegedly did through his involvement in the DOJ's defiance of court orders, as described by former senior DOJ attorney Reveni, in his whistleblower disclosure, the details of which are supported by contemporaneous communications between department and attorneys. Such behavior, if substantiated, should not be countenanced. What we're talking about here is him legitimately instructing people at the DOJ, fuck the courts. Don't listen to what the courts say. How can we promote a person who says, fuck the courts, fuck whatever the courts say, and then put that person on the courts? He doesn't even believe in the power of those courts. How do we trust this person? And you guys, there's a million other options. There's not going to be a single Trump appointee for the courts that the Democrats are not going to oppose. I'm granting you that. They're probably going to, you're still going to get them passed. Democrats have already passed many of Trump's nominations with bipartisan support. So they're going to be criticized. But you can't come up with somebody, you can't come up with anybody else who hasn't said fuck the courts, fuck what they say, tell them to fuck off. By the way, these are his words, not mine. So sorry to the Christians here. Those of you that were whining about my language, it's what he said. He basically said, tell the courts to fuck off. And we're going to put a guy who doesn't respect the courts in the position of where he's supposed to be respected. You should never put a yes man in a judicial position. This is clearly a yes man. We're stacking the courts with forget like Trump loyalists. Forget the part where like I think Trump's doing this to accomplish his agenda, but also to protect himself. Forget all of that. They can never be viewed as impartial. The damage that Trump has done to this country and to you who are here that repeat the same dumb fucking shit every day, where we don't trust the courts, we don't trust the news, we literally don't trust anybody. You guys only trust Trump. You can't trust your own attorney general. You can't trust your own eyes. You can't trust courts. You can't trust the Supreme Court. You can't trust anybody but Donald Trump. That's what he has created. That's the monster that we're going to have to undo going backwards. We're now in a scenario where the only person you guys are allowed to trust is Trump. And most of you choose to only trust Trump. I'm not still in Utah, Courtney. I left. I went south to Arizona. Man, for somebody who escaped a cult and saw what happens when a bad leader is leading the cult, you guys are pretty fucking self-unaware. You know that what I'm saying is absolutely true. Tell me what you disagree with Trump about. Tell me when Trump was wrong. I don't think you can say it. I honestly don't think you know. All right. I'm going to skip that. It's at 11. Check messages from Jen. Chris, it says, speaking of dignity, lady, where's yours? Yikes. There is no more dignity left in this GOP. It has become like get on your knees and beg Donald Trump for mercy. I don't know. Like I don't think I could like explain how uncomfortable that made me to watch. What was her name? Was it Salazar? Is that her name? Yeah, Maria Salazar. Just sitting in front of a microphone, like openly worshiping Donald Trump to try and convince him to do something that showed just a little bit of humanity. Judith said, thanks for keeping me sane. Thank you, Judith. We hate the president. And I don't even care if we hate the president. I don't understand. I don't understand waking up in the morning and just like taking a side and you're like, whatever happens today, I'm going to defend this side. And you can accuse Democrats of doing that too. You can't accuse me of that though. I clearly don't have a side here, other than Donald Trump's a dipshit, and you guys need to figure that out. You're going to be embarrassed. Like years down the road, you're going to be so embarrassed when your kids are like, wait, you believed this? Wait, hold on. He staged a coup? They attacked. Wait, you're telling me that these people went down to the Capitol and they beat the shit out of cops and they broke in and they were trying to kill Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence and they were chanting that. And you're going to tell me that you watched all of that happen and you determined that they were in the right and then you chose to vote for that guy again? That's what they're all going to ask you. And you're like, yeah, well, you don't really understand. You see, the political climate at that point, they were all lying. And so that was actually Antifa that attacked the Capitol, and it wasn't the Trump supporters. Oh, so why did he pardon Antifa? Well, not all of them were Antifa, but he pardoned all of them. So did he pardon Antifa? Well, it's complicated. It's just complicated. The thing was, is that we had a choice between this communist Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And they're like, wait, Joe Biden was a communist? You're like, yeah, he was a communist. And they're like, all right, let me look at Joe Biden's record. Oh, he kept Trump's tax cuts in place? He invested in infrastructure? It didn't seem like a communist, really. Wait, did he increase the taxes on rich people? Oh, no, he left them exactly the same? Oh, yeah, he doesn't seem like much of a communist, does he? Well, he would have been if he got 4 more years. Oh, it's 4 more years. Yeah, that's why we had to do, because Kamala was also a communist. Oh, Kamala Harris was a communist? Yeah, she was a communist. Oh, that's why she took all these meetings with like the 1%, like the banking CEOs, and she didn't do that publicly, and she wouldn't tell you about the conversations they had behind closed doors. Yeah, total communist move to cozy up to big business. Like, it's going to be impossible for you to explain this to anybody in the future how you supported this guy. What are you going to say? Well, he built the wall? I didn't build the wall either. Well, he had the greatest economic performance of any president ever, and then they're going to go and they're going to look and they're going to be like, wait, so he must have had massive GDP. Oh, no, he didn't have massive GDP. Well, we must have we must have increased the rate in which we were getting receipts. Oh, no, he didn't do that either. Oh, well, we must have had a bunch of trade deals that brought in massive amounts to this country, and the middle class must have exploded under him. Oh, it didn't? It shrunk? The middle class shrunk? Oh, so just rich people got richer? You're not going to be able to explain any of this, ever. And what you're going to do, like 10 years from now, you'll be like, but what about Joe Biden? And they'll be like, I don't know. I'm not asking you about Joe Biden. I'm asking you about Trump. You'll be like, well, Joe Biden. You don't have any arguments here, folks. I ask you every day. By the way, just a reminder that we allow you to come up and talk. That username, the Venmo username, is also Jen's Discord username. The challenge is, I want anybody to come up here and tell me the accomplishments of Donald Trump. I want you to tell me what 10 years from now you'll be bragging about. And then I'm going to pull up the data because I have this extra screen here, and we're going to look at the data. And we're going to decide. We could do it fucking right now. Tell me in the chat, what did Donald Trump accomplish? What has Donald Trump accomplished here? Democrats have a 19% approval rating. Joe Biden sucks. What has he accomplished? I'll give you guys a chance. This is in preparation for when your grandkids realize you're a fucking dipshit. You need to have some answers ready. See, they want to talk about Biden. Where are we at? They can't defend Trump without mentioning Biden. That's true. Most American, it's okay for a Democrat to do it, but when a Republican, see, they're just playing they're literally just repeating whataboutism. It's okay for a Democrat to do it, but a Republican does the same thing the world does. No, I want you to know I want you to tell me what he accomplished. When they go buy a Bugatti, they use it as a tax write-off. That's not you. Let's see. Nor ever any decent thing they've ever done once in history. Let's see. Where are you guys? God damn, nothing? Most Big Macs eaten, that could be true. It's going to be hard to find numbers on that. That could be true, alter ego. Did they all leave right now? Billions in cuts. What did he cut? So when you now here's what I want you to do. So when you 10 years from now you say billions in cuts, and your kids are going to go, okay, so you mean like deficit spending went down? And you're going to go, no, it went up. Actually, deficit spending went up. Because what he did is he cut billions of dollars in one place, and then he spent it somewhere else. And we took in less money. That's going to be tough to explain. Tough Luck's just out here. He's clinging for his whataboutism life. What have Democrats done? I asked you a question, you dumb bitch. What did they do? What's he done? Look how fucking hard this is for them. Look how fucking tax cuts. You didn't get tax cuts. I'm sorry. Did your tax change? Your tax status change? You're in the same tax brackets. They didn't lower that, did they? You're still in the same tax bracket. Billions spent to find billions of cuts. Goddamn. Love Trump. Go get a life. Got DEI the fuck out of government. Okay, so then your kids are going to go, what's DEI? Lowest border apprehension in 4 years. Kept middle class from tax increase. Yeah. They could have, they kept middle class from tax increase. Did Joe Biden raise the middle class tax? No, that was going to stay no matter what. It had nothing to do with Donald Trump. 121 billion in revenue from tariffs. Yeah, but while our deficit spending is going down, so once again, that's like saying like, I spent $1 million this year, and your kids are like, why'd you spend $1 million? We have $1 million in debt. And you're like, but I did make $80,000 this year. They're like, well, we don't fucking care. We're still in debt. Employment is up. Inflation is down. Wrong. Inflation is up, you silly, silly sausage. This is tough for you guys, isn't it? It's pretty tough for you, isn't it, to define what he actually did, especially in the big picture. We're struggling, aren't we? All right, I just want to point out that all your grandkids are going to think you were stupid. And if I were you, I'd work on it. But if you'd like to come up and discuss this, you're welcome to come up and discuss it, and we'll look at charts and graphs. Lee says, I thoroughly appreciate your thoughtful messaging. Thank you. Admittedly, it's a little snarky today. On to Epstein. Here's Trump's new lie, which is insane. Here's what Trump is now trying to convince you to believe.
On Epstein, the Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on that.
What? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein. Okay. On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden we went.
All right, so I think, if I remember correctly, the Epstein case was in Florida. Then the Epstein case happened under Trump. Like, if Trump's saying it was made up by Comey, that's like during his administration. Now he's just going to tell you that they're all made up. So now Trump's laying the groundwork for Pam Bondi to give you only what doesn't look bad. And he's going to say, well, she's only allowed to give you the credible stuff. Who determines what's credible? You just have to trust him, right? Now he's like, well, if we do release something, it'll only be the credible stuff. So if there's anything about me, that's obviously not credible. If there's anything about Alan Dershowitz, it's obviously not credible. Anything that implicates me or any of my friends is not credible. This is the Twitter files all over again, where Elon Musk's like, hey, Matt Taibbi, here's the information I'm willing to give you. You can look through this information. I'm not going to give you all the information. I'm not going to give you access to everything. I'm going to give you a select amount of information that I have carefully cultivated. Go report on this. And then he comes out and he's like, ugh. If you remember in Congress, Matt Taibbi was up in front of Congress and he's like, the people from the Biden administration were putting pressure on Facebook and Twitter to take down misinformation. And somebody said, was there anybody from the Biden administration who directly told somebody to take down information? And he's like, no, nobody ever directly told anybody to take down information. He said, was there ever any evidence of anybody from our government telling somebody to take down information? And Matt Taibbi's like, no. And they're like, okay, but what about this time when the Trump administration reached out to Twitter and said, you have to take down the tweet that called Trump a pussy-ass bitch? And Matt Taibbi said, oh, shit, I didn't have that. They didn't give me that. I didn't know about that. They literally hid information from Matt Taibbi and then let him report on like this small amount of information and then sold it to you dipshits like it was the whole fucking source.
Oh, they gave Matt Taibbi an unfettered access to Twitter, and this is what he came up with.
No, they gave him a narrative and they said, work within our narrative. And they didn't even tell him that the Trump administration was demanding that they take down tweets. And he didn't know that because they didn't give him that information. They only gave him the information they wanted. And now Trump, who has learned from this, because this is every bit of information you guys have on Trump is like part of the picture. When you get confused when you're like, what Democrats, they always focus on we have the whole picture on all of Trump's crimes and you don't. And now they're going to rerun it. They're just like, our base is so goddamn dumb that if we just give them a narrative, they'll run with it and they won't question it. So now Trump, who obviously is in he's on the flight logs, he's on the phone call, or he's on the phone logs. He's obviously, his name is going to show up a lot. And RFK's name is going to show up a lot. And Dershowitz's name is going to show up a lot. And they're going to release it. And it'll just be shit that doesn't tie to Trump. They're just going to release anything that isn't tied to Trump and his friends. And then they're going to be like, oh, well, this stuff was credible, but the stuff against me isn't credible, which is why you can't see it. The most transparent administration in history says, just trust me, dude. Just trust me on this. We're not going to release everything, just the credible stuff.
Through years of that, with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
I know this how, Ally Star, because that's what they do every fucking time. Every fucking time. My sources are every fucking investigation. The Russia hoax wasn't a hoax. People went to jail. People pled guilty. That's how I know. I know because you guys still don't know the story about Ukraine. You still think that the story about Ukraine, that Trump was well within his rights. He wasn't. He absolutely broke the law. The president cannot, it's called the Impoundment Act. The president doesn't get to take congressionally appropriated funds and do them, hold them for however long he wants and use them for whatever the fuck he wants. It's called the Impoundment Act, and he was in violation of the Impoundment Act when it came to Ukraine, but you didn't know that. And you guys still think that the reason the prosecutor in Ukraine was fired is because he was investigating Burisma. You don't know that he was fired because he refused to investigate Burisma and other companies. You guys don't know the truth about anything. That's how I know they're going to lie, because they lie to you every fucking time. They still lie to you when they say that Nancy Pelosi was in charge of Capitol Police and that the reason the National Guard didn't come in on January 6th is because Muriel Bowser never requested the National Guard. And what you're going to find out is that Muriel Bowser did request the National Guard, and it was approved. And on January 6th, the National Guard was under the control of Ryan McCarthy, and Donald Trump through the military. They had already given the request, and they still tell you that Trump, somehow they have convinced you that the commander-in-chief, the guy over our military, and the guy that directly oversees the DC National Guard somehow didn't have the authority to call in the National Guard, but Nancy Pelosi, the third in line to president, did. Trump didn't have it. Mike Pence, who was trying to call in the National Guard, didn't have the authority, but somehow Nancy Pelosi did. I know that they're going to lie because they always fucking lie, because you guys are so intellectually lazy that you don't know the truth about anything. This is why we get so fucking frustrated with you, because Donald Trump lies to you and you just eat it up. Did Ted Cruz's dad participate in the JFK assassination? No. Did Donald Trump say he did? Yes. Did Ted Cruz cheat in the Iowa primaries to beat Donald Trump? No. Did Donald Trump say he did? Yes. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? Yes. Was there any voter fraud in Arizona? No. How do we know that? 5 fucking times the Republicans have audited the election in my state, in Arizona, and all five have been done by Republicans, and all 5 concluded that there was no election fraud, that the election was correctly called for Joe Biden. And yet, you will still say that it was stolen because he tells you. That's how I know he's going to lie. I know he's going to lie because he said he would release the files, and now he's not. I know he's going to lie because Pam Bondi said there was a truckload of documents that they were going to go through and release, and now they're not. The question is, like, at what point are you going to allow yourself to, or are you going to stop yourself from being lied to? Every fucking day, he lies to your face. What's a fucking tariff? It's a tax on American people. When you import something, you pay a tariff. It's a fucking tax. It goes to CBP. And this dumb bitch every day shows up and goes, actually, China pays it. No, they don't. He lies every day and you eat it up. That's how I know. And I know you're going to believe it because you're too chicken shit to admit that you've been lied to for 8 straight fucking years. You know I'm right. You know goddamn well that China has never paid a tariff. Not once. And he still says it. Every fucking day he says it. And you know that he's lying. And you go along with it. Why? Because you're bitches. And so you're going to go along with this because you're bitches. Because he goes, you're weak if you believe that, you're weak if you hold me to my promises. And you're like, that's a good point, Donald. I am being very weak by saying that you promised something and now you're not delivering it, so I'm therefore weak. That's how I fucking know. We all know. You know, I know, everybody in this fucking room knows. Everybody watching this knows that this dumb bitch lies to you. Every fucking day. You just don't care because you're in a fucking cult. We all know you're all gonna look like dipshits 10 years from now, and you know it because I asked you 20 minutes ago. Please, with data, explain to me something Donald Trump did, and you're like, why don't you talk about Democrats instead? You're in like the world's dumbest fucking cult, like the most obvious cult that I've ever seen. And you just, every day you show up, you're like, I don't care if I'm being lied to. I'm going to suck his dick. And then you do, which is gross, by the way, because you know that shit doesn't get hard. It's just a limp, probably makeup, like concealer all over it. And you do it every day. That's how we know. I know your answers every time. Every time I share a story, I can predict what you guys are about to say. Let's do it again. What's my next one? Let's see. All right, here we go. This is about, this next clip is Scott Jennings trying to defend why Donald Trump and this administration fired James Comey's daughter. And what you guys are going to say now is you're going to say that James Comey's a traitor. You're going to say that James Comey hates Trump. And you're also going to point out that this is on CNN, so it's fake news. All you are going to do when I show you this next clip is smear the Comeys and smear CNN. That's all you're going to do here. Here's the clip.
Going after the administration.
Actually, last you checked was what, like a week ago or 10 days ago, when Trump announced, when it was announced that they were going to be investigating James Comey and Brennan as part of what I think is a distraction strategy. And today or yesterday, Trump blamed Comey for having put together this, what he's calling the Epstein hoax, despite the fact that it precedes Comey.
It's also
boom. All Ali Stargrowly. CNN's a joke. Did we fucking call it? It is fake news. Did I fucking call it? Did I fucking call it? You guys, it's like a fucking script. CNN fake news. It's crazy. This is fucking crazy. We always know. How the fuck do you think I always know what you're gonna say? Because you're programmed. Every one of you. You're the easiest people to understand. It is not that hard. You have nothing, and it's easy to understand you because you have nothing to say. You have no plan. It's just the same shit every day for 9 straight years. I've heard the same shit from you.
I mean, I don't know. Seems like really bad timing to fire the person who prosecuted Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. just seems like poor timing. I don't know.
The list is about to be is supposed to be released, so they fire the person that prosecuted this crime. Now what they're going to say? Now they're going to say, well, James Comey's corrupt, or they're going to be like, well, she lost the P. Diddy case. That's going to be their response now.
I'm looking at you, brother.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Look, I don't know. I mean, she's no more entitled to this job than anybody else is, and if she's so great, the next president can hire her, and maybe they will. And he can hire and fire whoever he wants. I don't know how good at her job. I mean, did she do a good job on P. Diddy? I don't know. I mean, does it seem like that went well? Looked like it didn't go very well to me. So, I don't know.
I mean, the idea that because she didn't get a complete conviction, she got somewhat of a conviction in P. Diddy.
Barely. The dude was grinning at the end. Well, that's not a good case.
But you don't fire prosecutors.
Resume, I went after P. Diddy, and that's not what you'd put on your resume. It was.
I would argue that actually it's pretty impressive that they got any conviction over Diddy. Sexual assault claims are really fucking hard to prove because you don't have a lot of evidence most of the time. Sexual abuse claims are really fucking difficult, especially when those claims are also regarding a very wealthy, very famous person. I would argue that the fact that she got a conviction at all, any type of conviction, shows that she did well. Look how hard it's been to get even like Harvey Weinstein, like some of these obvious people. Look how hard it was to convict Jeffrey Epstein. Like, what are we doing here? I would argue she's not very good. She got Diddy. Well, she also got Epstein, right? That's pretty fucking good, wasn't it? No, well, she's bad at her job. No, she's Comey. She's James Comey's daughter. James Comey refused to take a loyalty pledge. By the way, Republican James Comey refused to pledge his loyalty to Donald Trump and instead told Trump to his face, I will not be loyal to you. I will be loyal to the Constitution. He handed Trump the election by announcing an investigation into Hillary Clinton, which is actually the only thing he really did procedurally that was wrong. You're not supposed to do, you can't unilaterally go out and announce these investigations. You're supposed to do that in conjunction with the DOJ. He went out and he did it on his own. And if you look at polling, that probably cost Hillary Clinton the election. He helped Donald Trump, but then he refused to cover up Donald Trump's crimes. And that's why we hate him. And that's why you just fired his daughter. But weirdly, at the same time that these files are coming out. And now what'll happen? Let's just say that now she goes out and she's public about about the Epstein trial. Let's just say that now she gets interviewed. Every last one of you is going to say, she's just bitter because she lost her job. She just hates Trump, so she's trying to bury him. Nothing she says will be credible to you. You've already decided you're not going to look at the evidence. No matter what she says, no matter her expertise, you won't believe her because she's James Comey's daughter, because your president is a dipshit fucking toddler who can't take responsibility for anything. And so he blames everybody else for everything. And you guys are dipshit followers. So you will just dipshit along and repeat the fucking line that we're all predicting you're going to do now. We already know what you'll do.
Disaster.
You're not trying to say that that's the reason.
But beyond
no,
Comey's daughter got
she's
fired.
Amazing at this job when the biggest case she just had a moment ago sucked.
But beyond all that, under Article 2, he can hire and fire
anyone he wants.
Anyone he wants.
There are civil service rules for lawyers.
I understand.
And well, I mean, you can laugh, but there are. I know. The Trump administration.
That's the well, he can do what he wants. Yeah, we know, but we're wondering why.
Well, I don't know. Well, I couldn't think of a possible explanation for why he would fire somebody who was who prosecuted the Epstein case and was the daughter of James Comey. I guess the president's just allowed to do it. Yeah, we know he's allowed to do it. We're wondering why he did it. We're trying to figure out the explanation for why he would fire her. Well, he's just allowed to. That is my daddy. I am selling a book right now that's called Sucking Trump's Dick Publicly on CNN every day. I can't remember. I think that's the name of the book. What's Scott Jennings' book name? I think it's How I Suck Trump's Dick. A Revolution of Common Sense. How Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for Western civilization. He's such a fighter. He cares a lot about Western civilization, for sure. He's not a total narcissist that just did this because he wants power. Now, same show. I want to show you this. This is
what's his name? Ferguson. I forget his name. Ben Ferguson. There we go. Host of the Ben Ferguson Show. Really struggling to defend Trump obviously hiding the Epstein files. These are two men who generally are a little bit better at defending what Trump's doing, but there's not really an explanation for this. There's really no explanation for why we're covering up the Epstein files.
Let me play.
Of saying, okay, we exaggerated, we lied, we may have made some stuff up, we were being hyper.
I don't think it depends on who you're saying made it up. I think there was a lot of people
Pam
that were
Bondi.
No. I think there was a lot of people that were led to believe over years and multiple administrations
By
there was
whom,
a lot,
Ben?
Democrats
Led to believe.
and Republicans.
No, hold on.
I can go back and play tape from
hold
CNN
on a second.
of them selling the Epstein files years ago.
But who led them to believe that the Epstein files had incriminating information on their political enemies,
on Democrats? I could do a 20-minute montage of CNN selling it when Joe Biden was the president.
You think that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Charlie Kirk and all those people were influenced by CNN?
I think they're influenced by so many people in deep.
The whataboutism here. You guys, 2 days ago, you guys didn't care. Today, CNN, this is all CNN talked about. The reason this is a big story is because you campaigned on it. All of you, every Republican, J.D. Vance publicly multiple times. Don Jr. The reason Biden didn't release the list is because my dad's not on it. Okay, well, your dad's in office now. Why is he not releasing the list? I'm not going to talk about that anymore. I don't care why he's not releasing the list. Why don't we just move on? J.D. Vance, release the list. Release the list. Now he's in office. We're not worried about that. We've got bigger things to worry about. You can't campaign on something for 8 fucking years. And then when you have the chance to do it and everybody knows that and you promised a month ago, yeah, you're going to have all this information because we're so fucking transparent. And now we're not really that transparent.
And let me just give you one example of one such person. Here's J.D. Vance's tweets in 2021. What possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret? Oh. He also says, if you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try to do your job every once in a while. I mean, he was one of the people.
Yeah, just every once in a while, do your job. Now it's shut the fuck up, journalists. You guys, stop doing your jobs, journalists. We don't like your job anymore.
One of the things who made it seem like it was a government and media conspiracy to protect certain people.
One of the things I find,
I don't envy Scott Jennings' job, and I would be bad at that job because some of us can call balls and strikes. Some of us can point out the flaws on both sides. Scott Jennings isn't one of those because he's out there selling a book, How to Jack Off Donald Trump in paperback. Then here's hey Jen.
Okay. Here, just some announcements.
Okay.
So we've got about an hour and a half left of the show. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific Standard Time. If you look in the top left-hand corner, I think we're a little numbers a little lower than that. About halfway through the gift pool. This is our job. We do this each day, like I mentioned. And how we can keep doing this is through Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats. All of that go towards knocking down the remaining balance of that gift goal. So if you guys could help us knock that out in before 1 o'clock Pacific time, that would be awesome. Later on tonight, we have a member/subscriber only event. So if you're a TikTok or Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, Jay is going to be on a panel debate with a bunch of people. So if you guys want to be a part of that watch party with us and you're not already a subscriber, you might want to hit that subscribe button or join the members on YouTube so that you can join that watch party and not be in that other chat that's pretty feral. So if you want to join us for that, Jim mentioned earlier, if you guys disagree with RTP, you'd like to come talk to him in real time, you don't have to just scream in the comments. How you can do that is if you look at the Venmo, that is my Discord. If you send me a message on Discord, I can bring you up to talk to him in real time if you want to prove him wrong. Check out our link tree. We're on most social media platforms, and we've got merch. Jay's on Cameo, and all these episodes go up on Spotify each day. So that would be fantastic. So yeah, like I mentioned about the gift goal, that's my main goal. So if you guys could knock that out, so that I don't have to get Grant.
So she doesn't knock you out.
Exactly.
But it'll be me.
So there's, yeah. Where do you take seeds that you no longer want to cultivate?
I don't know.
Planned Parenthood.
I liked that one. I liked that one a lot. Here's that dumb guy, Tim Burchett again. Now, Tim Burchett's just floating like whatever conspiracy theory he can find. Oh, this is one I showed you guys earlier. Here's the second one. Burchett is, God bless him. He is all in for Donald Trump. He will just sit up there and think of conspiracy theories. Here's Tim Burchett now on why we're not getting the evidence on Epstein.
Congressman, special counsel can also investigate a matter without prosecuting a matter and trying to uncover what details might actually be there. Why do you specifically want there to be an investigation? Do you believe that the DOJ is withholding information right now about the truth of Epstein?
I believe that a lot of the evidence has probably been destroyed.
Hold on. Is that what's going on, Frank? Frank, are you unaware that Bill Clinton got impeached? Sorry, do we have to settle this in the chat? Frank, Bill Clinton was impeached, and so was Trump. Trump was impeached twice, and Bill Clinton was impeached once. Are you unaware of that, Frank? Are you talking shit to? Are you calling everybody else here dumb? Here you go, Frank. We're gonna do this. It's called Googling for Frank. We're gonna look up: was Bill Clinton impeached? Yes, Bill Clinton was impeached by the House of Representatives on December 19th, 1998. He was impeached on 2 charges: perjury and obstruction of justice. Now watch this if I change to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the 3rd U.S. president to be impeached by the House of Representatives after Andrew Johnson in 1868 and Clinton in 1998. That was his first one, and then he got impeached a second time. He was impeached twice, one for January 6th and one for Ukraine. Did we clear that up there, Frank? You were saying he wasn't impeached just like Clinton? He was impeached. I'm very confused by Frank. Is anybody else confused by Frank right now? How is that hypocritical, Frank? Trump's the only one that was impeached twice. I'm confused by Frank. So you think because the majority of the House votes on impeachment, that makes him impeached? Yes, that's what impeachment is, you stupid, silly bitch. You have impeachment that's the House of Representatives. That's what they could do, is impeachment. And then the Senate determines what the punishment is for impeachment, whether they remove them or not. I don't know why it's important. It was in the chat. Frank got confused. Frank was arguing with the chat, so we're just going to clear that up so Frank can get back to learning some shit. That was weird, Frank. That was very strange, Frank.
Holding information right now about the truth of Epstein?
I believe that a lot of the evidence has probably been destroyed. I mean, that's what we do in Washington, man. We delay. That's a great question. That's what I think an investigation would solve. I mean, you honestly think Lee Harvey Oswald shot President?
Oh, this is the one I showed earlier. All right, we'll skip this one. This is the point that I just don't get. The evidence that they said was destroyed, they told us the first time around. Yeah, and Republicans, I want an answer to this. And since you guys are all a bunch of cowards and none of you want to come up and have a debate and you want to debate from the comments, I want an answer here. If the first time Trump was president, Jeffrey Epstein died, and they said, a lot of people, mostly Republicans, came out and said, oh, the Clintons got him. And so a lot of Republicans were out there saying, hey, we want to see these tapes. Let's figure it out. Let's have an investigation. And the Trump Department of Justice, led by Bill Barr, came out and said, sorry, guys, the video's destroyed. We don't have the video. Some corrupt person at the Department of Justice must have deleted that video. So we all just kind of moved on. We're like, fuck, that sounds corrupt. And all the Republicans were like, yeah, the Clintons, they didn't want to be caught, so we have a corrupt Department of Justice. And that was part of why you guys hate the FBI. It's part of why you hate James Comey, because he got the blame for that. Weirdly. And he wasn't even there anymore, by the way. He was gone by that point. So Bill Barr winds up like they fired like these two people who didn't even have access to delete that video. And then Trump gets back in office. And holy fuck, we have the video. Oh shit, we do have it. Wait, it was there? Can we see the video? And Trump's like, yeah, you'll see it in a little bit. We'll get it out to you. So under Trump, the video gets deleted. We can't find it. Now we have the video. And then when they release it to us, they've cut out 3 minutes. And a really odd 1 minute. And their explanation for that is that this system deletes the last minute every day. But they haven't proven that. Is that possibly true? Sure. But we have no evidence that that's true. That's just something Pam Bondi said. And then they say that this was what we gave you was the raw footage. If you remember, Dan Bongino in his Fox News interview was like, we will make sure that the video that we release to you is unedited so that there is no doubt it'll be the raw footage. And then we find out the video was edited. Somebody dropped it into Adobe Premiere. So the video that doesn't exist now shows up and it's edited. And then they tell you, oh, there's a list, and then they say, never mind, there's not a list. Okay, fine. I can accept that maybe Pam Bondi misspoke. Maybe she was talking about all the evidence that they had, and she said we have to go through it. In all honesty, I actually think that makes more sense. If the list would not have been thousands of pages long, that never made any sense. So I actually believe Pam Bondi when she says what I really meant is I was going to go over the files. I think that's what she meant. But she did say that they would release those files. And now she comes out and she says, I didn't mean the list. Okay. So release the files then. If you didn't mean the list, you said you would release it. So what the fuck were you talking about then? If you didn't mean list, why are you saying we can't release the files? And she's like, I'll get back to you. And then Trump comes out and is like, look, here's what we're going to do. I'll settle all this. First of all, stop being hysterical little bitches, MAGA. I'm tired of you guys being hysterical. You're whiners, you're babies. I don't even want your support anyways. If you're going to question me, don't support me. And by the way, we'll release some stuff. Just whatever we deem credible, that's what we're going to release. And you guys honest to God, you want me to sit here and not call you bitches? You want me to honestly sit here with that evidence in mind and not make fun of you? Are you out of your goddamn minds? Honestly, like we just watched the ESPYs. We have to show it. We'll show it again. Like everybody in the fucking world knows this is a joke. I'm going to show it again here. Like this is by the way, pretty Republican adjacent guy here. This is the ESPYs last night. The whole fucking world knows that you guys are a joke right now. Everybody does.
Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. All right. No, you don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that. Donald Trump wants to...
It's an absolute fucking joke. Like, you have some self-respect. You all know how stupid this is. You all fucking know this is a cover-up. You just don't want to admit that you were duped. That's the stage that we're at now. You just don't want to admit it. You have no fucking, none of this shit's working. Nothing Donald Trump is doing is actually working. You guys are happy. Oh, look at these mass deportations. We're deporting less people than we were under Biden and Trump and Obama. It's less effective. There's nothing he's doing that's working right now. What is working? Oh, we got the woke shit out. All right, cool. How did that affect your life? How'd that make your life better? We fired a bunch of black people, called them DEI hires and fired them. Like, oh, now life's better. The deportations are not only are they less effective, but they're also extremely expensive. Extremely expensive. Way more expensive than previously. So we're doing a less effective job. Is the economy getting better? Absolutely not. There's no measure by which the economy is getting better unless you're just like, oh, the stocks always go up. So then the economy is always, no matter who's president, the economy is always going to get better because stocks go up. Like inflation's going up. The trend is going to keep going up. We're going into more debt. You just passed a bill that's going to take us even more into debt. Nothing he's doing is working. You guys just don't want to admit it. You're just not comfortable admitting that you're wrong. That's a little bit sad. And for whatever you want to say about me, I admit I was wrong all the time. I'm happy to admit that there were times I was, I think I said this on Monday, that there were times I look back now and there was stuff where I was definitely giving Harris the benefit of the doubt when she didn't deserve it. Definitely, I was just like, oh, this is what she really meant, when she was not clear on that. Foreign policy with Joe Biden was a mess. We just sat by and watched a genocide happen. So I can't really be critical of Trump for standing by and watching a genocide happen when Biden did the same thing, but at least I can consistently criticize both of them. You guys just, it's like Frank right now. Frank is perfect. Frank's a perfect fucking example right now. Frank got obviously exposed that he was wrong. Everybody here knows that Frank is a dipshit who won't admit that he's wrong, that Trump got impeached, and so did Bill Clinton. And after fighting for with everybody in the chat, like, oh, he didn't get impeached. Now that he knows, he's like, oh, well, what I really meant was that the Senate didn't remove him. So shouldn't the Senate remove him if he really was guilty? No, bitch. No, bitch. No, bitch. The Senate is determining what the consequences are. Sometimes the consequences to being impeached are not that you get removed, just like Bill Clinton. Impeachment is the process that says you did something wrong. Not every time a politician does something wrong are they removed from office. Sometimes they get censured, which is basically what impeachment is. Sometimes it's a slap on the wrist. Sometimes it's a note in your file, which essentially is what impeachment is. But Frank can't admit that he was wrong because Frank's part of a party that can't admit that they were wrong about things. You guys aren't allowed to do it. And that's what I was getting at earlier. Like, name me a lie, Republicans here. Let's just do it. And let's see if I can admit it. Give me something that Joe Biden lied about that he refuses to admit that he lied about. Now, remember that these things are going to take proof, right? So if you say that Joe Biden lied about being mentally fit, define that, I guess. Just give me an example. Let's see. Let's test the logic. What have Democrats lied about that I'm not willing to admit they lied about? Frank, you should shut the fuck up for a while. Stop giving advice. Stop making, you shouldn't be giving opinions for a while. I think you've shown that you need to listen for a little bit. You're too heavy on opinions. You got absolutely trucked in this chat, and you're still going. You should be quiet for a little while. His health. What did he lie about with his health, Michael? Vaccines? Okay. Here's what we have a problem with. Okay, so if I'm going to say, let's just look at the evidence then, okay? So because we can't go by our feelings to determine if something's a lie, we've got to have evidence, right? Is there any evidence that Joe Biden did not pass his physicals? No. If you have watched my show, the night of that debate, I watched that debate live. You can go rewatch it. It's on YouTube. In that moment, I said, uh-oh. Joe Biden clearly, cognitively, is not who he used to be. But was he functional enough to serve? I don't know. I mean, Trump is saying crazy shit right now. I don't think Trump is cognitively fit to serve then either if we're going to use that standard. So if that's the standard, fine. I mean, same with Ronald Reagan. Vaccines being safe, that's fucking stupid, dude. They are overwhelmingly safe. All the data is in. We have vaccine data now for like five years of vaccine data, and there is not a single bit of data that points to you being better off unvaccinated than vaccinated. Not one. And this is the problem I have with Republicans. It's all fucking vibes and feelings for you. So where's the lie here? Are you telling me that what we should do as Democrats, when I look at the vaccine data, I should say, who said the vaccine was safe? And what do you mean by safe? Zeke? If I say a vaccine is safe, that means that overwhelmingly it's safe, right? Same, let's say peanuts. Are peanuts safe? Yes. I can eat peanuts. Overwhelmingly, people in this country and in this world can eat peanuts. But some people can't. For some people, it's unsafe. Is Tylenol safe? Yes. Do some people have allergic reactions to them? Yes. So does that make Tylenol unsafe? What about water? Is water safe? Yes. What if you drink too much water? Can you die? Yep. There is nothing that is universally safe for everybody. You guys just create these new definitions to attack something. You have to be absolutely fucking brain dead to look at the data on vaccines and say you shouldn't be vaccinated. There is legitimately no data that says you are safer being unvaccinated than vaccinated. Not one. But again, the stuff I'm talking about with Trump is easy. Who pays tariffs? The importer. Will the exporter ever pay the tariff? No. Trump says yes. That's wrong. He still says it. You can't show me a lie like that any other president has told. I can't think of a single lie that is obvious, like that is just unequivocally untrue. Like that. I can't think of one. Can you? I can't hear you, Zeke. There's a million people chatting. I'm not talking just you can come up here, Zeke, if you want to have this debate. You can come up here. You're not listening to me. All right, Zeke, what did you say? The COVID vaccine was made in 3 years compared to 15 to 30 years of research with most vaccines. Many people have had health complications from the COVID vaccine. Yes, but the overwhelming majority of them were safe. If you're taking the data, Zeke, listen. If we go through, if we have a vaccine, there's 100 people that get vaccinated, and one of those people has an adverse reaction to it, then is the vaccine unsafe because one person had an adverse reaction to it? No, it's overwhelmingly safe, but for one person it wasn't. This is such a strange thing. It's like saying, like, are seatbelts safe? Yes. Do sometimes people die in car wrecks because they had a seatbelt on? Yes. Are there sometimes injuries caused because you have a seatbelt on? Yes. Does that mean seatbelts are unsafe? No. I'm just looking at the totality of the evidence. Like, if you take all the data with COVID, overwhelmingly, it is far safer to be vaccinated than not vaccinated. I think this is a good glimpse into like what we're going to deal with in the next 15 years. Donald Trump has completely broken all of your fucking brains to the point now that you rely on the minority sample of data every time. Whatever science says, you guys keep taking the minority side. I don't trust science. Why? Why don't you trust science? Big pharma. It wasn't the scientists that caused the problem, like the opioid addiction. In fact, the scientists were saying fucking addictive, and it was the capitalists that lied to you about opioids. The scientists are right. The scientists are right. And I trust scientists because when they get it wrong and new data comes around that says, oh, this was wrong, they just change their opinion. They're like, oh, the new data says that was wrong, and they adjust. But not you guys. You guys started from day one. COVID's fake. Then it wasn't fake. Right? Oh, it's less severe than the flu. Then it was more severe than the flu. Oh, well, it's not that serious, but I'm not getting vaccinated because I didn't die. Vaccines are unsafe. Vaccines come along. We get all the data. It's like, oh, overwhelmingly safe. Yeah, well, I don't trust the science. You started with the conclusion that it was fake. That's where you started. You can't start with this is all a hoax and then expect us to trust your judgment along the way when all along the way, every time the data is presented to you, you take the minority position with the data. This is the problem that we have. Everybody said COVID. Shut the fuck up. You don't remember that people said COVID was fake? Trump said, it'll go away. Yeah, there's only 3 cases and it's going to go away. It's not really as serious as they said it was. It's not more serious than the flu. See, we still have a pandemic WEF agenda. This is the problem we have in this country. Now, to ignore the MAGA here, for those of us who aren't criminally insane, this is going to be the remnants of Donald Trump. He has made dumbass people way too fucking confident. Way too many people are confident in their opinions with literally the worst available data. What do the scientists say? I'm going to do the opposite of that. And we're going to have to deal with that for a while. Amy said, being wrong just means you took the opportunity to learn. Nothing to be ashamed about. Facts. Rye said, why does Trump oppose appointing a bipartisan special prosecutor to investigate the files? What happened to transparency? Because transparency is just what he says. Remember when you said you were going to work on cursing less? I'm so glad we moved past it. I'm still working on it, but today's not that day. Lee said, I thoroughly appreciate the thoughtful messaging. Thank you very much there. DeAndre said, Diddy was a freaky crackhead. Jimmy said, whisper to me more, daddy. Thanks, Jimmy. Let me check with Jen's over here. What do we got? An hour left. I can update that. We're gonna take care of that goal. Hour left. There's about $100 left in that goal. If you are able to help us out, that'd be terrific on our gift goal. And then just remember that tonight's debate, which is going to be me versus Sarah, then me versus the incels. It's going to be streamed on Raging Tomatoes YouTube channel. But if you want to watch it with us and not have to sit with a bunch of white nationalist incels, make sure you're a paid subscriber either on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, you'll be able to watch it there. If not, we'll be streaming it in Discord for all paid subscribers. So we'll see you there later tonight. Let me jump back into this. I got to take a break from talking to the chat for a minute. Yeah, this is amazing. So this guy's name's Eric Metaxas. He's like a Christian pastor, but he's like a political. He uses his Christianity as like his political platform. If I promise you, you haven't heard a worse defense for Trump than for Trump like hiding the Epstein list than this. This is again Eric Metaxas on the Eric Metaxas radio show. Here you go.
This is a great administration. This is an administration so great we don't deserve it. And this is God's mercy to America to give us these heroes from Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pete Hegseth, down the line, hero after hero after hero. The idea that people would snipe in this way. I mean, we have every right to expect justice and truth and whatever, but people are saying, well, we haven't had arrests, therefore they're dragging their feet. I mean, I get that, but you know, at some
we don't deserve it, guys. They give us all these heroes like Pete Hegseth, the guy who cheats on all his wives and sexually abuses women and gets drunk at parties and says, kill all Muslims. Heroes like that. Heroes like Kash Patel, who write children's books about how Donald Trump should be king and who might be in the middle of a honeypot situation. And then we have Dan Bongino, who honestly, out of all of the people in this administration, seems to be the only one with like some semblance of a conscience where he's looking at his past life going, I fucking promised people this. And now I just have to turn my back on it. And he's really having like a crisis of conscience right now. These are your heroes? Pete, in what world is Pete Hegseth a fucking hero? Honestly, in what world is Pete Hegseth even a good guy? He's a shitty husband. Apparently, seems to be a shitty father. He's the worst Secretary of Defense. He seems to only want to be on the news all the time. These are heroes? We don't deserve such great Christian heroes.
Point, you have to really trust that Donald Trump does care about what we care about. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, folks, if you think Donald Trump would not do everything he possibly could to crush pedophile sex trafficking, I think you're crazy.
Well, then why isn't he doing it? This is crazy. If you think for 1 second that Donald Trump wouldn't release the names of the people that are associated with Epstein, you're crazy. Breaking news, Donald Trump refuses to release the Epstein files. You're crazy if you think he wouldn't release that. Yeah, he's not. He's literally not doing it. This cult shit has gone on too far. This is fucking batshit crazy. They're staring the truth in the face. They're, do not believe your lying eyes. Just listen. I know it seems like Trump is protecting Epstein. I know that he's like removing all of these people that are in office that like might be whistleblowers. I know it seems like that, but really what he's actually doing is he's protecting you from knowing the truth because you can't handle the truth, and he's playing 5D chess behind the scenes. Like the moral flexibility of Christians is undefeated. 6 cents Amelia, thank you for the super chat. Dragon Wizard said, keep whining and commenting, maggots. That just helps the algorithm spread RTP even further. And I'm headed to your incel hellholes to save you guys one at a time over on the Raging Tomato YouTube channel later tonight. We'll be working on the incels. Here's Alex Jones, though. Alex Jones. Okay, let me just say, like, it is entirely unfair for you guys to let me play that clip of Tim Burchett, who Tim Burchett's like, if Donald Trump's doing something that doesn't make sense, there must be a reason for it. The reason he's not releasing these files is because somebody else must have fucked it up. And then we got that pastor that's like, we don't deserve how great Donald Trump is. And now we got Alex Jones. They're talking about somebody like he is a living, breathing God. And then you're like, it's not a cult. Explain to me how, Alex Jones, explain to me how this isn't a cult behavior.
You talk about this, I'm going to excommunicate you. Well, you're not the Pope, bro. I mean, you're not speaking from the throne ex cathedra. And plus, I'm not Catholic.
Watching Alex Jones find a train of thought in real time is unfucking believable. You're not the Pope, bro. You don't have that kind of authority. Yeah, also, I'm not a Catholic. I don't. It's just like halfway through that, he realized, like, if you were the Pope, I'd listen to you. Wait, no, I wouldn't. You can't excommunicate me. And this is all, again, because Trump's like, I don't want you if you're going to talk to me about the Epstein files. If you're not going to take me at my word and let me cover this up, I don't want you to be a fan anymore. And the cult's like, brother, I'm not going to keep following you. I'm not going to keep being a member of this cult if you're going to tell me that I can't get the Epstein files.
So, I think of Catholics, it's just, give me a break. Anyone who disagrees with anything I say is banished. And I'm not saying Trump land is a cult.
It is a cult. You are saying that. You're so fucking close, Alex. You're so close. You just compared him to one of the most prominent cults in history, the Catholic Church. The same church, by the way, like, we can talk about how they covered up, like, the abuse of children, but I'd like to talk about a whole lot of other shit that they did. I'd like to talk about the people that they murdered. I would like to talk about I would like to talk about the wars. I would like to talk about how in Rome they had the places where the priests lived and the places where the nuns lived. And it was like, hey, look at all these people being celibate. And then years later, they found tunnels connecting the priest and the nuns. And what did they find in those tunnels? The remains of aborted children, fetuses, the remains of unborn children littered through those tunnels. They're in costume. They show up in costume. When they pick a new leader, they have smoke signals. There's all these, like, different gods that you can talk to. You can't talk to God about your athlete's foot. You have to talk to the saint of athlete's foot. That is Saint Tenactin. Good friends with John Madden, by the way. Saint Tenactin, if you want to cure your athlete's foot. You're talking about the most prominent cult in the world, comparing Trump, like, you're not like him. You're not the leader of that cult. That's a different leader. You're not the Pope. And then you're like, this isn't a cult. You're comparing it to a cult, Alex. You're the one that's making this comparison right now. You're comparing MAGA to an actual cult, because MAGA's a cult too. But I'm not saying it's a cult, because if I say it's a cult, people stop listening.
The Democrats are the cult of hating reason and logic and common sense.
That's not what a cult is. I swear to God, none of you know what a cult is. You couldn't build a cult around hating logic and common sense. There has to be, like, spiritual characteristics. And there has to be, like, this devotion to like a particular leader. right? Like, we don't have a we got Chuck goddamn Schumer. I promise you, nobody's in the Chuck Schumer cult. That's the leader of our party right now. Nobody was in the Joe Biden cult. I didn't see a lot of Joe Biden cutouts. I didn't see any people running for office walking in with a cutout of Joe Biden and groping the cardboard cutout's dick, which is what Marjorie Taylor Greene did to Donald Trump. Like, brother, this exists. Donald Trump posted this. He posted, this isn't something somebody else posted. Donald Trump posted this. Not a cult. It's not a cult. But really, the Democrats are the cult because they don't believe the things that we say. And because they are united in science and reason and data, they are a cult, but not us. I mean, I'm talking about a guy who literally posted himself as the Pope. He actually floated the idea that he should be the Pope, but we are not a cult.
But when Trump starts behaving like that, it starts getting into cult territory. And I bet...
Yeah, good point. Where do I buy my Biden Bible? I don't remember. Did Biden put out a Bible or did Trump do that? I don't remember.
Since I talked in the first hour and said I'm not in this cult, if that's what it's turning into, I bet there's already news articles about it. But I went on to say Trump is not a cult yet, but behavior like this starts going down that road.
You guys have been doing it the whole fucking time. You've done nothing but believe lies Trump told you since the start. Trump rose to prominence by lying to you about Barack Obama. Then he took over the GOP by lying to you about Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz. And then he lied about Hillary Clinton. And then he lied about his connections with Russia. And then he lied about the Russia investigation. And then he lied to you about Stormy Daniels. He literally, this has been a cult from day one. It's just like it grew. At first it was, and that's why people dismissed Trump. That's why Republicans dismissed him. They're like, who? He's obviously lying. He's like all these people, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, they know, they were telling you like, this guy's a liar. He's fucking lying to you. He lies about everything. He's a con man. He's a charlatan. You shouldn't follow him. And then as his influence grew, they just fell in line. That's how cults work. You silence anybody who discredits what you say. And that's what Trump did. He went after everybody personally. And he silenced people and he attacked people until he had all the power. It's been a cult the whole time. It's still a cult. Alex Jones, just for the very first time, is running into an issue where he has a belief that Trump doesn't have any, and he holds on to this belief because this is one of his few beliefs that like there's a little bit of evidence to. So he's like, oh fuck, oh no, this might be a cult. It was the whole time, bud.
But I guarantee if it's not out now, it'll be out in the next hour. And it'll be Jones says he's left the Trump cult. Nope, never was in the cult. Not saying it's a cult, but this is starting to become cult-like language.
What's different? Because somebody explain, when he says it's cult-like language, what he's talking about is he's telling people that fuck you if you don't, I don't need you. Like you can just get the fuck out of here. I don't need you. He did it to DeSantis. He did it to Nikki Haley. He did it to Mitt Romney. He does this to everybody. The cult language that you're identifying, this is starting to sound like cult language. He's been doing that. His language didn't change. I'm gonna release my I'm gonna release my taxes. Oh yeah, where'd those go? We got those tax returns. Oh, we had to sue for them. Oh, okay. Mexico's gonna build the wall, and or we're gonna build the wall. And Mexico's gonna pay for it. Tariffs. Other countries pay tariffs. It's always been like this. It's just that you didn't give a shit. Most of you didn't give a shit until this came up. And this is why we keep harping on it. Because once you are open to the idea that Donald Trump lies to you publicly when it's obvious, and you start going back and revisiting the other things that he said, you find out real quick he was lying about all of it. Amy Lynn said, my theory, Trump is creating doubt so Maxwell can get out without him pardoning her. I think so too. I actually think that's the best theory. I don't know if that's like his plan, but I do think that that's what you see with House and Habit. I think they're creating a scenario where they're going to pin everything on Jeffrey Epstein and be like, oh, he was just this really bad guy, and he tried to collect all this information on all of us so that if he went down, we'd go down with him. But we're not going to do it. And Ghislaine was, she was, they might say she was like forced to do all this shit. I agree. I think that'll happen. And I think most of you sick fucks will just go along with it. But by the way, if you're a Republican here, go look up Katie Johnson. Probably a good idea. Let me check here. Charles said, for the goal, we'll be able to help more soon. Thanks, Charles. I appreciate you, brother. Good to see you. Amber said, from Jay, I rant so I could keep the audience wet. All right. That was me. Guess that's what I said. Let me adjust this real quick. Well, while you're waiting. Where's like nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. It'll fix it. All right, I want to show you some stuff from Project 2025. First of all, here's another thing they lied about. You guys all said Project 2025 didn't exist. I think we're about 60% done through Project 2025. Word for word, Trump is taking Project 2025 and writing it out in executive orders. We're absolutely doing Project 2025. And I'm going to show you some examples of why we were concerned and how it's happening. Amy also said, the knitting cult lady who writes books on cults said the other day that the Epstein files are like the plates in Mormonism. Not sure what it means. I wonder how she's saying that the Epstein file. Yeah, I guess sort of. So the plates that she's talking about, they were brass plates. So Joseph Smith's, or gold plates, excuse me. Joseph Smith claims that an angel came to him and told him that there were these plates, like, and when I say plates, these would be like, it'd be like a book, but the pages are made of gold. So it'd be like really thin gold plates, and that they were transcribed onto these gold plates. And it was basically like the teachings of the prophets in Central and South America, people that came over from Jerusalem before Jerusalem was destroyed. And that's where the Book of Mormon is. Like, so the Book of Mormon is this story of a family in Jerusalem who God told him that he was going to destroy Jerusalem. So they like made boats that were like sealed, which is kind of wild. And then they just floated across the ocean and they landed in like Central America, and then they created their own tribes. And that's where Mormons believe that's where like indigenous people came from. And like the Mayans and the Aztecs are like the remnants somehow of these people who came over from Jerusalem, who then also like changed their ethnicity. If you look at like the Aztecs specifically, or maybe it's the Mayans, I think if you track like their lineage, it goes back to Asia, not Israel, but whatever. So they're not Middle Eastern. And so Joseph Smith got these plates, and he said that he got the plates, and then he, even though he wasn't like a great reader, through the power of God, he was able to take what they said was Reformed Egyptian, and he was able to translate it into English through the power of God. He would take a rock and he would put it in a hat. It was called a seer stone, and he would somehow put this rock in the hat, and he would look in the hat, and the hat would tell him what the words said. And then Joseph Smith, in order to prove his claims, he had the 3 witnesses and the 12 witnesses. The 3 witnesses were Oliver Cowdery, Martin something or other. There were 3 witnesses that said that they saw and felt the plates. And these were testimonies that were written by them, sworn testimonies that they actually saw these plates. They didn't. What they saw was something on a table with a cloth over it that looked like plates. And that's what the 12 witnesses saw too. And so Joseph Smith was able to say, like, I translated these and you can't see them, but here's these witnesses who did see them. And then people are like, where are they? He's like, I'm not telling. And then he's like, God took them back, so you'll never find them. So the legend of Mormonism is that these plates were given to Joseph Smith. He translated them, and then God took them back away and is hiding them, so we can't see them. Yeah, I guess you would say that would be similar here, right? Like, just trust us. We have the files. Here's what they say. Can we see them? No, you cannot. But, you know, we have all these heroes like Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. These heroes, trust them. So, yeah, it works exactly the same. It works in exactly the same way. I think that's why it's been really easy for me this entire time to see MAGA for what it was, is because it operates exactly like the cult I grew up in. It like the leader is like questioning the leader is actually seen as a sin. And in MAGAville, that's why Alex Jones is so kind of fucked up there. He's like, I'm not saying it's a cult, but the language is kind of a cult. And I love Donald Trump. He's the greatest president ever to live. But this is concerning. That's how you have to talk about it. That's what people would talk about with the Mormon church. And oftentimes, like, in the moment, like, whoever the prophet is at the time, whoever the president of the church is at the time, you're not allowed to criticize them. I'll give you a really good example of how it operates in the same way. So, for example, George Bush was at one point the most popular Republican ever. When he won re-election, his approval rate was somewhere around like 90%. He was deeply, deeply popular, right? But then once he was out of office, it became really cool for Republicans to shit on him. In fact, when Trump ran for office, a part of it was like being this anti-war guy, and he just kept pointing back at the Bushes and calling them the deep state. Mormons do the same thing. The current prophet right now had a beef with one of the other prophets. Monson was the other one, and then this guy's name is Nelson. Monson was, and Hinckley before him, they were cool with the name Mormon. And so, like, if you used to go to, like, the Mormons website, it was mormon.org. They even put out a movie called Meet the Mormons. They spent millions of dollars producing this movie called Meet the Mormons. And what both of them said is, oh, God told us that, like, even though we're not technically called the Mormons, that's how people know us. And so we're going to embrace it, and we're going to take that name, and we're going to own that name, and we're going to let people know, like, here's the Mormons, here's who we really are. There was one dissenting voice during that, and that was this guy named Russell Nelson. And Russell Nelson's like, that's not right. Our church is called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And when we say Mormon, we take out the name Jesus Christ. And so therefore, we're not following the teachings of Christ. And he was heavily opposed to it. But God spoke to these other two guys because they were the real leaders. And they're like, well, God told us that we should be Mormons. But then as soon as Nelson was in charge, he's like, change of plans. God told me that we shouldn't be called Mormons anymore. We need to rebrand to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And even in your own conversations, cult members, if somebody calls you a Mormon, correct them and call them Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And you'll see this now, like you see this with MAGA, just in the way that they use phrasing. If I want to talk to you about Russia and the Russia investigation, and I say the Mueller investigation, for example, let's talk about the Mueller investigation. I'm going to call it that. What is all MAGA going to call that investigation, chat? I call it the Mueller investigation. What does MAGA call it? Russia hoax. Bingo. Russia, Russia, Russia. Right? It's all branding. Everything's always branding. Who are the Democrats? Oh, the Democrats are the deep state. We talk about the election in 2020. What is it? It's the stolen election. The bill that was just passed, the reconciliation bill. What was the name of that bill? And what do we call it? The name of the bill is not the big, beautiful bill. That was removed. It's not called the big, beautiful bill, but we have to call it that. Right? What about that phone call that at one point Donald Trump had a phone call with Zelensky? Now, a normal human being would call it a phone call with Zelensky. What do we call it? MAGA? What does MAGA call it? Anybody? What do we call it if we're MAGA? Perfect phone call. This is the type of manipulation. Because if you call it the perfect phone call, you're thinking, oh, there was nothing wrong with that phone call. He broke the fucking law in that phone call. That was against our laws. It is really difficult to say the phone call was perfect when it was against the law. It broke the Impoundment Act. So what Trump and all cults do is they brand things. And they brand those things so that you just think about it in the terms that they want you to think about that. And it kills critical thinking. It kills open thought. That's why you frame Joe Biden as and people on the left. That's why you frame Kamala as what? What's Ted Cruz? Lion Ted Cruz. Crooked Hillary. Why do they do that? So that you hear, when you think Hillary, you think crooked. When you hear Ted Cruz, you think lying. When you hear Marco Rubio, you think little. When you hear Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, radical, leftist, Marxist, these are all the like every cult does this. This is mind control. It's all propaganda. Everything Donald Trump does is propaganda. Somebody give me a date from this year. Just any date from this year. Let's see. Just sorry, I'm waiting. See how fucked up they're getting now? Now what they're doing right now, now that I'm saying these things, which are true, everything I just said, there's nothing I said here that wasn't true. Now what they're going to do is they're going to attack me because when you're in a cult and somebody goes after your leader, it hurts you inside. And so you get angry and you lash out. And so now instead of addressing what I'm saying, the MAGA in the chat are going to start criticizing me. All right, so I went to June 15th. I'm just going to pull up Donald Trump speaking to the media. So let's see if I can find any of this time where Donald Trump is lying. Okay, so we're going to Canada. Last night was a tremendous success with a fantastic audience. It was supposed to rain. They gave it a 100% chance of rain, and it didn't rain at all. It was beautiful. So I asked if they gave it 100% chance, right? 100% it was going to rain like crazy, and it didn't rain at all. How do they predict 100 years out and 50 years out or 200 years out? They didn't do too well. The weather people last night, but it was beautiful. Well, we get along very well, and I will tell you that I think they have great respect for each other. So this is Donald Trump saying, where was he? He was in Canada, G7, let's see. Calgary, chance of rain on June 15th. Let's see. There was an 85% chance of rain on that day. He just lies. Why did he say 100% instead of 85%? He does that to force you into a position. There's no reason for you to have a position about this at all. But what that does to your brain is he tells you this. They said it was 100% and it didn't rain. Look how fucking stupid they are. And you're in your head, you're going, oh, they're stupid, dude. Trump's right there. Look, check it out. Trump's right again. In fact, Trump sells merch that says Trump is always right. Are you fucking kidding me? How do you sell merch that says I'm always right? Nobody's always right. Nobody ever in history has been always right. This bitch brands himself as I'm always right. You know who else brands themselves as I'm always right? Every fucking cult that has ever existed. The cult I grew up in, the prophet is always right. In fact, even when he's wrong, he's right because it's a test of your faith to follow him. So it was right that he lied to you because it tested your faith in him. And you chose to believe him even though he was wrong. And well done, my good and faithful servant. Your faith is strong. Everything this dude does is fucking branding, which is what cults are. If I go to Trump's website right now, let's just see, like DonaldJTrump.com. I haven't done this in a long time. Let's see how many cult-like statements we have here. See if we can find any. Ooh, let's shop the summer MAGA sale. First of all, you can't even see it before it. Hey, buy some shit. Why are we buying shit from Trump right now, by the way? Is he running again? The golden age of America begins right now. Propaganda on page 1. And they're going to keep telling you. Why does Donald Trump say that? What does Donald Trump say about his economy in his first term? Everybody knows what he says about the economy. The greatest economy in the history of the country. And then people who work for him, who know that that's not true, because it's just statistically not true, they say it. They repeat it. And then you guys repeat it. It's all messaging. There's no substance to this guy. He just shows up and lies to you every fucking day. And this is why, for me, like my disdain for Donald Trump is visceral, because I've been in a cult. I don't know if she's here. I don't know if she's here or not. Like Yolanda, who it was one of like our very first mods, escaped like the fundamentalist Mormon church, like the actual polygamy people, the Warren Jeffs people. And I talked to her recently, and for people who have escaped, like what she dealt with was way worse than me. Like we're talking about physical, mental, social abuse. Literally had to run away in the middle of the night to escape her family, who then tried to like convince her to come back by abusing her. She gets physically sick when she watches Donald Trump, because it is so similar to Warren Jeffs that it's like it's PTSD. For those of you who have never escaped a cult, you don't know. Nobody ever joins a cult because they're like, I'm going to join a cult. They join a movement. And that's what you guys did. You've joined a movement. They call it, that you don't even call it Republicans anymore. It's called fucking MAGA. You don't even you call it America First. You don't even call it the Republican Party. You rebranded the whole thing. Why? Because he fucking told you to. Because when you say I'm a Republican, there's a lot of different opinions. But if you say I'm America First, suddenly it's an ideology. And then no matter what Trump does, you get to say he had to make a decision, but he chose America first. And what is America first? Whatever the fuck he wants. Because even if he's not putting America first, even if he's spending hundreds of billions of dollars overseas to bomb Iran, to bomb the Houthis, to finance wars in Palestine and in Ukraine, and even though he's putting tariffs on these other countries that are actually a tax increase on us, just simply because he says America first, you're like, oh, it must be America first. It's not, how the fuck is a tariff America first? We're paying it. Are you saying we have to pay it first? So that's why he brands shit that's this way. That's why they all speak in fucking phrases. I've seen this, like you see this with characters. I'm a big UFC fan. I really liked Chael Sonnen. And Chael Sonnen would do this thing where he lost to Anderson Silva. He's like, no, I'm undefeated, undisputed. I've never lost. Like, bro, you have like 13 losses. He's like, no, I've never lost. They're like, wait a minute, but you lost. No, I've never lost. He did it. There's this clip. I'll actually show you an example of this, how this works in real time. And Chael Sonnen understood this too. Chael Sonnen. What's that guy's name? Lebitard, Dan Lebitard. One more thing. By the way, Chael Sonnen also a Trump fan.
Time to welcome a guest. Who we got today, Poppy? UFC fighter. Last time you were scared before combat.
Let me see if I can get to this part real quick. It's moving a little slowly.
Don't? You don't?
I don't.
What do you mean you don't?
Well, if you can't understand it, you can't sit in my shoes, brother. A lot of guys can be fighters, but only one can be champion. And maybe I'm wired a little bit differently.
This is Chael Sonnen on an interview on ESPN holding his championship belt while he is not a champion. And I just want you, as you watch this, like, it's ridiculous, but it works. He got more and more popular with this. This worked. That's not his belt. He never won a championship.
But that's the way it goes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Silva the champ?
Yeah, I will correct you. You are wrong.
He lost. He got submitted by Anderson Silva. He lost the fight, and he showed up the next day with a belt saying, I won. What does that sound? Is that not the exact same thing Trump did in 2020? He lost. He just keeps saying he won. He fucking lost. And he just says he won. And you guys are like, yeah, that's not weird. How the fuck is that not weird? How the fuck is it not weird that when you lose, you say you won? It was funny with Chael Sonnen. Like, it was UFC. Like, we obviously knew he wasn't the champion. He wasn't hurting anybody. But when Trump does it on a real scale, and you guys are like, yeah, he won. That's crazy. We have audited that entire election multiple times. He didn't win. And he still says it. That's why we say it's a cult. I'll continue with Chell here.
That's not your belt.
Well, whose do you propose it is?
I don't know. I don't know. Where'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
What do you think? I just woke up and went and took it from him?
I don't know.
Of course it's the belt. Says it right on there. You don't think the belt would lie, do you? It says UFC middleweight champion on there.
I say the name Anderson Silva. First thing that comes to mind is what?
See if I can get this part.
Fraud.
What is the greatest obstacle that you've?
Let me
What
find
do you
this
think
part.
of Steven Seagal?
Thanks.
But I don't think what you're saying is true, Chael. I don't.
96 seconds and counting.
All right, my father's got a question for you. Although I do.
Finally, I
thought that's
yeah. Well,
not
I
something.
do absolutely.
All right, I might have
Some
missed
money
it.
down for, and I'm sure he's got an end game somewhere.
All right.
I'm sorry. Is this where I was that your attempt at humor? I'm sorry. I would have played a lot.
I should have been prepared for this. Here's what happens. Chael Sonnen, he's quoted. He says, "I'm gonna tell Anderson Silva I'm coming into his house, and I'm gonna slap his old lady on the rear and tell her to make me a steak just the way that I like it, medium rare." He said it. There's a clip of it. Le Batard didn't have that clip ready. Le Batard reads the clip to him, and he goes, "I absolutely didn't say that." When Le Batard said, "I heard it. I watched you say it last night." And he's like, "Well, then you should be able to pull it up since it was last night." And Le Batard's like, "I wasn't ready. I didn't think you were going to deny saying something you said last night." And he's like, "I didn't say it." He 100% said it. You can find a clip. I think it's hilarious. But that's what Trump does. Trump will tell you that I didn't say that. And then they show him, like, "You said that." He's like, "No, that's not what I meant." He said on the very first thing he did as president. He gets sworn in. He goes. He has the swearing in ceremony. It's raining. Everybody's got umbrellas. They've got on ponchos. They have the famous Bernie like sitting there with mittens like wrapped up. Trump is speaking and it's raining and you're watching it happen. And then he got later on that day. He's like, "Wasn't that beautiful? It was raining. And the second I got up on stage, the clouds parted, the sun came out and it stopped raining." And we're like, "Bitch, we watched you. It was raining. What are you talking about?" And none of you just like, "Man, that's just Trump. That's just who he is." Yeah, he's just a liar. He just lies about everything. I've said this once. I'll say it a million times. Everything you believe is a lie. And I know that there's some people. Who was that? Boney McBonerson trying to find Jen on Discord. I don't know why you're struggling to find that, but yeah, he just lies about everything, and then you guys just move on. It's 100% a cult. You guys are 100% in a cult. And by the way, right? If you are, I only want Republicans here. Republicans, do you believe that Mormonism is a cult? Do you believe that the Mormon religion is a cult? I just want to see a hand while I'm reading these, and I'll get back to it in a second. But just a thumbs up or a hand raise in the chat if you're a Republican and you think that Mormons are in a cult. Brother Bob said, "Happy Friday Eve. You're the GOAT, Jay. Thank you, my friend." Chris said, "If that Nazi Tex is on the panel later, tell him I said, fuck you. He don't know me, but tell him anyways." Sorry, Tex. He might be there. I think Callie Cam might be there too. We'll see. Yes. Okay. Everybody agrees that the Mormon Church is a cult. Now, why do you believe it's a cult? Why do you believe it's a cult? Because I want to know what the difference. I want to know the difference between MAGA and Mormonism. Give me some reasons there in the chat as to why it's a cult. Amy Lynn said, "Because Cambridge Analytica said how to get control, 3 to 4 word phrases and repeat." Yeah. Oh my God. If you guys, there's a book called Mind Fucked. It's either Mind Fucked or Mind Fuck. It's the story of Cambridge Analytica and how they used your Facebook data to control you. It's actually pretty crazy. The former Mormon, you are generalizing a huge group of variations into one. What? I don't know what you're saying there, Father of Five. I'm not 100% what you're saying there. Maybe you could be more clear. You could say magic. Did anybody say anything? All religions are cults. Okay, so if all religions are cults, why is MAGA not a cult? You guys have a belief system. You have America First. You have a leader, and that leader can do no wrong. and you have to follow what that leader says, or else you get run out of the party. I don't get it. What's the difference between MAGA and Mormonism? A cult forces you to do unethical shit, yeah, like defending January 6th, like pardoning a bunch of attackers on January 6th, like mistreating legal and illegal immigrants and American citizens. Would that be unethical? Like giving tax breaks to billionaires while you rip food out of poor people's mouth? Like that type of being unethical? Like treating members of the LGBTQ community like they don't deserve the same rights and protections? How about by calling everybody who was hired, anybody that isn't white that was hired, calling them a DEI hire? Cults don't hold people accountable? No, they do. They just don't hold their leaders accountable. And that's exactly how MAGA operates too. Are there people in MAGA that have been kicked out that they've held accountable? Yeah. What about Mitt Romney? What about Liz Cheney? What about Justin Amash? What about Thomas Massey? There's consequences for your actions unless you're Donald Trump. The only people who don't have consequences are the leader. There are never any consequences for the leader of the cult. We want to save America from the communist Democrats. Yep, exactly. Exactly. You lie about who the people are. Now, just so you guys know, Mormons all believe, I was raised to believe that you guys all hated us. And that you guys all hated us because of our beliefs. Because we had the truth and it bothered you. And so the only reason anybody was ever anti-Mormon, the only reason anybody ever came at us was because Satan was convincing you to do it. Because Satan doesn't like the truth. So we called you guys false churches, right? We called you, for any of the Mormons here, you know about the great and spacious building. The great and spacious building is like this metaphor for how churches will be perverted. And it's obviously talking about the Catholics. These big gaudy gold-lined buildings with all their money. Ironically, now the Mormon church is that church with big gaudy buildings and stores of cash and land. More enough money that they could probably end world hunger, but they don't do it. There's legitimately no difference between the Mormon church being a cult and MAGA being a cult. None. In fact, the Mormon church has been bleeding members. But do you know what the biggest mass exodus was in the Mormon church? It's when the Mormon prophet said, "You should be vaccinated," and they're like, "We're out. We got to go because we trust the anti-vaxxers more." Trump actually has been the reason for a large exodus from the Mormon church. Because there are people who that they're like, oh, our guy talks to God. But how come our guy that talks to God, how come you keep telling him he's wrong and that Trump's right? One guy talks to God, the other guy doesn't. And so they view people that are obsessed with Trump as worshiping a false idol. Weird, right? He's breaking up other people's cults to join his cult. There's no difference. It's the same fucking thing. It's a cult. MAGA is 100% a cult. What do you want? All right. Is he here, Jen? I guess there's somebody that wants to debate.
Soon. I sent him the link.
All right. Let me check messages. Do you have an update? Do you have the total updated? Do that before we go. Or do I need to do it?
He's not there yet. I sent him. He's going to be there in a second.
No, I was just saying. Do you have the goal updated?
I sent something not long ago. It's pretty close to the last one I gave you.
Okay. Let's see. All right, we'll bring him up. He wants to talk about the cult stuff. That's what he wants to talk about. Okay. Cool.
He's in there now. So while Jay's going to have this conversation with Bonnie Boy, obviously I do exist on Discord. So once that, if you guys still help us knock out the rest of that gift goal so that we can keep doing this each day, that would be fantastic. So, and he's in the other chat.
I see him. Stephen, Mormons don't idolize the prophet either. They just want what's best for their people, so that's why they follow the prophet. It's the same argument. Hop over here. Boney boy, what's going on?
Hello, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool, fantastic. Guess this overpriced mic kind of paid off in the long run.
It does. It sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Good.
What do you want to talk
So
about?
What am I currently on like the thing?
Yeah, everybody can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. I think it was like a few minutes behind watching you.
You're good.
Being a cult, I love to join in on that conversation. I have a few disputes about it.
Sure.
From what I heard, is there a certain kind of way you want to set up the question, or do you want me to just go into what I've heard?
No, just have it open for him here.
Well, I think when I joined in, I think you were talking about the what was it, the Steele dossier? Is that what you're referring to, in the Russian hoax or whatnot? Maybe about like 10 minutes ago or so. That sound about right?
I don't think I talked about the Steele dossier. I was saying that they called it a hoax, but it's a weird thing to call it a hoax when there's like 35 indictments and multiple guilty pleas.
There was, and I guess, and I don't know if I want to get into that one specifically. I was just kind of trying to pick up where I had joined the conversation, but
sure.
I believe on those 35 indictments, none of them were actually related to anything against Trump in that matter. I believe there was like some tax evasions for representatives that were associated with Trump within that situation, if I remember correctly.
Well, the investigation wasn't into Trump. I think that's this is why I say it's a cult. Like, it's because they're just lying to you about the investigation was about any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. It was not an investigation into Trump. And so Trump framing it as they came after me and they found nothing is that is also a lie. They didn't come after him. They investigated his campaign. And there were multiple instances. For example, Michael Flynn was lying about his discussions with Kislyak, who is a Russian, I think he was the Russian ambassador to the United States. And right. he lied about talking to them openly about like working together.
Right. And well, I mean, when I always hate that preface, that preface. That I mean, when I ask this question here, if Trump was not a factor within this whole scenario, do you actually believe this investigation would have happened? Because everybody wants to say it's like it wasn't an investigation into Trump. However, Trump's name always comes up. You can't have an entire investigation that's set up to go after Trump without not technically being directly towards Trump, but the whole investigation exists because of Trump's existence.
You're lying to frame it that way too. Show me the evidence that it was about Trump.
Well, hang on. I don't want to get into like I'm actually a genuinely nice guy. I'm not going to get into like you're lying, I'm lying. I just asked a question.
Yeah, but your question is,
if Trump was not in this equation,
the premise
if Trump was not a factor in this equation and in that specific situation, do you believe that investigation would have happened, or do you believe do you actually believe, like I believe, the reason it happened is because of Trump's existence and where he was at that moment? It was all based on Trump.
I find it very ironic that you have called in to defend that this is not a cult. And your defense for it is, I believe, and then you're telling, and you're stating a hypothetical. You want me to veer into a hypothetical world where none of this happens, or it happens to somebody else. This is why I say it's a cult, because I'm trying to talk to you about just simply what happened, and you're creating a hypothetical as a way out of this. And this is how cults operate. Like, again, I was born and raised in a cult. I know how this operates. People said the same thing. Any criticism about the church, they wouldn't be doing this if they didn't hate Mormons. It's always that. It's always a deflection of like, why can't we ever talk about just what happened? Donald Trump and his campaign worked with Russia to try and influence the election. It happened. Right. It's not a hoax. We shouldn't call it a Russian hoax, and we shouldn't call it an investigation into Donald Trump. Why can't we? The reason I call it a hoax is because the way that Donald Trump and Republicans speak about it, we can't ever talk about what actually happened. You have already taken us to a hypothetical world where it's somebody else. Would it have happened if it was somebody else? I don't know. But I do know that he's lying.
I'm still trying. I'm trying to grasp how you like to have this conversation. And if you don't want to exist in a world of hypotheticals, that's perfectly fine. I don't mind keeping the conversation away from hypotheticals, but you can't say I'm deflecting when you just deflected my question. I mean, that's kind of hypocritical.
No,
I asked you
no,
a
no, 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 no,
question.
no.
You claim that I was veering off into.
I can't answer that question.
From my question.
How the
Why
fuck?
not?
How would I
It's a
I
really
don't know.
simple
It's never
question.
happened. Nobody else has ever done it.
What if questions are answered all the time? And what I believe. Okay, so if you'd like for me to take away,
Can you respond to what I said?
scenario,
Can you
I'm
respond?
going
Wait,
to
hold
say
on.
that.
Can you respond to what
Go
I
ahead,
said?
go
Because
ahead.
you said, why won't you answer the question? I cannot answer the question. There is no other data to compare it to. There's no other scenario to compare it to. This is a one of one. This has never happened before. And I don't understand why we would even start the conversation with, well, what if it was somebody else? If we're going to have a good faith discussion, let's talk about what happened. What happened is his campaign worked with Russia, and he calls it a hoax. And the reason that I'm saying that this operates like a cult is because he says it's a cult, and everybody repeats, or a hoax, and everybody repeats it. And that is the part that is cult-like, that he lies to people, and they repeat the lie, and we never have the discussion of what actually happened.
Okay, well, again, if you don't want to exist in the world of hypotheticals, that's perfectly fine. I definitely understand it. I'd still believe that you deflected what you claimed I was deflecting from, and that's perfectly fine. I'm going to take the win on that one, in my personal opinion. If you're not willing to just answer a simple question,
Wait,
that's
but
okay.
hold on.
Now
Hold on.
Now that I know where this conversation.
Excuse me.
Okay, go ahead.
The first question I asked
Call
you.
me a liar, man.
I
just joined this call. I don't know you. You don't know me. There's no reason to call me a liar. I don't know you.
I think you need to toughen. I do think you need to toughen up a little bit. Okay.
No, I
didn't say you're a liar. I said you are lying.
Nice guy.
I said you are lying. Nice people lie too. You're telling the same lie that Trump is. And all I'm saying is I'm begging you to have this discussion about what actually happened. And it seems like you don't want to talk about what actually happened. I want to know why Trump isn't telling the truth. Why does Trump not go out and say, look, here's what happened. I hired Paul Manafort to run my campaign, and Paul Manafort was working with the Russians, and Steve Bannon was working with the Russians, and Michael Flynn was working with the Russians, and I myself had no direct contact with the Russians. And maybe he could say I didn't know what Paul Manafort was doing. He could say all that, but instead of just telling you the truth of what happened, he says Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. Do you not see how that stops the conversation immediately? From and it makes it so we can't ever really get on the same page?
No, I can definitely agree that, when he does say Russia, Russia hoax is a very simple slogan that I will admit it can definitely divert, but I believe that it was a Russian hoax.
What was the hoax?
It definitely was. Nothing came from it. Tell me specifically. Tell me specifically, since you're the one making the claim that MAGA is a cult in this specific scenario. Tell me specifically what was found that connected anything really related to Donald Trump to Russia.
I already covered this. It wasn't an investigation into Donald Trump. That framing is a lie.
Trump was the primary premise and the reason that this whole that's all happened. If Donald Trump was not a part of this equation, the investigation would have never happened.
Now you're back into it. Now you're back into. See how quickly you had to leave the real conversation and go back to a hypothetical. Do you see how quickly? I'm begging you to have this conversation.
I was trying to be nice.
I don't care if you're trying to be. I don't care if you're trying to be nice.
This is pure
Stop interrupting me,
Trump
please.
Derangement.
There we go again. Here it is. See, guys, exactly what I said. They all say the same fucking thing. They won't have the discussion. They just want. They just want to tell you that you hate Trump. Don't make me mute you. Don't make me mute you. All right, I guess I have to mute you. Listen, shut the fuck up when I'm talking. If you want to have this discussion, we can have this discussion. But you literally now have gone to Trump derangement syndrome. Every time I beg you to talk about the actual data, the actual facts here, you are resorting to a hypothetical world where now, even though I have the argument on my side, and I'm desperately trying to have an argument with you about whether or like what actually happened, you're saying you just have Trump derangement syndrome. Now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't think you actually muted me. You actually muted me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. I thought you were just threatening to mute me. Okay. Well, I thought we were talking about toughening up, but that's perfectly fine. Okay. So I guess if you like, okay. So why don't I go ahead and say this? When it comes to cult-like behavior, from what I observe, I see more cult-like behavior from the left as a whole. Now, again, this is the first time I've ever
thank you.
No,
thank you.
So can you
Stop.
tell me
No, stop.
Can
Stop.
you tell me
Stop.
where you are on the political spectrum?
Stop.
Just tell me where you
Stop.
are on the political spectrum. Are you a liberal? Are you left wing?
Stop. You have now abandoned Russia. You've abandoned Russia entirely now, and now you want to talk about me. Dude, you are not. This is not good faith. You are not willing to.
I asked a question.
You are not willing to. You are not willing. You are not. Why are we talking?
I don't know who you are.
I would say I'm on the left somewhere.
God, why was like pulling teeth?
Why can't we talk about Russia?
Seriously.
Why can't we talk about Russia? Why are you all? You'll talk about anything but the investigation.
I had asked you a question before you muted me. Tell me specifically the indictments for the 35 indictments that you believe are incriminating evidence for Russia collusion. Tell me which of the 35 specific indictments were tied to Russia collusion. Point them out to me specifically.
Hey, guess what? It wasn't an investigation about Russian collusion. It's not a crime.
Go ahead. Just go ahead. Just tell me. What were the 35 indictments? Elaborate.
Brother, listen, are you hearing what I'm saying? This was not an investigation about collusion. Collusion is not a crime. You are asking me to answer a question that there is no answer to. Listen, one more time. The question you should be asking is what indictments were related to the investigation, and the investigation, the charging document said any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. Stop saying collusion. It's any and all connections between the Trump campaign,
look up the definition
the Trump
of collusion.
campaign. And yeah, but you're using the wrong word. So just use the words that are in the document.
Look up the definition of
so
collusion.
use the words that are in the document because we're talking about the document.
Are you out of your minds?
Any and all connections. So in this case, one of the connections that we found between the Trump campaign and Russia was the conversations between Michael Flynn and Kislyak. So there's one. Then you have Paul Manafort's conversations with, I don't remember the Russian diplomat, with Paul Manafort, who was the campaign chair. And then you have Steve Bannon, who was obviously like a proxy to the campaign, who was on the board of Cambridge Analytica, who was taking Facebook data and compiling it for the Trump campaign to build profiles to reach out to Republican voters or who they thought would be Trump voters, and then sharing that data with Russia so that Russia could run their online campaigns to support Donald Trump. So there's 3 connections between the Trump campaign and Russia.
And you're saying that one of those that was a part of the indictments.
Two of those, Steve Bannon, because Steve Bannon was not an official member of the team. There was no indictment, and technically he didn't do anything illegal because he was working for Cambridge Analytica. So he didn't get indicted. But Paul Manafort and Michael Flynn both did, and they both pled guilty. They said, yeah, I did it. What kind of hoax is that?
Again, when it comes to the premise of Trump, I'm sorry.
Am I talking about Trump? The question I asked you was what kind of hoax is that if they plead guilty?
You even just told me that Steve Bannon had no connections whatsoever to the right to MAGA, to Trump in this scenario.
No, I said he had no official role. He acted as a proxy.
Why are you taking these indictments and trying to tie them to MAGA? And then try to put all those together and claim MAGA as something that you just told me has nothing to do with MAGA.
No.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
No. Listen again.
You even just said Stephen Bannon has nothing to do with Trump. What? Like it makes no sense.
What I said was.
Yeah, chat's right. You're crashing out.
What I said was Paul Manafort, who was Trump's campaign chairman, and Michael Flynn, who was a national security advisor, both pled guilty to working with Russia. So please explain to me how this investigation... Wait, I was almost there. So please explain to me how an investigation into any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia has two members of the Trump campaign pleading guilty to working with Russia. Please tell me how that's a hoax.
I mean, those two individuals can definitely go to jail. I don't care.
Please tell me how it is a hoax, I said.
Oh, because the whole entire premise of the entire investigation was to go after Trump, and if you don't want to,
the premise was any and all connections between the Trump campaign, any and all, any and all. No, you're saying something that you think is a simple fact that is neither. It is simple, but it is not a fact, because this was not about Donald Trump. You have no evidence that it was about Donald Trump except for your fifis, because Donald Trump is your cult leader, and you guys treat him as such. But the actual investigation was into any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia, and they found people who were working as so not a hoax, right?
Add the
not
campaign
after
Trump,
that's in the documents, you dumb shit. That's what it said. You are the one that's adding things. You're the one that is. I'm going to mute you again. I'm going to mute you again. Great. Terrific. You are the one who is making a fallacious argument that this was actually an investigation into Trump. You are the one that is not being accurate here. I'm just using the language. And what you're telling me is ignore the language and just think about it. Think about it really. They didn't really mean that. What they really meant is they were coming to get Trump. Ignore what the charging documents say and just think about what I'm saying instead, and then my cult shit makes sense. Now go ahead.
Right. Yeah, the Trump campaign, but not Trump, correct?
Yeah, that's what I've said about 30 times now.
I don't understand how you don't hear how crazy that is.
Why is it
going
crazy?
After the Trump campaign, but not going after Trump.
Correct.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Okay. Well, okay. So then this is
it's because you guys want to be. It's because you want to be a victim. This is why it's a cult. I'm just gonna keep muting you. This is exactly why it's a cult, because the reality is something that you don't like, and so you're telling me that the reality that we have here, the reality of what the documents say, doesn't compute with what you think. And so you're like, dude, you're crazy for using the words in the document. What about what I think? You want me to believe your feelings over the facts.
Sound like Andrew, don't I? That's right. I don't know if I do like Andrew Wilson.
If you're just gonna respond to the chat, go back to the chat. If you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. No, please, no. What did I just say? Shut the fuck up. What did I just say? Shut the fuck up. You're muted. You have to repeat what I just said now. I'm not going to let you just talk about whatever the fuck you want. You can repeat what I just said and answer what I just said, or you can ask me to repeat it. Go ahead.
Right, repeat it.
Okay, great. This time you're going to listen and not read the chat?
Correct.
Appreciate it. So I'm taking the words from the charging documents. I'm taking the words from the Mueller report. And what you're telling me is that I must be crazy for reading the words and taking them as written and not assuming that they were actually coming after Trump. By the way, Robert Mueller, a Republican, I'm supposed to assume that he was coming after Trump and lied about what the investigation was about, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. You just kind of just bumbled in two questions at the time. That's not fair.
I asked two questions.
So again,
I asked two.
What I am saying, I just said that. I don't know why you need to repeat that. Anyway, what I am saying is the fact that you are moving this far up in an echo chamber that you want to actually sit there and claim that an investigation into the Trump campaign, campaign is not an investigation targeting Donald Trump.
It's not.
That is absolute crazyville.
Then why didn't they charge him with anything?
That is a cult like that is cult.
Then why didn't they charge him with anything?
You want to live so far up in an echo chamber that you want to say that an investigation into the Trump campaign is not an investigation that has any relation to Donald Trump.
No, that's not what I said. See, and this chat shut the fuck up. It's my turn now. This chat is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I told you they all do. And remember, chat, everybody here, nobody in a cult ever knows that they're in a cult. They think that they are acting in a sane, normal manner, and they think that everybody acts like they do. I am reading the words precisely, and what he wants me to do is take those precise words and ascribe a motive to Robert Mueller that I have no evidence that he has that motive. Now, if you want to provide evidence to me that Robert Mueller had this agenda to go after Trump, and that for some reason he was going after Trump and he's lying about it, I'm open to you explaining that to me. But your logic is, come on, bro. And I don't think that's a compelling argument. I'm reading the words as is. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't think you're making a good argument that this was actually about Trump, because they didn't sit down with Trump. They didn't charge Trump with a crime. They didn't accuse Trump of a crime. So they did this whole thing going after Trump, but then just never charged him, never even tried to charge him. That's what you want me to believe?
Am I muted?
No, I didn't mute you. You did a great job staying quiet that time. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm just so used to being muted.
Because you usually don't shut the fuck up, but you did great that time. You
don't shut the fuck either. What you talk? You have talked a lot more than I have. I don't understand what crazy world you're. Never mind. Anyway, whatever. This is typical left wing political mannerisms. Just mute what you don't like to hear.
See how he's attacking me and not responding to anything I said. This is what people do in cults. I just showed you guys.
Here wanting to have a conversation. You're the one that kept throwing out attacks. I just came in here to talk.
He's still doing it.
I didn't. If I watched you longer, I would have realized you were like a major dickwad.
Still doing it.
Came in.
Still doing it.
I would have actually attacked. If you
wanted doing it. You're gonna address anything I said, or are you just gonna whine? What's your plan?
So I believe.
I don't care what you believe. I need you to respond to what I said. What did I say? Do I need to repeat it again? Because it seems like you forgot what I said again.
If you like to, go ahead.
Okay, because you don't remember, right?
I'm not going. You asked me to provide some kind of evidence for one of the people that were indicted.
No, that Robert Mueller. Mueller wasn't indicted. I said you want me to believe that Robert Mueller actually lied when he said this is what this investigation is about, and that I'm supposed to believe that it's about that it. Well, then what the fuck are we doing? Then how am I supposed to believe it was about Trump?
He is. I don't know him.
Well, then why am I supposed to then think this was about Trump?
I don't know what goes on behind the mind of Robert Mueller.
Then why am I so then why are you telling me I should ignore
you?
I know, I'm not making an assumption. I'm reading what's on the paper, and you're telling me that's what's on the paper is incorrect. You're telling me that what they said is wrong, that it's really about Trump, and I'm asking you for some sort of compelling evidence that would lead me to believe that what was written on that paper was untrue. I think it's pretty clear.
Is that Trump, the name Trump in Trump campaign, and that's very compelling evidence to anybody who actually has a brain.
Can you explain to me then? So on my perspective, when I'm coming from this as a cult, I can give you an example. I used to go to this. The Mormons have like pageants, and there was this one down in central Utah, and I would go there, and there were always anti-Mormon protesters there. This is what we called them, but really they were just people like holding signs that said Joseph Smith had child brides. Joseph Smith was a sex predator, right? And they're doing that. And if you ask them why they're doing that, they're like, because Joseph Smith is a sex predator, and I think you guys should know that. But my people that are in the cult with me, that all to this day will tell you they weren't in a cult, they told me that the only reason that guy was there is because he hated Mormons. So that logic and the logic you're giving me, that the only reason they investigated Trump is because everybody hates Trump, that's the exact same logic. That seems like a one-to-one comparison to me. It's the same logic.
That is not what I. Well, hang on. If I could mute you, I really wish I could, because you didn't hear what I just said.
Okay, go again.
The only thing that I just said. I don't. You're taking this just
respond. Just respond.
I asked you. I know. I told you what I am looking into this. What the evidence that I have is the name Trump in Trump campaign. And you want to say, oh, well, I'm reading it as Trump campaign. Therefore, because there's a campaign beside Trump's name, it has nothing to do with Trump.
I never said it has nothing to do with Trump.
Idiotic.
Well, I didn't say that. So it does sound idiotic, which is why you're strawmanning my position. But what I said was this was not an investigation into Trump. It was an investigation into his campaign, which is more encompassing. It's not. And again, nobody charged or accused Donald Trump of a crime. So when Trump says, and we bring it back, Trump keeps telling all of you that this is a hoax. What is a hoax about this? How is any of this a hoax?
If there are individuals that had connections with Russia, then they should definitely be ousted and put in jail.
So it's not a hoax, right?
I can agree with you in that regard.
But so is that a hoax or not?
The majority of it is a hoax.
What part was a hoax?
Out of the 35 indictments,
what part was a hoax?
Were found to have communications with Russia.
What part was a hoax?
I just said it.
You said everything. What's everything else? You said the people that were indicted, that's not a hoax, but all the other stuff was a hoax. Well, what's all the other stuff?
You tell me.
I didn't make the claim. I didn't make the claim. No, you made that claim. You said the indictments were not a hoax, but everything else is a hoax. In fact, I'm not claiming it's a hoax. Trump is claiming it's a hoax.
All right,
my claim is that people went to jail. I'm confused what you're calling a hoax. You don't seem to know either, which again goes back to what I was telling the chat, that they will tell you things that are beliefs, but they can't defend them because this is absolutely a cult. It's a hoax. Why is it a hoax? I don't know.
All right, let me get a refresher on this here. Can we, while I'm getting a refresher on it here real quick, can we agree that everybody needs to hold Trump's feet to the flame over Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah,
Can we have an agreement?
Yeah, I've been trying. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Okay. And I actually believe the majority of MAGA, at least from what I see online, at least half believe the same.
So let me ask you then, let's talk about Trump's response to this. Because I think this gives you like I think this is where some Republicans can get a glimpse into what I'm seeing. Trump's response to this is, it's a hoax. Somebody else must have deleted the information. The only reason anybody cares about this is because the Democrats are after Trump because they hate Trump. Isn't that how he responds every time he's accused of something? So in this case, you know that he's dodging this. You know that he should be held accountable, at least to release the information. And he's telling you the exact same lies that he tells every time. So I'm just wondering, like, with this, does it click like, maybe he was lying about the other stuff? Because the election is another example. He obviously lost the election. There's literally no evidence that he... That he in 2020, sorry, not 2024, 2020.
Okay.
It's obvious he lost that, but he still tells you that he won. This guy lies about anything, and you know right now he's lying about the Epstein stuff. So why is it so crazy for me to go back? And now we're going back and we're looking at the Russia hoax. And I think at the very least, maybe you weren't prepared for this, which is fair, and maybe you haven't looked into it, which is fair, and maybe I'm wrong, which is fair. But at the very least, right now, you can't tell me why it's a hoax, but you have believed for years that it was.
Well, I have, and I think, okay, so I think, sorry, I'm trying to get a refresher on those indictments, but I don't understand what was going on. Okay, you're probably going to say that I'm in a cult for this, but this is just me being somebody who put a lot of faith into Donald Trump, and I really hope that Pam Bondi is the primary person to blame for this, and she's pulling the wool over Donald Trump's eyes for some reason. The last thing I want to see is his name on that list, but I am not putting it past. I am not ever going to say ever that is not a high possibility that he is on that list, and that's the reason that this is happening.
Can I ask you a question about that? Why do you hope that Pam Bondi is pulling the wool over his eyes?
Because I voted for Trump for 3 times because I see him as one of the last great bastions of hope for America in terms of our economy primarily, because I've got kids, I've got people to support, and I need this economy to get better than where it is. So if he is on that list, then that means I have 3 times voted for a disgusting pedophile that should have never been put in office in any way, shape, and form, and should be hung.
Yeah, and this is called the sunken cost fallacy. But along the way, you have ignored some pretty large indicators. Like when he lied about Stormy Daniels, that he didn't have an affair with Stormy Daniels, which he paid her off for. When he lied about Karen McDougal. When he was found by a court of law to have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. More than 40 women have come out and accused him of sexual abuse. We know for a fact that he bragged openly. He said, his own words, I walked into the Miss Teen USA pageant where there are underage girls naked, and I walked in to inspect them. And what I would say is that this sunken cost fallacy, like all along the way, you have ignored pretty obvious stories of Trump being corrupt because you believed in him. You believed in his America First agenda. You believed in Make America Great Again. And right now, what you're facing is a bridge too far. In cults, when you go through like deconstruction therapy, we call this a shelf-breaking moment. Whenever you have a belief system, no matter what it is, whether it's political, and this part, like everybody does. You do it in relationships. You'll do it with celebrities. You'll do it with athletes. You take things that are uncomfortable for you that you don't really want to address, and you put them on a shelf, and you just forget about them. And that's the Stormy Daniels. That's the Karen McDougal. That's all these sexual assault claims. That's the E. Jean Carroll thing. And there's like ways to get around them. You don't really have to say like, oh, for sure he did that, because like there's no definitive proof, which is usually the case with sexual assault. But now you're at a place where there's no good answer. And you put that on the shelf, and it either breaks your shelf or you leave it on the shelf and you ignore it. And everybody gets to this moment. And the scary part about this moment for everybody that you don't realize in the moment, for me, this was a very scary time in my life when I found out that Joseph Smith was lying about having a child bride. And it was indisputable. I had indisputable proof in front of me that he was lying about having a child bride. And for the next 6 weeks, I sat with headphones on listening to this podcast that like basically told the truth about who Joseph Smith was. For 6 weeks, every night, I laid outside, sick to my stomach, about all of the things that I had put on my shelf. And this is the reason like I do this. This is the reason I use like inflamed language, is because I know how destructive it is to be in a cult to each of us individually. Donald Trump has lied for 10 straight years. He doesn't have a good economy. He had a terrible, his economy the first time wasn't good. You say you're worried about your children's future. In Trump's first economy, we had wages flatlined. You had a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the upper class. No, people weren't better off, but he keeps telling you it was the greatest economy ever. So you're still in on it. Like just statistically speaking, the way he runs the economy is moronic.
It is better. Like you cannot be telling me that you actually okay. So I mean, I am giving you this that with the Epstein, I'm coming into agreement with you with this 100%. But I mean, I want to ask this question: do you believe that there is no cult-like behavior on the standard, just modern day left-wing side of politics at all?
If we're being honest, and let me just explain why I don't. The answer is no, but let me explain why. There are things that mimic cult behavior or that are similar to cult behavior that aren't cult behavior. For example, like being in a relationship with somebody abusive or somebody that's like fraudulent. And because you love them, you see the best in them and you ignore all the red flags. Now that is similar to how people in a cult act. Because they don't want to believe something. And so all people ignore things that are true. And so there are similarities to a cult. But the main difference between a cult and then just choosing not to believe things is a centralized figure. And Democrats have no centralized figure. We can't even figure out, like, we don't even have like a coherent policy platform. There's a huge difference between Bernie Sanders and Hakeem Jeffries. There's miles of difference. We have Mom Donnie, and we also had Joe Manchin. You know, like there's a big difference. So yes, some of the things that happen in a cult also happen with Democrats, but it's not all one directional coming from one person. Donald Trump gets people to lie and look stupid all the time. Like, how many people have gone on TV and been like, Donald Trump won the election? He clearly didn't win the election. If you go read Fox News' internal emails in the Dominion lawsuit, they're literally in emails like, yeah, this is fucking, I can't believe we still have to do this, but we can't go on live and say Trump lost the election because we'll lose all our viewers. That's how much power he had, that the folks at Fox News behind the scenes, like Tucker Carlson, they're emailing each other like, yeah, we know this is a lie, but if we go on TV and say that it was a lie, we're fucked. That's when it becomes cult behavior. And I think that Obama had a chance. I think there are people who may have viewed Obama more like a cult figure, but currently I don't think the Democratic Party has that at all.
2020 part, because I do find it weird how a lot of the mail-in ballots came in. I do find it weird with the randomized jump in the poll. I do love delving into conspiracy theories for fun. In some cases, they look weird, but I will contend that I don't believe that there would have been enough votes that came from the whatever weirdness was happening on there in those situations to actually push him over into a win. So I will agree with you there, but I do have a question for you. When it comes to the cult-like behavior in the left. So in two instances, and I believe, I know it's very hard for Bernie Sanders to ever win an election whenever he first officially came out as a socialist. That is a very big red flag for a lot of people because that socialism is a big bad word for a lot of people. But my question is this: do you not see any cult-like behavior within the left when they decided to put Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris ahead of Bernie Sanders? Because in the primary reason being because they were both women, and one of those women happened to be of a minority ethnicity. Do you not see that as a cult-like behavior?
No, I see that as authoritarian. Like the cult-like behavior would be, so for example, I understand what happened with Kamala Harris. I understand that like we didn't have a primary, but I have to be honest about how now Bernie got fucked. But that wasn't the will of the people. In fact, that probably helped cost Hillary the election, is because there were a lot of Democrats who didn't. It wasn't a cult to them. They're just like, okay. Most Democrats, if we just like, let's say you and I went to like the DNC convention. We had a microphone and we went around one by one to Democrats and we said, how did Bernie Sanders lose to Hillary Clinton? Almost none of them would know about superdelegates. Almost none of them would know how that was rigged against them. To me, that is more of corruption, and that they were hiding that from the people. Because almost everybody I know that found out about that hates Hillary Clinton now. I don't know anybody who knows that story and he's like, I'm still on board with Hillary Clinton. With Harris, the primaries were over. We had already done the primaries, and so there really wasn't a way to do primaries then. It was still open. Dean Phillips was still in the race. Marianne Williamson was still in the race. They could have gotten any of Biden's delegates. But I think that was more of an instance of people going, what's our best chance to win? Our best chance to win is going to be Harris. I don't think it's great. It sucks. We shouldn't have elected Biden in the first place. We should have brought in somebody younger. But like at the same time, Trump didn't show up to a single debate. He didn't go through your primary process. He didn't engage either. And you guys chose him. Why? Because you all just really like Donald Trump.
On both sides. I mean, Kamala Harris, that was the same situation.
Right, but you guys, no, they're different. And here's how they're different. And I actually think it's different on your end. It's a better argument for your end. Like, it was more democratic on your end because Trump, at the very least, he still got the votes, right? He still went state to state and he got the votes. But he didn't show up and participate in the primary. He didn't go to debates. He skipped every single debate and let everybody else debate on the stage. And I'm just pointing out that would never happen. Name one other election. Like, let's just say Joe Biden had stepped away before the primaries, and Kamala Harris decided that she was going to run for president, and a bunch of other Democrats that, you had RFK, you had Dean Phillips, you had Marianne Williamson. There would have been other people that jumped in. Do you think if Kamala Harris skipped all of the debates that she would have won the nomination? There's no shot. Because
I think
she lost.
Did a decent job in the first debate.
She did it the first time. No, I'm talking about the DNC debates. The debates with the other candidates. Well, she didn't go because she wasn't running, right? But let's just say it was an open primary. I've seen what happens to Kamala Harris in an open primary. She didn't do well. But your party took a guy that didn't participate in the process and elected him, I guess because you liked him.
He is a content president. He's a showman.
That is more.
He's always been a showman.
I get it, but that is closer to a cult than what you're explaining. Both are bad, just so we're clear. Both of those are not ideal scenarios. Biden should have stepped down long before that. And the people around him clearly knew that he should have stepped down. I agree with all of that. But when we're talking about cult behavior, we're talking about the behavior of like the constituency, and he won easily. I think he won every state. I don't think he lost a single state without even participating in the process. So you guys said, "Hey, dude, We love you so much. It literally doesn't matter what anybody else says. We're just going to pick you. Don't even bother showing up.
Right.
That's more cult behavior, right? Would you agree with that?
The Democrat Party did. I want to believe it's more. I believe it's fairly equal. I can see cultism within MAGA, not as a whole, but I do see almost the entirety of left wing politics.
So
currently, I'm not even.
Let's replay it then.
More cult-like.
Let's play it. Let's because we can do this hypothetical as a 1-to-1. Let's say Donald Trump makes it through this whole presidency, and JD Vance isn't talking about running, and it gets to what, August, July. So the primaries are basically done. This is in 2028. It's July. All the primaries are done. There's already there's somebody on the Republican side or the Democrat side. Let's just say it's Pete Buttigieg. He secured the nomination, and then you guys just go, you know what? The primary season's done. Fuck it. We'll just give it to JD Vance. I don't think that would be cult-like behavior. I think that would be a decision made on what they think the best option is. I view what the Democrats did is they thought that was their best option. Look, people don't love Kamala Harris. It's clear. She got less votes than Joe Biden. Yeah. So you can't really have a cult when the people don't love the leader and don't have unconditional love, and that they don't lie for her. Nobody is out there lying for Kamala Harris.
My view of this as being a cult because nobody, because again we both agree nobody liked her. So what my preface is that the only reason she was put in that place is because she happened to be female and she happened to be a person, a minority.
Well, can I qualify that real quick?
I see. Go ahead.
Can I qualify that to make it, I think, more fair? She was the most qualified black woman, because it's true. Biden said I'm going to choose a black woman as my running mate, but obviously she wasn't the only option. She was the best option. He did set parameters, but that's not the only reason. Like, maybe she would have been VP anyways, but it's clear he had a direction. But there were other options.
Maxine Waters was too old.
Sure, yeah, but there's other options, right?
There was,
yeah.
But I see that as very fundamentally cult-like behavior to have that mind virus to put somebody in a position who's only being put into that position because of what's not between their legs and what their skin color is, to have almost an entire political organization based around that ideology.
I just don't think
see as a cult-like behavior, and it's very destructive when we put people that shouldn't be in these positions there for those two specific reasons.
And what I'm saying is that if you talk to anybody, you can go look at Stephen Hassan. Go take anybody who studies cults. Anybody who studies this would say that that's not cult-like behavior. It's actually the opposite of cult-like behavior. It's anti-establishment. It's kind of forcing people out of a position that they normally hold. Because normally in America we pick the white guy, right? So this is a position that most Americans, at the very least, have historically been uncomfortable with. And so I understand what you're saying. I understand that you're in a way that it's taking away. In your opinion, and I might share that opinion, it's maybe not choosing the best possible option, but it's choosing somebody's option because they feel like they represent somebody that's been underrepresented. I agree with that. I'm just saying that that doesn't happen in cults. Like, in cults, they don't take somebody who's unpopular and put them in charge. It's always the most popular person that they put in charge.
Or the person with the most power and authority.
Which wouldn't have been her, right?
Well, I mean, I see all politicians, even Kamala Harris, more towards the elites, because whenever you have situations to where, like, let's say you have a doctor getting paid $150,000, they have one really nice home, nice car, family, and kids, but then you see politicians making about the same amount of money, but have 3 some odd homes in different countries. I see her more as an elite, to where Donald Trump was a successful businessman. He was a billionaire. And I will change my opinion on this if the Epstein list ever comes out and he is on that list. I will definitely call him an elite. But I would say he was a very successful businessman, but not towards the fact that he was getting handouts because of his political power. Before he went into politics, to where Kamala Harris has been there for a bit.
Whatever this is just as somebody who, like, I'm not like a scholar on this, but like of people that are an expert on cults, like I do have a lot more expertise than that. That's not indicative of a cult. That's just a different thing. I think what you're doing is you're saying like, here's my criticisms of Harris, and my criticisms all equal cult. Not all my criticisms of Donald Trump equate to him being a cult leader. Not all my criticisms of MAGA would be like you're in a cult. For example, this obsession with cutting taxes all the time, even though it increases the debt and it doesn't seem to give us much economic benefit. I wouldn't say that's cult behavior. I think that is misinformed behavior. It's the fealty to Donald Trump. It's allowing him to lie to you when you know that he's lying and repeating those lies. That's the part that is the cult behavior. And my biggest concern about Donald Trump is that when he's gone, he has destroyed trust in everything but him. I don't know where MAGA is going to go. Who do you guys trust? What do you trust? You only trust him. You don't trust Republicans. You don't trust the courts. You don't trust the media. You don't trust Congress. You don't trust the news. You don't trust social media. You literally only trust him. And when he's
in our defense,
and that's going to create a vacuum.
Trust the media right now.
I trust the media.
In our defense,
I think that's.
Well,
I think
not
this
as
is.
much.
I think it's fucking bullshit that we target the media. I think the media is 1 trillion times more honest than Donald Trump. In fact, I would say this.
Mainstream,
take them in totality. I don't think you could point to something that the media lied about concerning Donald Trump. I don't think you could prove anything.
Ooh, hang on.
Just pick one.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay, hang on. It's been a while. Hang on, let me see.
Yeah.
You can go ahead. I'll get a couple if you want to continue with your point. Sorry.
No, that's the point. Is that I think that Donald Trump's shaping the media as they are, and the times that he calls them liars, I don't think they lied about him. I think they were mostly telling the truth. Now, people in the media get things wrong, and a lot of the things sometimes, like, for example, the bombing of Iran. They say the media lied because the media came out and they said, CNN, I think, is the first one that got the story, said that according to their reports from the Pentagon, from a leaked memo that they read, that it did not do the destruction that they thought it did. Now, Trump's like, no, it did more destruction, so you're lying. Even if the report that they reported on, even if they totally wiped out all the Iranians' nuclear facilities, CNN still didn't lie. CNN took a report from the Department of Justice and they read it. So that's not lying. That's them taking what the Department of Justice was, or excuse me, not the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense. They're reading what the Department of Defense put out and they're reporting on that. Whether that turns out to be true or not, at no point are they lying. They are telling the truth about what they were given. But Donald Trump and MAGA says they're lying. They're not lying. They're telling the truth there. Trump's telling you that they're lying. And this is the type of stuff. Sometimes they report things that they get. They're supposed to report their sources. And if they quote a source and that source winds up being wrong, they didn't lie. The source lied. Right? And so I think that we have turned our country against the media. I don't think the media lies all that much, if we're being honest. I think Fox News, since Trump came around, now they lie a lot, but what they're doing is they're repeating a lie that Trump says. Right? And so even if they're just repeating his lie and they're saying Trump said this, then that's not a lie by them. But if they're like if they're not quoting him, if they're lying about the data, that's a lie. But even then, I don't even think they lie as much. I think Trump is the biggest liar in the history of politics, and it's not close. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find something the media lied about him.
I mean, there's a few that I needed a few refreshers on them, but I think we can maybe we can find some common ground here to where, I mean, there was a very noticeable drop in primarily left-leaning or perceived to be left-leaning mainstream media sources like NBC, ABC, CNN after the election. Turned the way it did, where there was very minimal, if no, actually maybe a slight increase in right-leaning news sources like Fox News. Because I believe that both the right and the left, because it used to be just the right having the main issues and main problems, not just with the lies that they had perceived from mainstream media towards Trump, but also with the very negative hit pieces that seem to go out before all the facts would be laid out within a lot of cases. Where the right used to have those primary issues, now the left is also losing trust in the information. Their media, their mainstream media is giving them just because of the results.
Yeah,
of the election.
but why are they losing credibility? The thing is I'm the stuff that you would say that the left has lost their credibility for. They turned out to be right, and Trump was lying every time. Almost every
not the left. I'm talking about the left-wing media.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I know what you meant.
Well, because the left-wing media has been telling that, like, for Hillary Clinton, it was going to be a blowout, it was going to be an avalanche. They all got it wrong.
That's not lying. That's not lying. That's quoting.
I didn't claim that.
I know, but I'm asking you for lies. I don't think they lie. I think they.
No, I'm about to get into the lies. I was just saying I wanted to find some common ground to where I was saying both the right and now the left are losing faith in their primary mainstream media sources. But I did need a couple of refreshers. But find people on both sides.
Okay, let's talk about that.
That was a very contentious situation to where and I did read the full quote, but not just I read it a while ago. I need to actually pull the full quote to where he did say that there were fine people on both sides for the Charlottesville situation, but the primary issue that most of the mainstream media sources that were primarily left-leaning didn't state is that there were fine people on both sides before everything went haywire.
When did it go?
There were people before the dum-dums with their torches came in and started yelling their Jewish slurs and whatnot. There were people there that came because they wanted to protest and they wanted to voice their concerns and complaints about a statue. Okay. And then the opposite side came out and saying, hey, you can't be just tearing down crap because you don't like our history. You can't just erase this. And then those were both the fine people that had reasons to be there that were that were contentious towards each other, but were there for a very specific reason, not to disrupt or cause violence. But then you had the if I can, am I allowed to cuss?
Yeah, say whatever the fuck you want.
And started just throwing their Jewish slurs.
I'm confused what the lie. I'm confused with the lie because here's now I think you're adding context that wasn't there. So when Trump was talking about the very fine people, they were talking about the actual like riot part, right? That's what they were talking about. They were talking about the people who marched and the counter protesters. Now, the people that marched and they met up with the counter protesters, and then we had the violence. I would contend that nobody marching was a very fine person because in that march, you had legitimate like anti-Semitic chants. You had the Proud Boys. You had neo-Nazis. You had open Nazis chanting and marching. And if you are marching with that crowd, I maybe it's a different definition. I don't think that there are very fine people. This is a case where I would argue that this is not a lie, but a difference of opinion. I don't think anybody who even showed up to protest taking down that statue, it's hard for me to imagine that there were very fine people there, because that was a protest organized by neo-Nazis about the city's decision to remove a statue celebrating a treasonous Confederate general who fought against the United States. I have a hard time understanding the very fine people who are complaining that that Confederate statues need to stay up. What is the very fine reasoning for wanting to keep Confederate statues up?
Like I had said, there are a lot of people that believe. Well, so from a conservative perspective, that agrees with the people that were there, saying, "Hey, you cannot." I wasn't agreeing with the people that had the torches. There is a route to take. There are methods in law to have these types of symbols removed.
That's what they were protesting.
Not just right. They were over there just defacing public property.
Brother,
they were there trying to tear it down.
They were.
It's like
that's,
we
you've got your facts.
like
your
that.
Facts are wrong. They were protesting the city making a decision to remove the statue. They were not there protecting people that okay. So if you
Yes,
if
they
the
were.
city wait, hold on. So if
I
the
guarantee you, if the opposition was,
excuse me.
Go ahead.
So if the
Go ahead.
city has made a decision to remove the statues of Confederate traitors who were fighting to keep slavery alive, who are the very fine people opposing that?
Well, okay. Well, the people that were there saying that you shouldn't be tearing down the statues. I remembered. I remember. I think I remembered a different statue being torn down actually by the people directly.
But why? Why are they
say, "Hey,
very
you
fine
can't
people?
raise
I understand
history
that.
like that."
I understand that they were there. I understand what they're saying. Why are they very fine people? They are arguing to keep up a statue of the traitorous Confederates who were fighting to keep slavery alive. I don't think you're a good person if you're fighting to keep that statue up.
Because they didn't come there to beat on people. They didn't. They came in their opposition.
I understand, but I feel like you're
they-
avoiding this. I'm not talking about the beating. I'm being very specific. I'm talking about the people that are there only protesting the removal of the statue. That statue is of a Confederate traitor who was fighting to keep slavery alive. The person who showed up there only to protest the statue being removed and didn't want to go beat on people and didn't want to march with the Nazis. Well, I don't think that that is a very fine person. But again, this isn't the media lying. This is a difference of definition. You may think that that's a very fine person. I don't. And so what they were saying was, and that was the criticism of Trump, is they're saying, wait, who are these very fine people? I don't think anybody fighting to keep a Confederate statue up is a very fine person. I think that's bizarre. So that's just a difference of definition of like what fine means. That's not the media lying about Trump. That's saying, here's his quote. He said there were very fine people on both sides. We don't agree that there were very fine people on both sides. It's just a disagreement. It's not a lie, though.
Yeah, but I think that is kind of a straw man coming in there, because when it came to the media, and I remember this very plain as day when the situation was going on, is that the media wasn't conflating. They weren't making the statement that he was saying there were very fine people on both sides, and Trump was saying there's fine people on the standard protesters that were there to protest the removal.
And I disagree with that.
What the implication of the media was that Trump said there was fine people on both sides, and when they characterized his statement, they characterized that statement towards the individuals that came in with their torches, throwing out Jewish slurs.
Let me ask.
That was the implication of the media.
Okay, but hold on real quick. What was the question that he was asked when he said there were very fine people on both sides?
I don't remember.
He was asked about if he would condemn the violence from the neo-Nazi Proud Boy protest. I understand. But he was asked about a specific instance of this clash between the protesters and counter-protesters, in which the one side was legitimately Nazis, and the other side was, you had Antifa, and then you had counter-protesters. So he was asked about a specific instance. So you saying that he was talking about the people from the night before, that wouldn't make any fucking sense, because that wasn't the question he was asked. So you want us now to assume that he was answering a totally different question, and that somehow we took him out of maybe that's what he meant. Maybe that's what he meant, but it wasn't the question he was asked. So it's fair for them to say, we asked you a question about this event of the violence, and you said there were very fine people on both sides as an answer to our question about the violence. So even if he meant the stuff before, I do not think it is the media's responsibility to then say, you know what? Maybe he didn't understand the question. Maybe he was talking about the night before and he was including some of those people. I think he should answer the question he was asked, and it's his fault if he fucks that up. He was asked very specifically about the violence. And I think if you're asked that question and you say very fine people on both sides, that's a fair criticism of you. And maybe you fucked up. And all he had to do to clear it up is be like, you know what? I fucked up. When they asked me that question, I was thinking about the people the night before, but he didn't say that. He came out and he said, the media lies. This is mainstream media lying. They're always smearing because they hate Trump. He didn't even take a second, and none of you even took a second to think, what was the question? I asked you, what question was he asked? And you didn't know. So you haven't even taken this entire thing into context. You've just decided the media was lying, and you didn't even know what he was asked.
I actually have a lot of contentions with what you had just said. I didn't need to know what the question was, because your primary issue is how he worded his statement. There is no
to the question
that you can't say, hey, there were fine people on both sides to start off an answer to a question and then say, but fuck the Nazis that were actually there. That is a complete answer to the question. You just didn't like the way he worded it.
I just don't know who the just don't know. No.
Degree.
Wait, first of all, I'm allowed to do that. That doesn't make me a liar. You made the claim that they.
I didn't say you're a liar.
Wait, hold on. This conversation is about. You said, "Let me give you an example of a time the media lied," and you're bringing this up. You and I have a difference of opinion, and that's okay. My problem with Trump and with the way that he handles things is the media didn't lie. He gave an answer that wasn't really it wasn't a very good answer to the question that he was asked. And instead of just clearing that up, he decided to go on an all-out crusade against the media. You guys are acting like do you really think that when we saw the question that was asked about the violence, that we should have assumed he was also talking about the night before? Do you think that's a fair thing to ask us to do? That he answered a question and that he included something from the night before, which nobody asked about, and we're just supposed to know that that's what he meant?
No, it doesn't
okay.
Make
so
any
there's
sense
not
to me
really a
whatsoever.
lie.
I mean,
so there's not really a lie, right?
When you're asked a question, do you condemn the neo-Nazis?
Wait, hold on. But where
on both sides?
But where is this lie?
Neo-Nazis that were there.
But where is this lie that you're talking about?
The lie, and again, if you look up any report ever documented on this from left-wing media, in almost every single instance, there are images of the torches and the guys with the torches in almost every single instance. And below that is the title saying that Trump says there were fine people on both sides.
Correct.
In each of the articles, there are implications that when he said there were fine people on both sides, he was implying that the individuals with the torches were the fine people on both
because
sides.
Because that's who he was asked. That's who he was asked. Wait, that's who he was. That's who he was asked about. I can read you his quote directly. He was asked.
I can too. There was 3 sentences afterwards where he said they can go fuck themselves.
Well, I understand he said that, but the question he was asked was about the violent group of protesters. He wasn't asked about the night before. That's what I'm pointing out. Nobody lied here. He may have given an answer that maybe he gave an answer to a question he thought he was asked. But again, I don't really we have a difference of opinion here, and that's okay. This is one of those instances where it's okay to have a difference of opinion, but they didn't lie. Nobody lied.
So had you an audibly white supremacist?
Stay here, please.
I think the question actually, I think the question, I'm rereading the actual question. I think the question was actually, let me ask you, Mr. President, why did you wait so long to blast the neo-Nazis?
Correct.
I believe that was the original question from
Correct.
the reporter.
They're asking about what? What are they asking about? Are they asking about the neo? Wait, let me just so we clarify. Do you think they're asking about the neo-Nazis who were marching and violently attacked other protesters? Or do you think they were talking about the night before when neo-Nazis, along with non-neo-Nazis, I guess if you want to call them, were not violent? Do you think they were asking about the night before, or do you think they were talking about the event that was violent?
Well, from what it looked, it looked like actually there's more to this than even you were letting me on, because I pulled up the full quote, and it actually wasn't just a quote; it was a back and forth between a reporter and Trump. It wasn't really a singular statement.
I know.
To where the original question was, let me ask Mr. President, why did you wait so long to blast the neo-Nazis? And what he said was, I wanted to make sure, unlike most politicians, I wanted to make sure, unlike most politicians, that what I said was correct, not to make a quick statement. And that was where everything had gone. I mean, it's just,
where is the lie?
If the lie is, and again, I'm going to keep saying this, that the implication that Donald Trump claimed that the people with the torches were
you're saying implication here. So you are taking an interpretation. If you have to assert, if you have to assert an implication, then now you're putting your mind into the person asking the question. In order for you to claim this was a lie, you have to pretend that you understand what they actually meant when they asked this question. I'm just pointing out, I don't want to talk about this anymore, to be honest, because we're at an impasse. There's not a lie here. There's a difference of opinion, and that's okay. But again, Donald Trump and you at the beginning said this is a lie. And I just want to point out over and over again that everything Donald Trump has claimed the media lied about him for, they didn't actually lie. He's just a bitch. He's just a whiny little bitch. He always does this. You go look at his life before politics. Every time he lost a court case, he would claim that it was rigged against him, that the media was lying. Go watch his interview with Barbara Walters when she's talking about how his banks are like, this guy, like, this is a bad deal, like he's not paying his loans back. And he's like, oh, they're just against me. This is how he has lived his life. He always says everybody's against him. And the truth is, he's just a liar. He just says
But
shit
I'll
that
agree,
isn't true.
He is definitely a personality, but he's not
And
like
a liar. And a
He's
liar.
not like a limp. All politicians are liars, and I will give you credence to that. But we're gonna have from what we're talking here.
Let me give you a challenge. Let me give you a challenge then. Let me give you a challenge then. I want you to name another presidential candidate, somebody, or just presidential nominee or president
That's lost money on his election campaign.
No, that lied. And I want you to tell me the lie that they told.
Joe Biden claiming that he still is able to function as a president.
Is that a lie? Is that a lie, or is that open to interpretation?
It was. It was a lie, and it came out as a lie.
No.
It came out as an official lie.
In order for something to be a lie, they would have to
officially a couple months ago.
That's not a lie. This is the problem that we have. You're talking about a difference of interpretation. It is telling that you can't think of a lie. If you want me to name Donald Trump lies, I bet I could name 10. But I don't think you can name a single lie that any other nominee has told. This should be easy. If all politicians lie, just name a lie.
Kamala Harris claiming that she did not have it within her area that she had control and domain of before she was actually the vice president, did not openly and actively push for the jailing of individuals who had possession of cannabis, even though she had come out in a statement saying that she was a very frequent cannabis user before she actually went into politics.
Where is the quote where she said that people who have cannabis possession should be thrown in prison? And then where's the quote where she denied it?
Well, I thought I was just stating what I had remembered. I mean, let me see here.
Because I don't think that's right either. Because she was the DA then, so she didn't write the laws. She just had to follow. She was required to follow the laws. So even her opinion there wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't be a lie. But if you do have a quote that says, if you have possession of cannabis, you should be imprisoned, I'd be interested in that quote, because I've never heard that.
Okay. I'll look it up. Do you want to have a side conversation while you actually look it up?
You can look it up. I've looked into this. I don't think she ever said that. I think, but weirdly, a lot of right-wing people seem to keep repeating this lie that she did say that. And I think that this is one of the other ways that this is absolutely a cult. When you said, I've had this conversation a bunch of times. When I brought up the fact that Donald Trump lies, you said what everybody in cults say. Everybody lies. So when I would point out that, like, to my parents who are still in the cult, when I point out that, like, for example, there was a guy that he didn't think that Mormon church leaders should be able to meet with kids one-on-one and ask them, like, explicit sexual questions. There was a leader in the church that demanded that the church stop that practice. And he went on a hunger strike in front of the church, and they kicked him out. They excommunicated him, and they publicly shamed him. And then after they did that, they changed the rule, right? But my parents, when I bring that up, they're like, everybody makes mistakes. You're only focusing on this one because you hate the church.
I mean, if Jesus Christ comes back to life, we can vote for him, definitely.
So in this case, I'm pointing out that you're doing the same thing without being able to point to a specific lie. You dismiss Donald Trump's lies because you said everybody does. But I could give you multiple examples. Like, for example, Donald Trump claimed in multiple times that there was no Trump Tower meeting between his son and the Russians. That is not true.
Just like Biden.
That never happened there either. Did Biden lie about a meeting between his son and the Russians at his house?
Burisma.
What did he lie about with Burisma?
Well, he lied that. Okay, so he lied that he was not the man sitting beside his son, the big man sitting beside his son.
Do you have evidence that he was
the
big man? Do you have evidence that he was?
No, other than that text, I suppose not. Me specifically.
The text that said 10% for the big guy?
Yeah.
When you look at you look at Hunter Biden's finances, was there anybody that ever got like 10%, exactly 10% of the deals? Were we able to ever track money that gave 10% of any deals to somebody?
I thought Marjorie Taylor Greene actually had something.
Yeah, there was 10%. There was a 10% kickback to Joe Biden's brother.
Yeah.
That did business. Yeah, not to Joe Biden. So it's not a lie, is it? So
he also became quite a bit richer.
I understand that, but remember, we're talking. Remember, stay on subject, please. Don't because this is what you guys are. This is what every Trump person does. I'm asking you for one lie that any politician has told, and you can't tell me any.
Well, that was just a side conversation. I can't actually find the quote directly from Kamala Harris, so I will admit that you got me there.
Okay, can you think of another lie?
Trump calling all illegal immigrants animals when we're having the
No.
issues with
I'm asking you for because you said that all politicians lie. So I just need one from another like leading candidate from the DNC.
Let me see. I can't think of any at the moment.
Is that concerning at all?
It could be slightly.
Okay.
And I definitely know they're there. They're definitely good at cover up their. And this is not
my
just
contention
it's from Republicans as well.
My contention is that you ignore all the obvious signs that Donald Trump is a fraud and a liar, and you dismiss it by saying everybody lies, which is exactly.
No, I didn't dismiss it.
I haven't finished that sentence yet, which is exactly how people treated David Koresh, which is exactly how people treated Keith Raniere, which is exactly how people treated Jim Jones, which is exactly how people treat Joseph Smith. They take their bad behavior and they say everybody does this. But when I ask you for specifics, you can't give me any. If you ask me for specifics, I could give you dozens of examples of things that Donald Trump absolutely lied about that are unequivocal, that he 100% lied about. And you can't give me any. And this is why I say you guys operate like a cult, because he's the most obvious fraud that has ever been in office. And it's not close. It's not even remotely close. We will do whataboutism all day. Even the idea that you said Donald Trump was a successful businessman, that's not true. He was broke when he entered office. Every business, every corporation he ever started went under. Not one single business that he started ever didn't go under. Well, you also have Trump Airlines, or what was it called, like Trump Taxi or whatever. It was Trump Airlines. You have Trump Water. You have Trump Vodka. You have his fragrance lines. What else? Trump Steaks. Trump Magazine. Every venture he ever tried actually failed. The only thing he was ever successful at is taking his daddy's money, and he wasn't even successful at that. By the time he entered office, there wasn't a single bank in America who would do business with him, and yet you guys still think he's a great negotiator. I would then point to his record as president, where he can't negotiate shit. The only negotiation I know of that he did well on is with NATO, when he convinced them to pay more, and I give him credit for that. But everybody's laughed at him. He has still yet to close a trade deal. He said yesterday or 2 days ago, like, I don't have to close trade deals. I just send them a letter and tell them what it is. He's like, they're all calling me. They're all calling me begging to do business. And they're all like, no, we're not. This guy is one of the worst businessmen in history. Trump University, thank you. She can't run a charity in New York because he stole from it. He's one of the worst businessmen ever in this country. And people still think he's good at this. He's the worst president. He's the dumbest person that's ever entered office. He literally, like when you identify his speech, he speaks on a fourth grade level. He is remarkably dumb. And he lies.
Most people that would get $1 million. Most regular Americans that would receive $1 million to start a business franchise would probably end up committing suicide because of poor choice in the long run.
He got $300 million, and he ran it into the ground.
Would spend most of it on taxes or trying to fix the CO2 emissions. So it's
because that's what most. Wait, what?
And if he is a fraudster, he's the worst fraudster in the world. I mean, if he's losing money, if he's the only politician losing money,
well, he's making it now. He's making money now. He's making money. 40% of his current net worth has been earned while he's president. Because he's currently running 2 crypto scams where he's openly taking bribes and pocketing that money. He just sued CBS and got $16 million. By the way, he didn't win that case. They gave him $16 million so he would sign off on their merger. He just literally, used his position. You think it's a good deal that our president is selling his signature for $16 million? That's a good thing?
Yeah, if somebody's
Excuse
dumb
me.
enough to buy a signature for $60 million,
No.
that's a, yeah.
They don't have an option because he has to approve their merger. It's a good thing you're telling me it's a good thing for the president to wield his power as president to collect $16 million to put in his own pocket?
I would have to look up just to confirm that is the reason.
Okay, but let's just say that it's true. Is that good or bad?
If that is true, I would say that is bad.
You should look it up, but yeah, if it's true, it's bad. That's what he did.
Right.
Do you think it's good or bad that he has a crypto coin where he gets I think 90% of the gas fee, which means anytime anybody buys a Trump coin, there's a fee, and he gets 90% of that fee. Do you and we can't track it? So
if there's deregulation of crypto from this and everybody gets to benefit from it, I don't care.
Wait. You don't care if he does fraud. As long as we deregulate crypto, it's fine for him to make hundreds of millions of dollars hold on, let me finish. He's running a Ponzi scheme that openly takes bribes, and you don't care as long as he deregulates crypto. Is that right?
If it is in the form of bribes and he's not actually creating a coin and building success from that coin naturally, then that is not okay.
Can you think of any utility? Can you think of any utility to Trump coin besides taking bribes?
I mean, come on, I'll let you finish, man. And honestly, if his coin does naturally well, and in the end there's deregulation of crypto and it benefits us as a society overall, we have something that the government can stay out of tax-wise. I believe there'll be a net benefit to the country in the long run. However, if this does go into the form of bribes, then yes, that would be a problem.
So this is the problem that we have, and this is why I say it's a cult. Is you are unwilling, like you don't know any of this stuff, and you're saying that it's okay for somebody to be corrupt. And the thing that you just said is more baffling. Is that if it
wasn't?
Hold on, you said if it does end up deregulating crypto, and for some reason you said the government can't tax it, brother, that will bankrupt our country. If everybody can move their money to crypto and they don't have to pay taxes on it, our country will go under. This is a crazy stance that you've taken, that it's okay for him to be corrupt as long as it leads to a scenario where you can't be taxed.
Where everybody is better off in the end. Yes.
How would ever? Yeah. Well, look.
Honestly, what are your opinions on tax? I'm just kind of curious here. The more tax, do you trust the government to have your best interest and to know where your money should go, and to scam you into believing that the alternative energy that they're not ready, that's not efficient enough for us to be pushing these taxes into? Do you actually believe that the government is the best place for your tax, but do you trust them with your tax?
It's the only place. That's how countries
absolutely insane,
brother. That's how countries operate. And if you don't, give me an example then. So I'm looking at our country right now, and the problem that I have with our government is not that they don't know where to spend our taxes, but that they spend too much, and that they keep approving spending, and that your party, your party is responsible for just 2 presidents and 2 pieces of legislation are responsible for 54% of our debt. Your party, I just can't be lectured by Republicans about this. 54% of your debt is directly attributable to the Bush and Trump tax cuts. 54%, more than half, are 2 pieces of legislation by Republicans on a flawed ideology that trickle-down economics is anything more than a pipe dream. You guys fucked up our economy. You have fucked the entire thing up. And they're like, I don't trust the government. You know why I don't trust the government? Because we give them money for Social Security, which is really popular, and then they steal from it and they take loans from it. And we pay into taxes for a million things. And then you know what the biggest expenditure is for Republicans in this tax bill? No, tax cuts to rich people. Just deciding we're not going to collect this revenue.
No, I can't let you slide on that one. Those are always half truths. It's always, hey, this whole entire bill is set up to primarily function and give positive benefits to the rich.
Correct.
Okay, and that's a half truth. It's true, but in the end, everybody is getting a tax cut. It's not like the rich.
Excuse me, who's getting a tax cut?
The rich.
Wait, who's getting a tax cut?
The rich do receive a tax cut. Everybody.
No, we're not.
Class, everybody. Yes,
there's not a single A
tax
single.
incentives
There
to
is
have
not a
an
single.
extension on childcare.
Excuse me.
Go
There
ahead.
is not a single analysis that says that the poorest among us won't have a tax increase.
Yeah. Well, that is a net. That is a benefit. Yes, that is one of the benefits.
I don't.
And
One of,
also
wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait.
childbirth
I don't think you
accounts.
heard me. I don't think you heard me. The poorest among us are going to have a tax increase.
Oh, that's not what I heard.
Okay.
I thought you said that
Every
there was okay.
Because what you're looking at, and this is the game that Republicans play. There's two games that Republicans play. One, they tell you that everybody's getting a tax cut because the rates are lower. But we don't really care about marginal tax rates. We care about effective tax rates, right? At the end of the year, did you pay more in taxes across the board, or did you pay less? And the economic analysis says that poor people will actually wind up paying more into taxes because you have to look at the total picture. And when you factor in things like tariffs, which are absolutely a tax, those hurt the poor and the middle class because those margins are already paper thin. So every dollar that they have to pay on a tariff is an actual tax to them. So the increase, they pay very limited taxes as is, but the increased prices that they're going to pay from tariffs are going to make them they are going to wind up paying more taxes. However, there are things that like a tax break, like the estate tax. It's like, that's cool. If I had something to pass along to my kid, cool. They wouldn't have to pay taxes on it. But who does that mostly benefit? Rich people. And what did they do? They took it from 5 million to I think it was 15 or 20 million. The overwhelming majority of the tax cuts go to the richest among us. It is absolutely true. And in order to do that, in order to give those tax breaks, we have to cut spending because that decreases revenues. So we have to pull funding from mostly poor people. Why do? Let me ask you this: at the end,
85% of the taxes are paid by rich people.
We've had
We should be taxing people that aren't rich.
We've had 8 years. No, this doesn't make sense. How are taxes determined? How is it determined?
I thought you might have agreed with me on that one.
No, that's fucking stupid. Because look, taxes are determined by percentage, right? A percentage of your income. So if the richest among us are paying 80% of the taxes, what does that mean? 85. What does that mean?
Well, that means that the majority of the burden for the
mathematically, what does it mean?
No,
sorry, I should have asked a better question. Mathematically, what does it mean? How is it that if it's a percentage of your money, how is it possible that they pay 85% of the taxes?
Well, it would be the total taxes just going into the overall economy.
Because they have all the money, right?
The problem is a loophole.
Because they have all the money, right?
They do.
Okay, so when I look at the distribution of wealth, and I start in 2017, and I get to 2025, which we were under Trump's tax cuts that entire time, is the gap between the wealthy and the middle class getting bigger or smaller?
Oh, it's getting bigger.
Okay,
it definitely is.
So
that is the problem.
That's the problem. So this is the flawed logic. You're like, oh, they pay. Hold on. The flawed logic is that's not fair. They pay all the taxes. Yeah, because they have all the fucking money. Because our system is rigged for the rich. The more money you get, the easier it is to make money. Because of simple compound interest. The more money you have, the more money you make. It's a bad system. So why are we cutting? So if they got richer during this time, the middle class got more poor, the poor got more poor, the rich got richer. Why the fuck are we giving them a tax break? They just they're the only ones that benefited. Clearly.
Again.
Why would we cut their taxes?
You're taking this off into a direction that I don't know why you're going there, because the only thing that I said was that you said but what you said was a half truth, because there are benefits that do go across the board. I mean,
not in totality. Not in totality.
Tips, overtime pay.
It's not
car loan interest deductions.
Wait, hold on. I'm not talking. It's not a half truth.
I mean, come on.
No, you're telling half truths. I'm telling the whole truth.
That's the full truth.
Hold on. No. I'm telling the whole truth. When you look at all the tax breaks, and then you factor in the tariffs, and you factor in local and state taxes, and you factor in all the taxes, and you look at the whole picture, poor people will pay more. You are telling half truths. You are telling half truths by saying, wait a minute, there are tax breaks for poor people. Correct, there are, but overall they will pay more. I'm telling the full truth. You're telling half truths, and you're accusing me of telling half truths.
Well, okay, it is not a wild state for me to say that you were saying half truth. The half truth was
it is no, it is it is wild for you to say that
was is that the rich are the benefactors from Donald Trump.
Correct.
And
they are
completely cutting out the rest.
What's the average?
By definition, that is by definition a half truth.
So when you take this,
that's half of it.
No, it's not. That's part of the truth. I told the whole truth.
I just sit there and say part and then just say it's not half.
Hold on. If I tell you that I spent $150 on groceries, and you say that's not the whole truth, and I say, okay, tell me the whole truth, and you said you spent $23 on cereal. One of us is telling the whole truth, showing you the whole picture, and one of us is picking little things inside of the whole picture. I'm giving you the whole picture. The average, the richest among us, the top 1%, they are going to save an average of $250,000 a year. And the poorest among us are going to see a tax increase of about $400. Please fucking explain to me how this makes any goddamn sense.
$400. Where is that going to come? What are you talking about?
I've already explained this because of missing loopholes, because of cuts to Medicaid, because of taxes, because of increased taxes that the states will have to take on because we are defunding Medicaid. When they do the economic analysis, and it's very complicated, and you have to factor in all the taxes, the poorest among us are going to pay more, while the richest among us, not just even if we leave that, the richest among us are going to get a $250,000 tax break. Throw all of that out. We're in debt, right? Trillions of dollars in debt, right?
Yeah, 27
why
billion,
the fuck?
Out of
so
debt.
Then why the fuck are we taking the richest people in our country and giving them a tax break?
Because you can't overtax the successful.
No. I'm not asking you why we don't. I'm not asking you why we aren't taxing the fuck out of them. I'm asking you why we're cutting taxes. Your answer can't be, oh, well, you can't tax.
That was the same answer.
No, it's not. Why are we cutting taxes? Why are we cutting taxes for them?
Because there should be a benefit for being successful. What are you talking about?
The benefit the benefit is being successful. Having money is the fucking benefit.
You can't just sit there and say we got to tax the people that are successful. You can't.
I'm not saying
tax into the dirt.
Silly. All right, now I'm going to get pissed because this is where you guys turn into fucking bitches. I'm asking you why we cut.
You're crashing out.
Yes, because this is fucking crazy. I'm asking you why we're cutting their taxes, and you're telling me why we shouldn't increase their taxes. You're not answering my question. Why did they just? Why can't we keep it the same? No. Why are we cutting taxes? There's three things we can do. We can cut taxes, we can keep it the same, or we can increase it. We're choosing to cut. Why are we cutting taxes while we're in debt for the richest people who are benefiting the most?
Okay, you keep saying we're debt. We have a billion surplus in our deficit.
No, we don't.
Again,
we don't. God damn, you're too fucking stupid. No, we don't. Wait, what's that surplus? What is it?
Oh my goodness.
What's that surplus
It's $27 billion coming in. A portion of it would be coming in from tariffs. I mean, it's just
what's
the
the
economy's
surplus?
just doing better.
The surplus of what?
The deficit.
The deficit. The deficit. The deficit.
Yes, the deficit.
The deficit is projected to go up.
$27 billion. That's $27 billion. That's from like 3 or 4 days ago.
You know why?
It was already confirmed.
Wait, why do you think we have a surplus there?
You tell me.
Obviously,
the economy's doing better, man.
This
is a very simple answer.
Are we spending the same?
We reshipped the money around to the border and to the military.
Did we spend the same amount in June as we did in May?
I can check. Let me see.
Do we spend different amounts every month? Are we projected to have a surplus at the end of the year? No, we're not. And by the way, having a surplus,
surplus of $3.8 billion.
You think we're going to have a surplus of $3.8 billion at the end of the year?
That's what's predicted.
By who?
Let's see. Minnesota House Representatives.
I think you're looking at Minnesota's surplus, the state of Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see here. The U.S.
Either way, I don't know. I honestly don't care. I think that it's silly. I think that I don't know why we suck the dick of rich people. I think this doesn't work. We've done trickle down economics for 50 years now. Wealth inequality is skyrocketing. Every time you try trickle down economics with where you have to have a balanced budget, it fails every fucking time. It's a failed, flawed ideology. There's no reason that rich people need a tax break right now, especially when we're adding taxes onto poor people. But either way, I think I need to go. I went an hour over. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, cool.
All right, brother.
Thank you, man.
See you. Bye.
See ya.
All right, we'll wrap that up. I do want to point out zero lies. I asked a Republican to give me a lie that a Democrat told, and we still don't have one. So let me read these. Steven said Jay's going to be all debated out tonight. FOD said, I don't know who listened to that whole debate, but that was awesome. I really appreciate that, J-Dog. You jug-walked him. Jug-walked. Amy Lynn said they were marching with tiki torches and many wearing khakis. Amy Lynn also said, by facts, Kamala was the most qualified in history. By her resume, not her skin or sex facts. And there was an investigation into Hillary's too. Amy said Cambridge Analytica said how to get control. I read that one earlier. Read these. Robert said for great job debating. Thank you, Robert. Jamie said for overtime pay. Thank you for the smiley faces. Carry me. Charlotte said more shows about recognizing cult behavior. Oh, we liked that. I'm glad you guys liked that today. It wasn't me said guest his fingernails on chalkboard. It's not nice. Thank you, Susan, for the gift goal. Charles said for the goal. I think I had read that one already. I think I got him. All right, shit. Jen, you got anything to add before? Oh, do I need to read some from you too? Let me see. Were there any that came through on Venmo? Let me look. Where's your messages? Where did they go? Let's see. Kim said thanks again for all you do. Chelsea said for Jen and her rack. Wayne said if and when it is appropriate, and I mean when it is appropriate, please call a bunch of people silly little bitches tonight. I'll do that. All right, I think I got them all.
Amy just sent a super chat that said, after that, you definitely need to keep it wrapped up.
I'm going to go smoke and then prep for the debate tonight. Tomorrow's going to be a shit show. There we go.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess.
Any last words, Jen?
If you guys want to be part of the watch party and you haven't subscribed yet, or become a member on YouTube, do that. And then other than that, I think that's it.
All right, everybody. We'll be back tonight over here, and then tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time. Make sure if you want to watch with us tonight, you're a paid subscriber either on YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch. We have merch in our bio and Cameo and all that good shit. Thanks for the song. I'll see you guys tonight. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.